what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Yeah, you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Yeah, you're the sea. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Yeah, you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
going on, everybody? I hope everybody's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. This is October 6th, a Sunday of 2024. This is NCC coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures in rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight of realm of to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on Twitch TV and YouTube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Yes, okay. We are good. Sorry for the extra long intro. Was not planned, but I was able to get something, I was able to get something fixed, right? You remember how I used to be able to bring chat up on stream and then it just didn't happen? Well, check that out. I don't know about the Mets. Are they in the playoffs? Are they good this year? It's getting late in the season. I just know that like not all the sports teams are still relevant at this point, right? They get eliminated. Where the fuck is my? Really, chat? Did I do all this stuff and not bring my tea? The tea would be nice. No way. No, the audio is not off. There's no way. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Seriously, it is... Okay, if you can hear me, let me know right now. Because somebody in chat cannot hear me. And that's not okay. The audio sounds good to you. Okay. So we're definitely not muted. Mets just tied the game. They're doing amazing. Is it the playoffs? I'm just putting random stuff up here. Oh wait, no, it's not there yet. It's not yet there. Blah, blah. Where is it? Oh, I gotta add this, don't I? Just a second, chat. I'm glad that I took a second here to copy that. And then paste it, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. There you go, chat. That's what I'm talking. It is the playoffs. Okay. It is the playoffs. Mets win the wild card game and advanced. Okay. So that means that they weren't like the best team in the world this year, but they got second place in something and they got into the playoffs. And as long as they don't get beaten by the bigger, badder teams, they're okay. It's just you. Oh my God, Izzy. Yeah, I was worried for a second there. I've been doing a lot of tech behind the scenes. I really have. Look at that. I can interact with you now, chat. This makes me so happy because, right, I don't want to have chat on the screen because it's messy and it's not really a thing for YouTube. I have enough trouble with people coming upon my live streams and then interacting with them as if they're videos. And telling me that stuff that like I need to get timestamps, which would be nice, but I barely have enough time as it is. I don't have any extra time. I can't write the timestamps. If there's gonna be timestamps, they're gonna have to be user generated. So if you're watching the VOD, or if you get done with a stream and you just like want to do a nice deed for those bodies out there, I guess they would really appreciate some timestamps. And if you're a body, you could be the one. You could be the change that you want to see. That's what Obama says. And that's what we're living by, the Obama mentality. Sounds fine on your end? Yeah, I'm just making sure. Oh, well, everything is kind of effed up here. Let's see. Waluigi, you don't need to be that awkward. When the Yankees-Pirates game... The Yankees and the Pirates. Wait, aren't they in different leagues or something? I forget how it works with baseball. Baseball's neat. It's just like, it's boring. It needs to figure out its boring problem. If baseball was like on a time clock, I think is this going to piss off baseball people? I mean, they did something, right, to make baseball. What's the other thing is that people don't like that it's not offensive enough, right? In basketball, you see scores like 99 to 106, right? In baseball, you often see scores like 1-0, 3-0, 3-2. If you're lucky, it's like 12-7, right? That's a very exciting baseball game if it's 12-7, but most of the time it's more like 1-0. Here I am complaining about baseball, which I don't watch. Maybe they figured these problems out. I always thought that it would be really fun in basketball if they added like a basket that's like really high up, like in the stands or something, right? You know, like, okay, so, you know, you got your regular basket. What if there's like a basket way up there? And if you hit that basket, you get 10 points, right? Would that make basketball more exciting? Do we need more points in basketball? Do we need 1,000 point games in basketball? The pitcher has 24 seconds to pitch or they get penalized. I didn't know that. I agree. There's not enough controversy in baseball. I only really watch football. Oh, actual football, says Perry. Not the U.S. equivalent. Or the U.S. non-equivalent. I don't know what you want to call it. The U.S. whatever the hell that is. The concussion. Wait, no, you get concussions in regular football too, right? Try watching cricket. Cricket's worse. I actually was living next to a place where a field where people would play cricket for a while, and every Saturday morning when I'd go to I'd get on my bike and I'd ride right past a bunch of people playing cricket, and I never figured it out. There's a sticky wicket. That's all I know about cricket. I don't know if a sticky wicket is good or bad. But what is it? It's like baseball, but instead of running the whole base thing, you just run back and forth. How many times can you run back and forth, right? Low-scoring games are fine to me. I'm weird. I mean, I guess regular football has pretty low-scoring games. What did, yeah, speaking of football, Liverpool's doing pretty well this year. Surprisingly. Like, I keep on I'm looking down and I'm expecting to see I'm expecting to see T and I don't see T and it's freaking me out. Bottom of the ninth, Mets tied up with the Phillies are batting bottom of the ninth. No outs. That's got to be your phone fucking you over and putting in words that sound like what you said when you're dictating to it. But that you didn't really say. Literally watching the stream, watching the game, and playing Starfield. Wait, Starfield. What the fuck is Starfield? Oh, Starfield. Yeah. Like, when you say Starfield, my mind immediately thinks of Star Wars, Star Trek, Starcraft. But yeah, Starfield's the one that's, it's like Fallout in space. Sports ball lefty listening to non-sports ball lefties talk about sports. I mean, that's gotta suck, right? That's gotta absolutely suck. Oh my god, do I have to switch this to live? I do. In cricket, Batman swings the paddle and the bowler pitches the ball to the Batman. They call him the Batman? They're both made by Bethesda. Star-Lord. They're Star-Lord. Starman by David Bowie. Pretty good song. A cricket pitch. Concussions. Yeah, there's concussions in soccer too. Did you know that? So like people think about football as being the one that's really bad for concussions and obviously MMA for traumatic brain injury. But apparently just hitting your head with the soccer ball over and over again can be really bad for your head. Golf is even more boring, says Crystal. The pitcher has 20. Oh wait, I already read that. Good pitching is the most interesting thing in baseball to me. When I watch a pitcher, it's like a protagonist of the game. Oh, interesting. Let's get that. Like that, maybe? Yeah, because like well, okay, so like, okay, here's the deal. In concept, pitching is really neat. All right? Because I know that you can throw the fastball, right? That's like this. You can throw the fastball, or you can throw, oh my God, how does it work again? You do something different with your hand and you throw a curveball, or you do something even different with your hand and you throw a slider, or you do something different and you throw a ball with like 0 spin on it. I don't know if like, right? Or you do the sidearm thing, right? And you throw you ruin your elbow joint for life. I don't know. Is that true? Am I even right? If you want offensive, a sport, watch NASCAR. It's all about the Mets. You know, I always hear more about the Yankees, right? As far as like when it's this weird thing about cities like Chicago and New York that have 2 teams. 2 seams is fastball. Crystal Safira, thank you for the super sticker. Look at that. Look, that's a great way to do super stickers. It works now. This is what I've always wanted. I've always wanted to be able to, like, you know, when somebody's supporting the stream, you get to, you know, show your, because the sticker, I have to describe it. And that just seems anticlimactic. It's like, you know, you're paying good money to hear me describe like a peach, offering coffee or tea, which is just what I need right now, Crystal. There's a changeup. The changeup is the slow one, right? NASCAR seems boring. Yeah, going in circles a million times. That's kind of. I'm joking. I'm a Yankees fan for life. Mets suck. Wait, so what's the deal? What's the deal? Do you get into the Mets when the Yankees aren't good that year? Is that what it is? Because there's the Cubs and then there's the White Sox, and it seems like a whole lot of people like the Cubs, and I don't hear as much noise for the White Sox, right? And then there's the Yankees and there's the Mets, and I hear a whole lot of shit about the Yankees, and I hardly ever hear anything about the Mets. But I take it it's like some years the Mets, maybe the Yankees aren't good that year, and then if you're in New York, you might be rooting for the Mets instead? Is that how it works? Men's sports have such a lack of interest at times that they have to drum up drama to get people's interest. UFC's Ultimate Fighter is an example of that. Well, they've all but abandoned women's UFC, at least as far as I've seen. Maybe I just haven't... Look, I'll be real. Okay, as far as UFC goes, I checked out when Amanda Nunes retired. All right? That was my interest. I got into it, like, when Ronda Rousey got her ass kicked, right? That was the first time I got into MMA. I was like, this is kind of cool. And then I saw Ronda try to take the title back from Amanda Nunes, and I was like, will the former champ come back? Everybody seems to really like Ronda Rousey. No, Amanda Nunes completely destroyed her, right? And then I watched Amanda Nunes destroy all these fighters, including Chris Cyborg, who I kind of thought was unbeatable. Chris Cyborg was in the 145-pound division. I don't know what that's called. But Amanda was in the 135. So Amanda, like, stepped up because there was nobody in the 135 challenging Amanda. So she steps up. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, this is interesting, but come on. She can't beat Cyborg. Nobody can beat Cyborg. Cyborg's unbeatable. And no, Cyborg's not unbeatable. Amanda Nunes is nearly unbeatable, except for when Juliana Pena maybe caught her slipping. I'm guessing now, right? I thought that, like, you know, wow, it's getting interesting now, because, like, Juliana was the only person, like, taking her on punch for punch. It was just like everything that you'd think that Amanda had an advantage at, Juliana was counteracting. But then, you know, she took the title back from Juliana, and I don't know, she beat Cyborg another time, and it was just like nobody wanted to fight her, and I wouldn't want to fight her either. I mean, I would, it'd be fun, but I would get my ass kicked so hard. Like, Amanda Nunes would knock me out in like 4 seconds, I think. Probably 2 seconds. UFC is not promoting women's fights as much, but women still fight. Kayla Harris, or only woman gold medal judo. Oh, judo is so cool. My one of my teachers, one of my favorite teachers was I don't know if she did the Olympics, judo in the Olympics, but she was really good at judo. And I used to like try to talk to her about it because like that's the one grappling. Well, I don't understand grappling at all, but like, yeah. Do you consider judo grappling? It's weird because it's like stand-up grappling. It's all about leverage. It's all about like trying to get somebody over your hip and just toss them. I wish I knew more about judo. Wait, judo's like Aikido if it worked. Oh, any Aikido fans in chat just like face palming right now? I know. Aikido can be effective if you get it taught to you right. I like the story about the MMA fighter who didn't know she was pregnant when she fought a few years ago. Only reason she found out was the anti-doping UA she had to take. Damn. In cricket, when the India team plays the Pakistani team, the whole country stops and watch a billion people watch those games, assuming India and Pakistan aren't at war. Amanda Nunes took some time off to take care of a child she had with her wife. Wait, I thought she retired. I thought she straight up retired. I thought it was like nobody was gonna... And also, Dana hates her. Dana White hates Amanda. Like, because, look, his dream was to have Ronda Rousey be the champ, right? You know, blonde, blue-eyed, white girl be the champ and get promoted and be in movies, and like he was gonna have his superstar, right? She's you know, heterosexual and white, and this is what Dana White wanted. This is what Dana White thought he needed, right? And then she loses to Holly Holmes, which is like, okay, I mean, maybe we can do something with this. What was Holly's like gimmick? Like something like the preacher's daughter or something like that. Okay, maybe we could do something with the preacher's daughter. But then Amanda won, and he was like, Brazilian lesbian? No, I'm not letting that. Like, he just has no interest, right? Ronda Rousey basically got shafted. Wait, how did she get shafted? I thought she just got her ass kicked. I thought she didn't want to fuck around anymore. Like, if I was Ronda Rousey, I wouldn't want to. You think that Ronda Rousey had what it took to be like a long-term champ? Most fighters are shafted by the organizations. How? I don't understand. Holly Holmes is a Christian. They pushed her so... Yeah, they pushed Ronda really hard. Yeah, Brazilian lesbians. That's what got me excited in UFC, right? I was just... Well, I don't know. Amanda Nunes has a really great story. Like, Amanda Nunes came to this country, slept on the floor of her gym in order to pursue her dream, right? That's a really cool story. I don't know what Ronda's got going for her, but like you don't beat like that's an amazing story, right? I mean, not that fighters should have to sleep on in the gym to get by, but the WNBA finals had 1.42 viewership. Vamps is always telling me that I need to cover UFC somehow, and I'm just like, I'm not interested. The Aryan Barbarian, is that what they call him? Dana White? Every time I hear Holly Holmes, I think H.H. Holmes, the hotel serial killer in Chicago. Damn, that's scary. No teams in New Mexico? Yeah, what's the closest team? The Algerian boxer in the recent Olympic transvestigation had a better story? True. Sumo is such a funny sport. Who did I hear about that, like, had a party and invited, like, had sumo exhibition at their party, and they insisted on challenging one of the sumo wrestlers and got their ass kicked? When someone steamrolls everyone in their division for many title defenses, then I just get disappointed that the competition is no good. Closest city is Phoenix. Wait, for baseball? He had an actual murder like he owned a hotel where he murdered people? That's pretty true crime. The Isotopes is a minor league baseball team? That's such a cool name, though. Can they move up? Do minor league teams ever get to move up? No, probably not, right? That's not how it works. Anyway, I'm just so fascinated with this new tool. What's up, Narwhal by Nature? Check it out. I'm so happy, right? Because this is how I want to interact with chat. Like I said, the having chat on stream is messy and it's dangerous when you get people trying to type the N-word into your chat and stuff, trying to type bad things into your chat, right? But I love the chat where, like, I have control to be able to put people's chats up on the stream and to be able to actually, like, I feel like people that super chat, they don't get recognition. Like, and I had this a long time ago, but it was this one app that worked and it wasn't being maintained by the person who wrote it, the person that wrote the code. And so it just stopped working and there's nobody to call. You're on the big screen. That is correct. That is correct. There's a special sumo soup. I only know about what, isn't there like a rice thing? Wait, how come this doesn't show enough? Do I need to make this bigger? Just show all of the... Okay, I gotta play around with this, don't I? What's going on here? Yep, no, that's like kind of limited there. They have to be like 150 pounds by age 12 to be a sumo. Isotopes are sponsored by Duff Beer. Wait, that sounds like a Simpsons team. I feel like I gotta change some stuff around to be able to see everything. It's a big calorie / nutritious stew with all sorts of veggies and protein. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Sumo's diets are interesting. MLB baseball brought some minor league teams into baseball, into the majors. That's a thing? So you can go up? Duff Beer. Oh, that's the beer that sponsors... Wait, it's the Springfield Isotopes. Is that right? Am I right about that? Is that the name of the team in Springfield? Only Steven Seagal says, Frost Walkway. Wait, I wonder if I can do this with Twitch too. It's the only thing that I'm missing here. Can I make a Twitch chat appear? What is that? I don't even know. Okay, chat settings. How do you pop it out? There's got to be a way to pop chat out of the chat appearance, mod icons. I don't see it. I don't see it. I might have to wait till tomorrow to get Twitch working. That's chat filters. Why is it so hard? Pop out chat, yes. Oh, it pops out with events. That's wild. They pop out together. Okay, let's see if we can get this working. I just want to be and chat. I'll get going in a second because we do need to get going. We got a lot to cover today. Oh, yare yare. Okay, well, yare yare. We're gonna have to wait for tomorrow for Twitch, I guess. That's really disappointing. There's probably a way to get Twitch on here too, but I don't have time to set it up. There's a hockey team in New Mexico called the Ice Wolves. Yeah, the team is the Springfield Isotopes. Sumo guys are super flexible. Isotopes is due to the atom bomb that was tested in... Oh, so the real team, the real minor league team that's called the Isotopes doesn't have to do with the Springfield? Okay, I wish that the Montreal Expos existed. What is an expo? Can somebody explain the expo? Like, right, what? How are they an expo? Like, that's like saying the Denver Conventions. Or the Boston Furry gatherings or something. I don't know. Like, don't do it on Twitch. Let YouTube be superior. Expo is an exposition. Yeah, so the team, the people are the expositions, right? See, like, okay, so for me, the way that, like, it works is that if you are a Chicago Bear, rawr, you're really tough. That makes sense. If you are a Detroit Lion, rawr, rawr, you're really tough, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. But there's some teams that it just doesn't make sense. Like, what the fuck are you? You're a Denver Nugget. I'm supposed to be afraid of a nugget. I'm supposed to be intimidated, but I'm gonna smoke a nugget. What are you talking about? I know what Denver Nuggets are. Denver's got some pretty good nuggets. Some pretty nice nuggets. But they're not scary, they're not intimidating. So that's what I don't get, right? Is that, like, there's teams that they deviate, like the Senators. You're a senator? Are you gonna filibuster me? What are you gonna do? Like, right? Like, I feel like the team should be able to go up against each other, right? Like, there should be some kind of a power scaling amongst the teams. The Pelicans, they are scary. Yeah, Pelicans are real. Yeah, because you don't know. Like, a pelican can put a lot of stuff in its mouth, right? So you're kind of like, could a pelican put me in its mouth? Because if not, you're cool, right? You can absolutely bully a pelican. But if it turns out that the pelican's mouth is, like, big enough to fit you, you're kind of SOL. The nuggets of gold. I mean, I guess you could throw a nugget at somebody, right? Nuggets hurt if they throw one at your noggin. Not if they're the kind of nuggets I'm thinking of. Okay, so my music running out probably tells me something. It probably tells me that I have yapped enough. I have yapped enough, and it's time to introduce the stream. But yeah, I just, like, this is the thing. It's hard to interact with chat with no chat on screen, especially, right, when I'm talking to chat and somebody doesn't realize it and they think that, like, I made up something or I said something, and I was like, no, I'm just reading chat, right? But there's no proof of that unless I show your chat. Pelicans trying to eat little kids? Pelicans are huge, right? Yeah, pelicans could be really scary. What if you can't get out of the pelican's mouth? Ottawa Senators. Yeah, Ottawa Senators. Are you gonna filibuster me? That's right. There's a video of a pelican trying to eat a baby capybara. Yeah, what do the Oilers do? What do the Oilers do? They oil you up? Oh no, that could be. I mean, that's the wrong kind of intimidating, but still intimidating. But Twitch, I am able to see your chats. I'm so sorry that I can't get them on stream. I'm gonna have to try to work on that for tomorrow. We got a lot to go over, all right? We got a plethora of content. That's because I don't know what it's up. I can't take one day off, right? If I take one day off, I take 2 days off, and somehow new layout says Simon Pierre. Yes, indeed. I mean, it's not just it's a new program that allows me to in El Paso in 1917, they first banned dank nuggets because its association with Mexican revolutionaries. Interesting. We got yeah. Anna's like fighting with everyone now, right? She's got no chill. Even some bad people. Even some oh great. Speaking of bad people, fuck. I'm a bad person for not putting up my thumbnail. Even though I've got one, thanks to the lovely and talented Vamps. Let's see if we can fix this. Okay. But yeah, we got Anna lore. We got Trump lore. Are you ready for this Trump shit? We got Dark Maga, chat. Dark Maga. That's what's going on today. Elon has somehow made Maga like less cool than it already was. Can you imagine? Yeah, I've just been having a lot of problem with tech. Anybody else notice that anybody else use Firefox and you're having like problems with it? What's up, Just Julie? What's up? I'm gonna try to make a conscious attempt to keep an eye on Twitch chat just because it's not in my I haven't gotten it on the chat thing where I can bring it up. Who would win a fight between Dark Brandon and Dark Maga? I mean, clearly Dark Brandon. Well, I don't know. Here's the thing, right? There's a theory that Dark Brandon is secretly on the side of Maga. Hannah and Sitch. Keffels had a setup that allowed all the chats to show up on stream with indemnifier of the source? An indemnifier? I don't even know what that is, but it sounds cool as fuck. We need to get an indemnifier. Oh yeah, we do need to do shorts chat as well. Thank you for reminding me, Narwhal. Yeah, for a little while. But today we'll do shorts chat. Dark Brandon, yeah, I'll take you on anyways. You use Opera? I use Firefox, but I don't use Twitch. Well, it's really, for me, it's like a combination, I think. This is my theory. Make Irene bounce. Oh my god. I'm looking at my trampoline. I am dyslexic. Apologies. You can't, like, I'm messy as I'm super messy. Identifier. Okay. I see. So it would just be like it would just be chat, like there's no like name on it. Chromium or Edge beta. I think I might have to go to Chrome actually. Because like, yeah, Firefox is just not stable. And I think I know why. And I can't say it on stream, but some of you might know why as well. Some of you might know exactly why. Irene needs to bounce. Yes, I do. I just don't have enough room to bounce. Unless I do it like that, but then I'm bounce look at that. See, the camera bounces too. When I bounce like without a trampoline. Internet Explorer or bust? Is that even a real thing anymore? I thought Internet Explorer, that's like Safari. Isn't that like Microsoft Safari, basically? Like, does that even exist? No, Safari still exists, right? We gotta get going, chat. We gotta get going, whatever we do. So I got the thumbnail up there. That's really good. What else do I need to do? Oh God. What do we have for bonus content today? We need more bonus content. Oh my God, chat. I gotta integrate this with the Discord better. Oh no, what do we have? Jill Stein goes MAGA? Is this real, chat? I mean, I feel like that's a short segment. I don't know if I can offer that as bonus content. I'm looking through your suggestions. So remember, we have a Discord. It's really cool, right? This is where you can hang out with each other. This is where you can get notifications of when I'm going to be streaming, when I'm going to be live. That like it's probably the best place for that, considering that sometimes YouTube's not so great for that. That's our Discord link. But yeah, there's a lot of different channels in there, probably too many different channels. That's why I'm trying to like build a new Discord, but it's too hard. Everything's too hard. I don't have enough time for anything, chat. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Oh, Natalie dug up a clip from Anna Kasparian on the Michael Brooks show. I actually found, yeah, wait, I think I have this whole video. No, wait, maybe I don't. Because it's just a picture of Anna. Maybe this is different. Oh, yeah. Wait, I think I retweeted somebody else had this clip. Yeah. Well, we're gonna cover that regardless, right? I'm gonna show you that. I think the Vanguards reacted to this too. I haven't been able to catch their content lately as much, but I did get to watch the show on Saturday, and they're really killing it. Congrats to the Vanguard. You guys are really blowing up. It's amazing. It's amazing to see. But you see them finally get that recognition that they deserve. Wait, what's going on between Mehdi and Ta-Nehisi Coates? What is this? I'm looking through your stream suggestions right now, chat, looking for something to... I mean, I guess we gotta watch this today. This is Kasparian content, so Natalie Marie, thank you for the... Natalie's got several links here that are pretty relevant. Oh, defends Nancy Mace's racist refusal to pronounce Kamala Harris's name correctly? Oh, okay. Interesting. Chat suggesting some turfs for me to dunk on? That's what that looked like. Yeah, that Peak Trans channel is turf channel, I think. Chat, do you want me to react to the Vosh take on Anna Kasparian? See, I'm thinking, like, we usually don't react to Vosh unless he says something cringe. But he might still say something cringe. It's weird how he has the ability to... Oh my god, chat is mentioning some of the streams that some of the videos that I'm going to bring up today. Chat, you are on it. Discord stream suggestions, you are on it. Ha! I gotta replace some of the stuff, right? What do we have? Wait, are we looking at the right stuff? We're not looking at the right stuff. Pull it up. Okay, so the dono goal, first of all, needs to be corrected. Because we're actually at 5%. 5% without me saying a goddamn thing. But we need to replace some of this stuff. Now, we did cute cat vids last time, but I don't know if you want me to leave that up there. Chat, one in chat if you want cute cats to always be an option, right? I didn't think it would get chosen. Oh, whoop. Can I add the... There we go. There we go. If that was true, you would react to Vosh every stream. You're not wrong, Davi. That's a good point. And thank you for the super chat. And thank you for getting us to 10%. We're at 10% now. Yay. Oh my gosh, chat. I am so out of it here. Hopefully, mods and you in Twitch. Yes, mods, you banned that person before I could even get to it. Good job. I want more cat jam. Wait, what is... Okay, so wait, one. People are saying they want cute cats to stay up there, right? Cute cat, like, you gotta start suggesting... Wait, the whole thing about cute cats, though, is staying away from copyright, right? Last time I had to keep the music off because I just didn't know what would be copyrightable and what would be copy-wrongable. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Thank you for the super chat, Davi. You got your own cute cat? Mods are OP. Mods are OP. Mods are fast, especially over there on Twitch. Shouts out to my mods on Twitch. The quickest gun in the West. Like the mods on Twitch, they're like blowing the smoke out of their revolver. That's how they're... It's sad what's happening to TYT. What do you think of John Adirola? John Adirola actually is in one of these videos as a antagonist to Anna. And that's what I'm seeing more and more, is that John, when he's on, calls out Anna's bullshit, and she seems to be afraid to actually take him on. Anna loves to say her bullshit when she's got no opposition, right? She loves to dunk on the entirety of the left and basically say that you're just as bad as Maga. In fact, maybe Maga's better. I don't know. Stay tuned on that, right? I watch a cute cat video with my kid, and then it screams the F word. Your kid, you're calling the cat screams the F word? Yeah, David and Anna. David Rubin. That's what we were talking about, Crystal. That's what Crystal's saying. It could be a new channel for David and Anna. Yeah, Adirola. Oh, you're allergic to cats. Just Julie, that sucks. I'm so sorry. But at least you're not allergic to cute cats as a topic. All right. So, look, all I got was once. Nobody said two. Nobody said they didn't want cute cats to be always an option. So we keep cute cats stay. Cute cats stay. All right, hypnoponies. Do hypnoponies stay? One in chat if you want hypnoponies to stay. Two in chat if you are like, we could do better than hypnoponies, right? Why are you hitting me with this hypnoponies? I don't want to become a pony. I don't need to get hypnotized. I guess I missed the MLP because, like I said, I was dating somebody who was really into friendship is magic. And when somebody tries to shove content down my throat like that, I don't react well. Okay, so 2 votes for keeping the hypnoponies. Oh, 3 votes against, 3 votes for, 4 votes against, 5 votes against. Somebody still likes cute cats. That is valid. You were all valid. Joe Dirt voting for 3, whatever 3 is. What's up, Joe Dirt? Crystal Saphira is saying, no, we can do better than ponies. Right, wait, now, that is what you're saying, right? When people are saying 2, right, you're, like, am I taking that right? That 2 means we can do better than ponies. Yeah, I got a lot of 2s. I got a lot of 2s, so it may be the time to swap out the Hypno Pony. I mean, I like the idea, because I'm an old fan of, what's it called with the Hypnotoad? You know what I'm talking about, chat? What is that show that's got a Hypnotoad? And it's got a guy that got frozen in time, and his dog, like, tried to wait for him, but the dog died, and it's really sad. What's that show called? It's like The Simpsons if they weren't yellow. It's called not Yellow Simpsons. Futurama. Anarcho-communist got the right one. Yes, it's Futurama. It would be interesting to see people hypnotizing themselves. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, Hypnotoad, right? They got the so yeah, I'm seeing like a lot more 2s than I am of 1. I just don't know what to swap this out for. And I gotta kind of hurry, because again, chat, I think I streamed too long. Anybody else agree? I think I just bite off more than I can chew time after time again, and it just ends up fucking me over and not being able to get videos edited, not being able to get stuff taken care of in real life, which is important. You know that real life is important too? Yeah, it is. It is very important. Just Julie with the super sticker of the high five. Thank you. I just got to figure out what we're actually doing today. We're up to 15% as far as the dono goal goes. Make sure when you donate, you can let me know in the chat what you want your donation going to, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. Actually got to see the character designs before the show came out, Halloween Party, and Matt wait, how do you pronounce this name? Is it Groening? Greening? Is it Greening? Is that how you say it? That's really cool. They still make Futurama? I need more rest? Yeah, I need more rest. Aw, that's really sweet. That's really sweet, chat. Well, congratulations, Thumb Gang. Wait. And Matt Groening has another show on Netflix with medieval fantasies. Oh, sorry, medieval fantasy themes. Sorry, I made that different than it actually was. But yeah, wait, I didn't see. Wait. Davy Cliff says I enjoy long streams, but when I have reports to do, but do what's best. Well, you see, like, I think what's best is to get out more. It's graining. It's graining. Okay, so it's not greening. Why was I saying greening? Where did I used every possible vowel configuration except for the right one, says Mozart. Disenchantment was also good. Is that Matt Graining? Have not seen the fantasy one. Wait, doesn't he have that old comic called like Life is Hell about the rabbits? Okay, well that's got us up to 20%. I need to give you like more in like a shorter amount of time and like save the. I mean, it's weird that OE comes out as A. It is kind of weird. Yeah. Well, okay, wait. Do I know words with OE? What is a German word with OE? Because I speak a little bit of German. Like, I know that das Mädchen is what happens when you put the umlaut over the A. It's Mädchen, instead of Madchen, which is how I always want to say it. But then what is it? Guten Morgen? Guten Morgen? Is it Mergen? Has it been Guten Morgen this whole time and I'm just not pronouncing it correct? Any Germans in chat want to help me out here? Is it really Guten Morgen? It can't be. There's no way. Life is Hell was his original comic strip. Some papers wanted to print it as Life is Heck. No, you can't let him do that. You can't let him do that. If you're talking about the little demon. Simpsons, Futurama, and Disenchantment are all 3 of his shows. German is a spooky language from a spooky land, true. Graining started out doing yeah, Life is Hell. I don't know how to pronounce his name either, Greg. Gooballs. Yeah, Gooballs. Wasn't that like Hitler's favorite dude, Gooballs? No, wait, am I thinking of a different Goethe? Goethe. Yeah, I know how to say that. Goethe. So Guten Morgen. Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm saying it. I feel like I'm pronouncing German with a Swedish accent. Guten Morgen? Is that right? Is the same OE is the same as O umlaut, I think, in German. Schnitzel. Gorballs. It's not Gooballs. No, I know it's not Gooballs, but Gerbil. It's really Gerbills. It sounds too much like gerbils, and gerbils are nice. I don't want to associate with gerbils with Gerbills. I think it's just Morgan, like straight up. You're supposed to say E, but you make your mouth like an O? Okay. So it's like... Oh, I can't do it. Gerbills? I can't do it. Wait, German's too hard. German's like super hard. There's no R sound. People do not like that. There is no R sound in German? It's like an R. Like hair. Wait, I gotta drink water to say the word. All the SS High Command had names that sounded like old-timey monsters. I mean, could have fooled me. Umlaut is confusing. My brother and I have a hamster, and when we were kids, and we named it Dr. Gerbils. Dr. Gerbils. Life is Hell was intended to be the cartoon for Tracy Ullman. However, Groening changed it to The Simpsons at the last second because he didn't want to give up the rights to Fox. So smart! So smart! Yeah, don't give up the rights to Fox. Although I guess we could have had a Life is Hell be the cultural icon instead of The Simpsons, maybe? What if JTHM had become, like, right, anybody like old school, like, comics, right? JTHM? Can you imagine if that was the thing that Fox made as a cartoon? Oh no, they would have had to, like, what is that called? Like, the 4Kids thing? They would have 4Kids'd JTHM. You know what I'm saying? Like, he would have had to be like, I'm just painting the wall red with red paint. Of course, what else would I paint it red with, right? In Germany, why we say the word kernel, like kernel, is German why we say the word yeah, I always thought it was like colonial or colonial or something. Kind of like in Spanish, like the J is silent. Jueves. The J is not pronounced. I thought the J was like huh. Wait, is that really silent? Is he? Or is the J silent in Spanish, or is it like a huh sound? Audio problems? No way! Is it because I'm facing away from the right area? Anyway, we got Anna, we got Dave Rubin. Aeon Flux should have dominated American TV. That shit is too weird, though. I've watched a little bit of it, and it freaked me out. Are we actually having audio issues? Anybody else? Anybody else got an audio issue? I think I just stood Oh, I think I just faced the wrong direction. Jueves is silent. Jueves? Oh, it's just Jueves? Jueves. It's not Jueves? European languages are all Mashugana. I agree. Audio is fine for other people. Okay, I probably just spaced away from it. Anyway, we gotta get going, but I want to replace the ponies with something good. Something really good, like blueberry pancakes good. Anybody like blueberry pancakes? One in chat if you like blueberry pancakes. Two in chat if you say blueberry banana pancakes are better. And three in chat if you're like, no, banana pancakes, banana cakes. I'll give you three options for pancakes. What you do with them is up to you. J is like H, but the H is silent. Really? Very... Oh, wait, like in French. Like, yeah, the H is silent in French. Like, habitual. Wait, so like... We gotta get going, chat. I'm, like, edging you for, like, longer than I'm even trying to edge you for. I'm not even trying to edge you. I just, like, need to got something to replace this. We got Trump and Butler. We're gonna do that. We got Anna Kasparian versus the Vanguard, Anna Kasparian versus Destiny, possibly even Anna Kasparian versus Vosh. Actually, Anna Kasparian versus Anna Kasparian. That is something that we legit have today. We have it. I am tempted to throw does goth have a racism problem? But I feel like that would, yeah, no, I watched a little bit of that and it's just not it's a very slow video. Natalie, you come up with the best stuff, but it's all stuff that I'm already covering. But you know what else? Naomi Klein was on Bad Hasbara. That's what goes there. Yes. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara. And we never watched Bad Hasbara. What's up with that? So we got Brianna Wu. Up there. Okay, Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara, Cute Cat Vids, Chapel Roan Allegations. And Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. I think we're good, right? We're good. I think we're good. Jose is pronounced Jose. Ombre is pronounced ombre. Yeah, you're right. That is true. Good point, Carl. I know Sasha G thinks I'm gonna say horse divorce, but yeah, hors d'oeuvres. Pancakes make me ill. I can eat waffles. Waffles are good too. Yo, the thing about like the waffles is they're more like a syrup delivery device, aren't they? There's like a syrup and butter delivery device, right? Because it's a grid, and the grid is like a you put the syrup into the grid and it spreads maybe evenly, maybe unevenly, depending on your ice cream delivery. Francesca is going to have Matt Lieb on Bituation Room this week. Speaking of Bad Hasbara, that's awesome, Just Julie. I'm a fan of both of theirs. Euro. Well, yeah, everything in French that's H is going to be like euro. Like, right, the H doesn't do anything. Unless you're pronouncing the letter ash, right? Unless you're saying ash, like, I love how the only thing I can think of is Ashalem, but yeah, that's, like if you're saying like the letter H, then it's ash. Never liked the depictions of goths as white pasty. In my scene growing up, it was a lot more diverse. Depending on your grid game. Yeah, yeah. And then you got the best part of it, chat, is that you got the butter in the middle, right? But then you pour the syrup onto the butter.
Sanchi super chatted $5. Time to enjoy some cheese with Anna's wine.
I think that's what we're gonna do today, Izzy. I think that's on the menu. Speaking of food, thank you for the super chat. And we're up to 25% of the dono goal. That means that we are 1/4 of the way there. Now, just know that the bonus content is dependent on hitting 100%, and I've changed it so that when we hit 100%, that's when I do the bonus content. So that if you are one of those people that's been missing out on the bonus content, if we hit it early, I'll watch the bonus content early, and we have a chance to maybe even double up. That happened one day. That happened one day, like last week. So that's a possibility. The other thing is that when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the top. Oh, we need to get that's what I'm... Chat, having ADHD and being a streamer is so freaking hard. Now, can I click on this? I can't click on that, but I can do... No? Wait, I can do it like that, right? Does that work? Speedrunner, you just got weaseled. Greg Have, you just got weaseled. Ishara, you just got weaseled. Double Dostoevsky, you just got weaseled. And Emily Woods, you just got weaseled. And I can actually do this now. That's amazing. Thank you for the gift subs, Moinoape. And that brings us to 40%. 40 freaking percent. I need to get going. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get, and remember, you can Lonerbox community member debated Sam and Emma. Oh, Shakespeare. No, I did not see that. I did not see that. That's amazing. All right, we got to get going. I'm going to put restore chat, maybe. Does that still work if I do that? Wait, let me test it out. Who were goths says anti-corporatists. I want to see if that still shows. Yeah, it does. Okay, well, I didn't ruin anything. Moinoe voting for Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara, which gets 15%. And that's how it works. Speedrunner, thankful for the green. And adding 2% to the dono goal. My vote was in protest, picking cuddly cats. Okay. So we're adding 5 to cuddly cats. Cuddly cats gets 5. Now I need to start the poll. Okay, bonus content is the question. Even though it's not a question, unless it's French, like, and you're saying bonus content, like, you know, are you happy for extra? I think that's what that means in French. It's idiomatic, chat. It's you wouldn't understand. I've studied in France, so I know about all the idioms. The strange idioms and the normal ones. Okay, so cute cat videos. We've got to see that loner box shit, Shakespeare. Oh, wait, what? What? How is this so hard? Everything is hard. Okay, cute cat videos. Difficult to copy. Easy to paste. Yes. Yes, yes, we're getting going. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara. Easy to copy. Easy to paste. Except it needs an extra A on it. Did I really say Bad Hasbro? Oh no. What isn't Hasbro like a cartoon company? Is Hasbro the ones that made like Scooby-Doo and all that shit? Or am I thinking of something else? And here we go. We're gonna wound Butchick Angel. There we go. Oh my god. There's your bonus poll for the evening. And then the next thing I need to do is go over here and make a stream about Donald Trump and Elon Musk go dark Maga. Now, if we're going to put this on, we got to put the Amala. We got to put the good luck hashtags on here, right? Otherwise, we're going to get all Trump people. Trump and Elon. Est-ce que je sais parler en verlan? Oui, mais c'est un peu cringe, peut-être? Est-ce qu'il y a des mots de verlan qui étaient utilisés déjà? C'est vrai? J'ai appris, comment dit-on, verlan quand j'étais très jeune, mais je ne sais pas, c'est une chose déjà. C'est une vraie chose? I mean, it's like, je suis une meuf au verlan, ouais. Je souvenais l'artiste de Cyprus qui s'appelle James, qui dit Jeune demoiselle recherche un mec mortel. Ça, c'est Verlan aussi. Pas mal. I'm trying to remember more Verlan. Verlan, chat, is what happens in French when you put something on a record and then you whoop it backwards, right? So like femme becomes mouf. Like, right, it's forward, it's like femme, and then you go backwards, it's mouf. And I don't know why is mec? I've never understood that, but it's in stream suggestions now. Baguette, mon chéri, donde está la biblioteca? Indeed. Wait, but seriously, do people still use Verlan? Is that a thing that is I assumed it would be like a trend. I assumed that it would not be as prevalent now as it was quand j'appris. La langue. Longtemps. Il y a longtemps. But that song is a banger, right? Jeune demoiselle recherche un mec mortel. I love that song. I know they call guys, yeah, mech. A mech's like a dude, right? You gotta do, especially if it's your dude, right? Then mech's. Verlan is still spoken. It's still popular. But not quite as popular as the top of the hour ad break, which is just so popular. That's why it's 3 minutes at the top of every hour on Twitch. You get to watch ads. Everything is hard, says NCC. Kind of like a mecha. Yeah, a little bit like that. But it stops really it stops really. It suddenly stops. It's like mech. Un mec, une meuf, une bonne fête. No, une bonne teuf. Right? I don't know that much for Elon. Today's chat is so chill. That's because I'm actually talking to the chat for once. Mon mec for a woman have really? Wait, has a different meaning also? Wait, what does it mean? Like, my favorite thing about that jam song is that he brings you food, right? That's the kind of mec mortel that I'm searching for, right? Donne des ailes, right? That's what it snacks. Yeah, donne des ailes. Oh no! Are you fucking kidding me? Chat, Firefox is just like, Firefox is fucking me. It's fucking me over. It is not good. What is going on here? This is live. Yeah, I'm just trying to be live. Fuck. I'm just having... I'm struggling. I'm struggling to get the... I want to get the short stream up, but... YouTube... Do I speak Shual? No. Je ne connais ces choses pas. Joal? C'est quoi Joal? J'ai pas J'ai pas d'idée. C'est quoi? Will you play Metaphor ReFantasio? Is it out yet? Is it out yet? Oh my god, chat. This is so wild. Okay, look, there's still a way. There may still be a chance, and the something, every step that you do makes me come alive. Bombs and the kids keep coming. Oh my god. Crazy on you. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling right now, chat. I'm gonna go crazy on you. I'm gonna go crazy on you. Because I can't get my... It's not working. I don't understand why. I'm gonna brat. I'm gonna pout. I'm gonna be insufferable because I just cannot seem to get... Like, there's so many things that just, like, Firefox does not work for right now. Huh. Okay, Trump. Oh, god damn it. Trump and Elon embarrass everyone with dark Maga. Kamala Harris. We gotta use the hashtags as my lucky charm. Even though there's a lot about Kamala and Waltz that I've been disappointed with lately, I gotta be honest with. Obviously, they're still better than Trump and Vance, and well, we frankly need them to make sure that Harris Waltz, yes. To make sure that we don't get actual dark MAGA. Trump and Elon's speech from Trump returns to Butler, PA with Elon Musk in tow. You can spell toe. Yes, toe. All right, let's see if this works. I am so sorry, chat. Like, the thing is that a lot of the technical difficulties from last time, like, they did not actually get sorted out, and they're compounding. There's more things that are not working on Firefox. I'm gonna have to switch to Chrome. That's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, come on, create the stream, create the stream. Oh my god, please fucking create the stream. Yo, what's going on? Oh, thank god, thank god. Okay. So I'm literally having to use Chrome for this. This is not a normal thing for me. I am a Firefox girl. I have been a Firefox girl ever since I was little. Right? I have never wanted to mess with anything else. Firefox. Back in the day, it was the best thing going. And now it's like getting worse and worse and worse, and I don't even know. What are we doing? We're trying to go live here. There we go. Hit that one. You were a beta tester for Gmail? I feel like I'm a beta tester for what's it called? Shorts Live. Like, that's exactly what I feel like. Oh no, it's being obstinate. I might have to. The link to Lonerbox fan debate video is both in chat and in stream suggestions. Thank you. Oh, is it coming through? It's coming through. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's da. Now I'm remembering all kinds of weird songs. Okay, so we gotta hit go live. We will go live. All right. So we are finally ready to get going. Remember, if you donate to the stream, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're donating memberships to other people or getting a membership for yourself, whether you're signing up for Patreon, or you are donating to my throne, or you're over on Twitch doing things with subs, gifting subs, getting yourself a sub, using a Twitch Prime for a sub, or throwing bits around, right? You can let me know in the chat which of these topics that we've got here in the poll, which hopefully you can see. Can everybody see the poll? Not until I make it visible for everyone. Is it right there? There it is. Look at that. Look at that. There's the poll. Right. Which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content? Because we may do some bonus content if we hit 100% on that bonus goal. We are up to 42% already, which is pretty damn good. But yeah, we got to see what's going on with Dark Maga, right? That's the first stop on our whirlwind tour. That is not it. Dark Maga? Would you like a Dark Maga? Do you need some Dark Maga? There's our boy. There's our guy. So yeah, this is Trump returning to the scene of the scam, as some people would say. Not me. I'm not saying it's a scam. I'm not saying that there's anything fishy about the fact that there's no medical records about the injury that he sustained to his ear. I'm not making any of those arguments whatsoever. But yeah, he returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, to try to rekindle some of that magic of having a high-powered ear piercing, courtesy of one of his own fans, courtesy of a Trump voter, or would-be Trump voter, rather. And it's strange that out of the two people that have apparently tried to take a shot at this guy, both of them have been on his side at one time or another. Strange stuff, but not as strange as the top of the hour ad break, which comes every hour at the top of the hour on Twitch, and it means that you get to spend 3 minutes watching ads. If you don't like doing that, you can get out of that for free with a Twitch Prime. You can get out of that for $6 with $6 or $7, I think it is, on mobile. It's ridiculously expensive on mobile, or possibly by being gifted a sub. Well, that sort of thing, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. We are about ready to go. I gotta press my buttons. I gotta be on my button pressing spree here. Button pressing madness. Here we go. Press that button. And then there's one more button that's so important to press. I think it's this one. I'm not sure I liked that intro. Let's try that again. Much better, much better. So we got Trump, we got Vance, we got Elon, we got a super chat from Davy. Davy says, it's weird how both were in BlackRock commercials? No way. Are you serious? Wait, the other dude was in a BlackRock commercial? You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. Is that fucking real? I know the one was in a BlackRock commercial because his teacher did a commercial, right? Basically, like, BlackRock does investments, and his teacher was featured in the commercial where, like, I like to think, I have a class to think about. I don't want to think about investments. That's why I'm glad to have BlackRock to do the investing for me. And so they brought him in to show his class, and the fucking shooter was in his class. We are live. We are all live in a BlackRock commercial right now. Well, at least as long as I'm getting paid. Do I have links? Wait, links to what? No, but seriously, the other person was in a BlackRock commercial? I don't even know. Like, how many commercials does BlackRock need to do? Like, I mean, they're like the consumer side product they offer is like investments, right? Those BlackRock, yeah, it's the BlackRock commercial actors. The thing about it is, like, BlackRock is an obsession for Trump fans, right? And if you ask them, they'll tell, what does BlackRock do? They say they make the video games woke, right? BlackRock came up in the Sweet Baby, aka Gamergate 2. Although I really don't feel comfortable calling it Gamergate 2 because Gamergate was a thing. Gamergate 2 wanted to be a thing, but it never became a thing. Speaking of Twitch, my homie. I didn't know that Twitch was your homie, but I guess it is. Anyway, BlackRock, yeah, so they're not like they're what are they like what do they actually do? They like there's a word for this, right? It's not venture capital. It's something like that though. It's finance, but like what's the name? Gamergate 2 got aborted. Yeah. But anyway, they were obsessed with BlackRock, and they thought that because like Sweet Baby was connected to BlackRock, that the BlackRock was making the video games woke. Does Trump sleep in his presidential Halloween costume? Wait, what's his Halloween costume, Tipster? Chat, I really wanted to. Did I give you? I don't think I gave you the Trumpster thumbnail. I have a Trumpster thumbnail though. I love making that. What we need to do is get a picture of Tipster's hat and change the Tipster to Trumpster. Private equity, thank you. That's the word. It's a hedge fund. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, right? But yeah, one of the things that they look for is like an ESG rating, and that's where right-wingers connect it to being they're making shit woke, when in actuality what they're doing is they're making money. That's what they're there for. It's capitalism. That's the game that's being played. It's not about, they don't give a fuck about anything like society and culture or anything like that, right? Yeah, private equity. Okay, so yeah, we got to get started here. We got Trump here. We got JD Vance here. We got a lot of people. I think do we have Donald Jr. somewhere in here? There's a lot of people talking. There's a lot of yappers. All right. Should we start? No, that's Eric Trump. Is that Eric Trump? Private equity and Saturn worship.
Be anywhere in my life than I am today here with you on this stage. This is a big family.
And there's the ad now.
They tried to take away someone we all love, and they did take away someone we love in Corey, an incredible man. His family.
Wait, is this even Eric Trump? Have I even got this person right? Who the fuck is this? Am I wrong, Chad? Is this not Eric Trump?
He's backstage. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. They've tried to get my father every single second.
They, right? Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene said, they control the weather. Yes, they can control the weather. Oh no, chat. Oh no, what's going on? This isn't good.
Laura and I have witnessed it every single day. They tried to smear us. They tried to bankrupt us. They came after us. They impeached him twice. They went after him.
Okay, so the Democrats. You're blaming the Democrats for 2 Trump supporters supporting Trump with a bullet. Is Eric the chosen successor or Barron? Is this Eric? Is this even Eric? This is Eric, right? He just looks different. He's sweatier than normal. I gotta kill some sort of process, chat, because every shit is not doing well. CPU at 17%, so it's not CPU. What is fucking going on? Why is this like, it's like having, oh my gosh, chat, it's having YouTube on. It's because I don't have hardware acceleration. Because somebody told me that it might be better if I turned it off. Oh.
Supreme Court justices. They weaponized the entire legal system. The Russia hoax, the dirty dossiers. You remember every single one of them. Far left AGs, far left DAs in every far left place in this.
Yo, oh, god damn it. I'm sorry, chat. The technical difficulties are fucking killing me. Like, I'm starting to think I can't stream with this computer. I'm starting to think that I can't stream with this computer. I have got a suggestion on a new build, but it is like ridiculous. It's like $1,500 to, and that is not something that we can do super quick, right? I need to put that on there, but I am so sorry. What do I gotta kill? What fucking process do I gotta eliminate in order to get this shit? Is that gonna be better? I am so sorry. Okay, usually like it's not this bad, but it's like, okay, I think I just need to turn I think I need to just turn hardware acceleration back on. I don't know what I was thinking. That I was like, oh no, totally turn off hardware acceleration, they tell you. Like, yo, yeah, no, I'm sure that won't cause any problems. What? Where does that even live? It's in settings. Okay, let's go to settings. Hardware. All right. We're going to use hardware acceleration when available, and we're going to pray to the gods of the internet. I'm not a religious person, chat. I am not a religious person. But god damn it, do we ever need those internet gods on our side today? Please work.
After my father.
Please work.
They tried to pull him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Maine. And it has not worked.
We're better. Hardware acceleration is good. Okay, chat.
And then, guys, they tried to...
I don't like to talk about ideology a whole lot, but I've got to announce one part of my ideology, which I'm ride or die on. Hardware acceleration is fucking awesome, okay? Awesome.
Kill him. They tried to kill him. And it's because the Democratic Party, they can't do anything right. They can't do anything right. You see it this week in the FEMA response in North Carolina. And
there's another conspiracy theory, right? They've turned the hurricane into a conspiracy theory. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here. And again, chat, thank you for holding on.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so I guess this is just a little
Come here.
It's a preview.
Take over, Elon. Just take over.
That's what he's gonna tell Elon to do with the country. Take over, Elon. Okay, wait. What is it called? Control weather. That's what we're gonna look up. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Titan Greene. Yes, they can control the weather. They can control the weather. They tried to kill him. They impeached him, right? You're literally saying that fucking Nancy Pelosi is sitting in a back room smoking a cigar, being like, yeah, go in there, Ryan. What's his name? Ryan. Oh my god, I can't remember either of these fuckers' names. But knowing it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, we don't even know if she means the Democrats, like Eric Trump seems to be implying, or if she means the Jews, as she said in her weird space laser Facebook post. Yeah, they give her the clown shoes. That's right. Give her the clown shoes. Full on.
In Georgia and in South Carolina and in Florida, you have people's houses.
David Jenkins says TDS support group. David Jenkins, have you come here to cope? Right? If anybody needs support, it's the fucking wacko conspiracy theorists that think that the Democrats are out there trying to fucking give Donald Trump a free ear piercing. All right? That is the call coming from inside the house. And by inside the house, I mean that was a right-wing guy. Both of these guys have like weird right-wing histories. I mean, one of them, I can't even figure out his politics, right? The other one, all I know is that like he seems to be more right-wing than Trump. Maybe that was his problem with Trump. Trump's not right-wing enough for him. Like Trump didn't support the Nazis at Charlottesville enough. Trump didn't outright support the Proud Boys like enough. I don't know what their problem is, but apparently he's got a problem that he thought he could solve with a assault weapon.
Floating down river.
It's Starman X says it's Nancy's. It's Paul Pelosi. It's definitely it's Paul Pelosi.
And what does Kamala do? She comes out and says, "Yes, I'd like to give that."
Oh my God! So now they're like the hurricane is the fault of the Democrats as well, right?
Family $750. We send $200 billion over to Ukraine so beautiful young kids can shoot at each other in trenches.
Not letting Putin have his way in Ukraine, all right? That is why people are suffering in North Carolina, right? They could have turned the hurricane machine off because they control the weather, right? Whoever you think they are, right? Probably some mix of the Democrats and some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that like Marjorie Taylor Greene's talking about, right? But like they could have done it, but they ran out of money. The hurricane machine, you got to put a quarter in it, right? And they ran out of quarters because they spent all those quarters on the Ukraine machine, right? On the Ukraine like video game. That's what happened.
$200 billion. We give hundreds of billions of dollars to Pakistan. They wouldn't tell us that bin Laden was literally a mile away from their equivalent of West Point. We send hundreds of billions of dollars to them. We gave $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America.
They didn't give shit to Iran, right? They made a deal to stop Iran from reprocessing their spent nuclear fuel into weapons. They got UN inspectors in there to make sure that Iran, if you're worried about Iran, does not develop nukes. And they unfroze Iranian assets that they possibly illegally froze in order to get that leverage, in order to force Iran to the table. That was Obama. That was Obama that did that. And who blew it up, right? Because Iran is not under that deal. There's no inspectors in there now. That deal got blown up. Who blew it up? Oh, it's right. It's your dad. It's your fucking dad. Your dad blew it up. Your dad canceled that deal. Right? That negotiation is for naught thanks to Donald fucking Trump. And the whole world is, you know, in more danger because of that. There's a lot of stuff that Trump has done that has lended itself towards destabilizing the world that we live in. There's a lot of, especially the conflict right now in Israel, in Lebanon, you know, Israel and Iraq, like that shit is the seeds were laid by Donald Trump, right? Moving the embassy to Jerusalem, allowing the annexation of the Golan Heights, cutting the Palestinians out of any negotiation between Israel and other nations in the area, right? All these things were done, putting Jared Kushner, Nepo baby in law, Jared Kushner, as the head diplomat for the Abraham Accords. Yeah, this is all Trump stuff. This is all shit that Donald Trump... So I don't want to hear this shit about, he didn't start any wars. Bullshit. He assassinated an Iranian official. And when Iran hit back with missiles that caused, like, you know, brain injuries to some U.S. soldiers, he's like, what's the big deal with a headache? It's just a headache. I don't care about a headache. Yeah, no, fuck this guy. Fuck his family. Fuck these mutants that call themselves the Trump family. There's something really rotten in Denmark, right? And by Denmark, I mean the fucking Trump family. There's something fucked up about it. The whole fucking... I'm sorry. I know there's probably good people in that family too, but holy shit. If you're in the Trump family, you are sus. Have Trump 4 years and the fascists around the world got Lebensraum, yeah.
And Kamala Harris comes out and says, we're going to give $750 to the person who lost their house in a mudslide. Guys, this isn't America first. This is America last. But the good news, help is on the way.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you mean like the help that he gave the people in California suffering from the wildfires? That kind of help? Is that what we're talking about? Is that the help that's on the way? Do you know that Donald Trump was not going to do shit for people suffering from wildfires in California, a natural disaster that took place during his term, until he was convinced by his advisors that there were, in fact, Republicans in Orange County. He was like, no, California, that's liberal. I'm not going to give them shit. They don't get shit. They don't get anything, right? Until they were like, no. It's Orange County. It's Orange County. There's Republicans out there. He's like, oh, I guess I'll send them help. No, fuck that shit. You remember when he threw paper towels to people suffering from a hurricane? No, this is not the guy. They're literally accusing the Biden administration, I guess, but really they're talking about Kamala Harris because they want to tack it all onto her, of shit that the Trump administration did. That for real though.
Help is on the way from the...
Like politicizing help for natural disasters, that is in Trump's wheelhouse. That is something that Trump does.
Bravest person I have ever met in my entire life. My father's been the greatest father a person could ever have. He's been an inspiration to this entire country. And he was an inspiration here in Butler when he stood up with blood running down his face and said, fight, fight, fight.
The more you keep humping this horse, the more you're going to feed into the conspiracy theory that this was a fucking setup. The more you keep on trying to rekindle that magic by going back to Butler, by trying to shove it in people's face. No, you've got to vote for him. He survived an assassination. He bled from his ear. He's given his blood for America. The more you try to do that shit, the more people are going to think that this is some fucking conspiracy. And the fact that Trump sees a conspiracy behind every bush, under every rock, does not help either.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
We have become a nation of conspiracy theorists, and unfortunately, those conspiracy theories
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
are not just endemic to the right anymore. And this kind of like politicization of an assassination attempt, it is not helping either side. But I mean, look, this is what they're looking for. This is what they want. This is what they're trying to do. They don't have anything. They're losing in states like North Carolina. They can't win North Carolina. They can't win a state in the South, right? Let alone Pennsylvania. So they're going back to this to try to see if they can perpetuate they can activate enough conspiracy theorists to think that this is like, you know, the fact that he got his ear pierced by one of his own fucking supporters, by a right-wing Republican weirdo, is evidence that the deep state has got it in for Donald Trump.
I love all of you so much. I really mean it. This is a family. This isn't politics, guys.
It's a cult.
Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a movement of absolute love.
This is absolutely politics. You are politicizing an assassination attempt. That is exactly what you're doing right now, because you don't have anything. You don't have anything to offer. You don't have any real policy. You said that you were going to come in and drain the swamp in 2016. 4 years, nothing. No power was really challenged.
Of hundreds of millions.
Now you want to come and say, oh no, we were going to get around to it. Drain the swamp was the next thing. That was February of 2020. That's when the swamp was supposed to get drained. But gosh darn it, they took him out of power too quickly.
People who want to save the United States, who want to keep our country number one at absolutely everything we do. And that's why we're going to re-elect Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Guys, we love you. And to a woman that is doing a truly great job in every aspect of life. From being a great
Oh, I didn't think they were going to mention Kamala.
wife to an unbelievable mother. By the way, I think Caroline and Luke Trump are the most popular Trumps right now. Did you guys see them a couple weeks ago? Vote for Grandpa. Make America great again. But she's doing a hell of a job as the RNC co-chair. You know, I get to go to bed every single night and wake up every single morning listening about voter integrity. It's really great. I'm really, really excited for November 6th when Laura can turn over in the morning and not talk about voter integrity. But she's doing a hell of a job. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura Trump.
Oh, she's going to speak.
All right, Pennsylvania. Is anybody here ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Well, we're 31 days away. 1 month from right now, as Donald Trump always says, will be the most important day in the history of America, because this is a pivotal moment for our country. And I don't even have to tell anybody that here. We can all feel it. This is no longer a fight between Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. It is good versus evil.
This is all you've got as a cult.
Good is going to win this battle, ladies and gentlemen. And if you had any...
Like, literally, they got nothing. They got no issues, they got no rhetoric, they got nothing. All they can do is be like, no, it's fucking evil, it's evil. Do you like hurricanes? Kamala is for the hurricane. Do you like people eating your pets? Kamala is for people eating your pets. She's evil. Do you like demons? Kamala's gonna bring the demons in. Like, you got nothing. You got nothing. You gotta turn it into good and evil? This might as well be Scientology. This is no longer MAGA. This is no longer a political movement. This is a straight up cult. This is a straight up fucking cult. And if you're not with them, you are a suppressive person. If you don't take Donald Trump's lies, obvious, blatant, provable lies as the gospel truth, you are anti-God. You are anti the side of good. You are evil. You are a demon. You are working with the devil. This is all they fucking got. This is what they got to resort to. They're fucking evil. This is evil. This is evil. This is what it looks like. This is what it does. This is how it operates.
Freaking communist invading radicals.
Question whether God exists and he performs miracles. We got our answer here on July 13th, right here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I gotta say it. They love that Trump has had assassination attempts, right? And that is not a good look, considering about half of the country thinks that this was an op. Now, I don't think that, all right? I've thought experimented it. Like, how would this work, right? Trump has a razor blade in his palm. They make an arrangement for somebody that's an expert marksman to shoot at him, but to narrowly miss. And then when he goes down on the floor, he cuts his ear with the razor, right? I don't think that's real. I don't think that happened, right? I think he really did get injured. I mean, I don't have any proof of it, and it's kind of strange that we don't have proof of it. It's strange that we don't have proof of anything. It's strange that this guy didn't submit his tax returns like every other presidential candidate in history. But I'm willing to use my Occam's razor to say that something like faking an assassination attempt is too dangerous, and that Donald Trump is not competent enough to do that. But there's a lot of people out there that are smelling fish when it comes to Donald Trump, and the fact that they love the assassination attempt so much, the fact that they cannot get over that when the rest of the country has moved on and is rightly not taking this as a political issue to vote for. Oh, vote for the guy that got, a bullet shot on it. No, like, look at the policies and decide who you want to vote for and who you don't want to vote for. Look at the loss of manufacturing jobs from the guy claiming that he wants to bring manufacturing back. He had his chance. He had 4 years. In year 3, right, that's 1 year before COVID. So before you say I'm blaming him for what happened in COVID, I'm talking about a year before. He lost jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. This guy that's lying through his fucking teeth to you that he's going to make you better off financially, that he did make you better off financially. But just, you got to forget completely the horror of 2020. You got to forget what it was like to be under attack from an invisible enemy. From a virus, right, that nobody really completely understood, and to have that jackass as the one with executive power at that time, talking about putting bleach up your ass to kill the virus. Yeah, that was a scary time, and we're not going back. We're not going back to that. We've had 4 years of him. We saw what it did, and it wasn't good. The only thing that he ever got passed was tax cuts for millionaires. And you know what he didn't get passed? Thankfully, the other thing that he was really trying to pass, the other thing that he had a chance of doing, the other thing that he actually put effort towards was repealing Obamacare, was taking away people's health care, right? One vote from having that happen. We're not going back. We're not doing that again. It's not happening.
He spared Donald Trump's life because he was not finished with Donald Trump. And he did it not once, but twice. And I've said it time and time again, but now you feel it more than ever. Donald Trump was made for such a time as this.
Literally a religious appeal. That's what we're getting from these assholes. This is a cult. This is a cult. They have turned motherfucking Donald Trump, the most odious celebrity from the 80s, the most disgusting man, somebody that's not even good as a businessman, right? You know what the one thing that Donald Trump has succeeded at during his lifetime was? Reality star. He did good as a reality star. every other business that he did, he lost his ass. He got bailed out by his dad. He started with daddy's money. He lost daddy's money. Daddy came by to bail him the fuck out because he is a loser. And he has always been a loser. And everything that this man touches turns to shit. But we're going to turn this piece of human shit into a religious figure. Like the agent of God, the agent of Jesus. God and Jesus sent Trump down for this time to protect us. Yes, he's going to grab you up like a AI cat, and he's going to carry you away from the Haitian mobs that are trying to eat you. That's right. It's a, prophecy. But there are people out there that believe that. That's literally part of MAGA.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Those are the hardest core MAGA supporters out there, is the ones that actually look at Trump as the son of man. They've literally built a fucking religion around this guy. And it's sick. You couldn't find a grosser person to do this with, right? It's an affront. You hold up a piece of human fucking garbage. One of the worst people in the world that's alive right now. And you say, this is God's messenger. This is God's chosen one. He called himself the fucking chosen one. If there is a God, all right? If there is a Zeus up there in heaven, right now, he's getting a lightning bolt ready for this asshole. Because this is some blasphemy right here. If God is real, if divinity, religion, all that shit, if that's real at all, if there is a real God, that God is right now fashioning a lightning bolt for Donald Trump because he has done the most offensive thing possible. He is literally calling himself God on earth. And that, you better hope that the atheists are right, Trump supporters. You better hope that there is no God, because if there is a God, he fucking hates Donald Trump.
Such an honor to be back here in Butler. And I knew before Donald Trump even said he wanted to come back here that he would come back to Butler, Pennsylvania, because in life,
because it's the only thing he's got to campaign on. Because that was the last time he was up in the polls. He's come to Butler, Pennsylvania to cope, to try to invoke some sort of magic, which is like the way that we were doing in the election, in the polls back then. Could we please have some more of that? He's like hoping for another shooter. That's what he needs. That's his only appeal, is the dude gets shot at, right? You got to vote for the guy that gets shot at.
You can operate with fear and cowardice, or you can operate with strength and faith. And that's what Donald Trump operates with, strength and faith. And that's the kind of leader we need to see back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We need strength in this country. And Eric's right. I've been doing a little...
MC says still up in the polls. MC, you got to stop puffing that copium, all right? You're looking at Rasmussen. You're looking at Trafalgar. What you're looking at is not a poll. What you're looking at is somebody's attempt to chase clout by being like the only pollster to be like, oh no, Trump's looking strong in Pennsylvania. Trump's looking strong in Michigan. Trump's coming on in Wisconsin. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's a great way to get on Fox News. To straight up lie like that, to manipulate the fucking data, to oversample the fuck out of Trump voters. But that's not a good way to run a poll. We'll take a look. We'll see what's going on. I don't think even Nate Silver. Like, do you realize that's how hard you're coping, MC? Nate Silver doesn't even have Trump up anymore. And he's speaking of a clout chaser, speaking of a right-wing grifter.
Something with making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections, and that only legal citizens are...
They are right now trying to steal the election. They are trying to ban votes that come in by mail that get there after election day, right? They are trying to disenfranchise people. They are trying to eliminate people from the voter rolls. They do not want... The last thing they want is free and fair elections, because the last time we had free and fair elections, Trump lost. Their only hope is to slow down the count and be able to pull some legal bullshit.
Voting in our elections here in the United States of America. That's okay. It's been the #1 focus of the RNC since I took over alongside our chairman, Michael Whatley, back in March. We have had a big goal of recruiting 100,000 people to volunteer as poll watchers, poll workers, legal experts on the ground. And we said, I don't know, 100,000 is a lot. I'm happy to report that we have trained 200,000 people across this country to do that. So our message is very clear. If you are a person who is considering cheating in our elections, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you're an illegal citizen...
Wow, that's great. Hey, yeah, no, take care of it in-house, right? In the family.
...voting in our election, we'll track you down and prosecute you to the full extent of the law, and you're leaving this country. How's that sound? Don't do it. It's not worth it. But real quick, before I go, is everybody in this crowd registered to vote? Well, it could be that you've heard of someone who's been doing so much voter registration right here in Pennsylvania. His name is Scott Pressler.
And we don't care about him. Thanks for introducing him, though. Let's get to the main event. All right, let's get to our dude. Right now, the part I'm not going to be able to show you is that, yes, he did indeed come out to YMCA. That is his theme song. That is his favorite thing. It's strange. It's strange for a guy like Trump, you know, how into, like, I mean, I would say that... Like, for a guy as homophobic as Trump is, he really loves gay culture. I gotta say. Early voting in person this week? Nice. Let's make sure that YMCA is not playing, though, because we cannot. That's kryptonite to me. I can't have the... Nope. Oh, that's God Bless the USA. All right. Yeah, he started off... Wait, can we... I kind of want to watch him dance, though. He does dance here. Right, Elon Musk is jumping around. Donald Trump dances to YMCA. God damn it. I know I saw... Oh, wait, is it this? Right here? I kind of want to see him dance. We gotta mute it, though, because YMCA is not... I want to see him do the thing. That's why I watch Trump.
Just underscore Julie super chatted $5. This one's for the mods. Heart hands, heart hands, heart hands, heart hands, heart hands, heart hands, heart hands.
Heart hands. Thank you, Just Julie. That gets us up to 47%. I was told he was going to dance. I know he dances. Maybe it's later? What is that? What the fuck is going on there? What is that person doing? What is that? What the fuck am I looking at? Chat, I don't understand what I just saw. We roll that back. The person in the orange outfit, what is going on there? I just want to see him do his little shitty YMCA dance. What is that? What's going on? What am I looking at? I don't understand what I am seeing. I wish we could zoom in. There's somebody like in a jersey. Do they have it pulled up over their head? What's going on? What is the fuck is that? What am I looking at? Okay, wait. Do they have a picture of him? Okay, do they have like a picture of him on their shirt or on their jersey? and they're like raising it up so you can see it. I don't understand. Can't make sense of this. What am I looking at? What is that? Like, what in the fuck is that? Okay, I think he's holding up a shirt, right? He's got a shirt like in front of him. We're gonna have to see his mouth move. All right, he's not looking so good. His face looks like it's gonna fall off of his skull by itself, not with any help from Trump supporters, gun nuts. Anybody can make sense of what I just saw? He's walking on fodder. Who's this guy? Oh, is he the singer of, like, God Bless the USA? Did they actually bring him out? Is that Lee Greenwood? Trump often dances to display dominance to their flock and to attract a suitable male. Yeah, they're definitely singing "Proud to be an American." The chat's making fun of it, saying "Proud to be a felon." God, there's like a lot of Kamala fans in this live event chat. I'm surprised. Gonna give him a kiss. Kiss his bald head. There you go. A salute. Okay. I don't know where. Did we miss the freaking YMCA dance? I'll see if I can find it on Twitter. We need to see his YMCA dance. It's important. It's very, very important. All right, let's make sure music is over. Yeah, chat. This is like a Fox News affiliate, and the chat is like 50-50 Kamala supporters, Trump supporters.
You to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania.
Gotta remember the state I'm in. Pennsylvania?
And
he almost said Pennsyltucky, didn't he?
As I was saying, oh, I love that. I love that chart. I love that graph. Isn't it a beautiful thing?
Well, you also love the flag, but you don't need to hump the chart. You also don't need to hump the flag. You probably shouldn't try to procreate with inanimate objects, but then again, who's going to tell J.D. Vance that?
But also beautiful because look at the number. That's the day I left office. It was the lowest Border Patrol, the lowest it's ever been. Illegal immigration. Today it's out of control. But I love it for other reasons, too. You know that. So thank you very much, and thank Lee and what Lee has done with that song, and it's such an honor to have it. I want to just let you know.
Yes, thank you, Lee Greenwood.
Tonight I return to Butler in the aftermath of tragedy and heartache to deliver a simple...
So, chat, if you can observe what time of day it is in Pennsylvania, in Butler, Pennsylvania, right? Notice the way that the shadows are falling on Trump, right? Notice the angle of the sun. Does anybody want to tell me what time of day this is? It's not dawn. It's not noon. It's not really the afternoon anymore. It's getting pretty late here by the time Trump approaches the podium. Yes, chat, that's right. It is sundown time. It is sundowning time, and we're about to see some sundowning. We're about to see some elder abuse. I don't feel good about it. You shouldn't feel good about it. But if you thought that we you know, that the laughing at a senior citizen was over when Biden withdrew from the race, you are sadly mistaken, because Trump, well, he's going to give Biden and his Biden dementia a run for its money. Let's see what he's got for us.
Message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of America.
He's on stage just in time to sundown.
Our movement to make America great again stands stronger, prouder, more united, more determined, and nearer to victory than ever before. We're going to make America great again. Going to win the election.
I don't know what he's talking about. You were doing objectively better when you gave your first speech in Butler, right? Biden had just been defeated. Biden was vanquished. Biden vanquished himself. Biden owned himself in that debate. Biden disqualified himself from running. And Trump has never seen numbers like that before. This is a guy, remember, that has not ever won a popular vote. He won the electoral vote in 2016 while coming in 2 million votes behind Hillary Clinton. Even Hillary Clinton he could not beat, right? But we don't elect president by a popular vote. We elect president by the corrupt electoral college. And so Donald Trump became president, even losing by 2 million votes. Now, in 2020, he lost outright in both ways. He lost the electoral vote. He lost the popular vote. He lost everything. And after that, he lost his shit and took his bullshit case to every court that he could find, harangued Republican officials in a multitude of states to, quote unquote, find him 11,000 votes so that he could be declared the winner. But it was to no avail. He coped and he coped and he coped some more, and he still fucking lost. He is the biggest loser in the history of presidential races. But yeah, this is one thing that he's never done, is actually achieve a majority or even a plurality of votes, because he's a loser.
Got to win the election. And to all Americans, whether you are Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, or Liberal, or you have no label whatsoever, it makes no difference. Our movement, it belongs to you. It belongs to our country. It belongs to our country. And together, in just 1 month, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American security, prosperity, sovereignty, and freedom for our citizens of every race,
Bunch of words that mean nothing.
religion, color, and creed.
Word salad for everyone.
Exactly 12 weeks ago this evening, on this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me and to silence the greatest movement, Maga.
So speaking of the assassin, right? It's a weird guy. This is a guy that looked up on Google, not just Trump, but I believe Nancy Pelosi, I believe Merrick Garland. Like, he was essentially just looking for a prominent, I think Biden too, right? So to call him cold-blooded is a little bit weird, right? That he's trying to paint a picture that this guy fucking hated Trump, he hated MAGA, he couldn't stand, he's some deep state plant or something like that, or some like Democrat or something. This is a guy who just wanted to shoot a famous person, and Trump was the closest one coming to his state, right? The shortest car trip was to take a shot at Trump. So I don't know, cold-blooded. It's a weird dude for sure. I don't know if I'd call him cold-blooded.
The history of our country, MAGA. We love MAGA. For 16 harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch.
See, it would make more sense if he was pure evil, if he had a bunch of hatred, if he had a history of hating Donald Trump's guts, but he didn't. He didn't. He was a weird, fucked up kid. He was a debate lord that annoyed like everyone in his class, and apparently wanted to go out with a bang, I guess.
Not so far away, but by the hand of Providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal. Did not come close. He did not stop our movement. He did not break out our spirit. He did not shake our unyielding resolve to save America from evils of poverty, hatred, and destruction. Yet we are here this evening in record numbers. This is a big crowd. This is a big one. This is a big one. Not only to mark the triumph of American spirit, but over, and you know that this is really, truly, in the truest sense, spirit over evil and adversity, but also to pay tribute to some of the best and bravest we have ever known. This field is now a monument to the valor of our first responders, to the resilience of our fellow citizens, and
You're not gonna thank the Secret Service?
to the sacrifice of a loving and devoted father.
It's a weird situation too, right? Because you've got a Secret Service that did the right thing. They tackled this guy as soon as the gunshots went off. And then Trump put all of their lives in danger to get to fucking mug for a, you know, for it's just like a publicity shot, right? He puts everybody's life in further danger, right? Somebody shoots at you and you're a presidential candidate. The first thing on my mind would be, okay, well, maybe they got the guy, but is he a lone shooter? Because if you dally at all, if you don't do what they're trying to get him into the car. They're trying to get him safe. And he wants to fucking sit there and take a picture. And his dumb fuck fans are like, he's so brave. He's so brave. No, that's a man with nothing to lose. That's a man with nothing to lose. If he doesn't get elected, he's going to go to jail. He's going to get an ankle bracelet strapped onto his ankle, right? He is going to actually, for once in his spoiled rich life, be held accountable for the criminal actions that he's been doing all his fucking life. And he can't have that. He would rather, it seems to me, get JFK'd all over that fucking stage than face justice. So I'm glad that that shooter was unsuccessful, because it's going to be a lot more satisfying to see this fucker get sentenced.
A really great man, you know that. Forever afterward, forever after, all who have visited this hallowed place will remember what happened here, and they will know of the character and courage that so many incredible American patriots have showed and know, and they know it at a level...
Serenity Silver says Kamala should go to jail for what? Pissing you off? For triggering you? For making your man baby presidential candidate look like the fucking man baby he is? For owning this dude in a debate? What should she be sent to jail for?
Before, probably. First, I want to thank the men and women of the U.S. Secret Service who threw their bodies on top.
Anyway, we got to get to Elon. Oh, see, he is going to thank the Secret Service. Okay. You should thank them. And you should cooperate. The motherfucker's worried about his shoes, right? He gets fucking shot at. The first thing that he wants to do is make sure that he gets his elevator shoes so nobody sees that he's not as tall as he pretends to be. Here we go. I'm gonna bring on Elon now.
Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created so many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space.
That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Do you know that? They privatized the space program. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Like, that's a failure of our government. You want to talk about the government and its failures? Talk about the fact that they let this jackass take over the space program. Like, what kind of corruption is that?
Here. Take over, Elon. Just take over.
Oh wait, yeah, we see the Jersey guy. Sorry, he's not from Jersey. He just
American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over.
Okay, so yeah, he just had a jersey on. He's got something on the front of his jersey. I'm guessing it's Trump related. And he was holding it up in front of, but it looks so weird. It was like, there's a man without a head. Why is there a man without, what? Are they trying to make some sick joke here?
Elon, just take over.
Here's Elon.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
Dark MAGA.
Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And
Are we going to glaze him up again for getting a high-powered ear piercing from one of his adoring fans? Is that what we're going to do?
we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was...
We got you one standing right in front of you who can't stand up straight. If that camera turned and got a profile of him, you would see that Trumpty Dumpty is tilted. He cannot stand up straight.
Pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight! Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to take away your right to vote effectively.
Serenity Silver says, do you all just love to be mean to people? Serenity, you're the Trump supporter. You tell me. You tell me, because the only thing that this guy's ever had going for him is that he supposedly pisses off the libs. And as much as you might be surprised to know that I hate libs as well, I actually hate him a lot more.
You've got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is...
So more conspiracy theories. We already had a conspiracy theory from his son about that somehow the Kamala sent the hurricane, or that she doesn't want to help with the hurricane. We already had one conspiracy theory. Now we're going to get another, right? And this is a classic. That somehow illegal immigrants are voting. It's never happened. It's not a thing.
Just passed a law banning voter ID.
What's next? What's next? Are we gonna? They're also killing the babies. The babies come out, and the doctor takes the baby away and says, "Let's kill the baby because we love abortion so much." And that's why we have to ban abortion, right? This is just like this is all they fucking have is lies and conspiracy theories.
ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So, how are you supposed to have a good, proper election?
I still can't believe that the guy in the jersey is real. He does not look real.
There's no ID. It's just meaningless. And free speech. Free speech is the bedrock of democracy.
Free speech, so we're gonna keep people from voting. Fuck you, Elon. There's one reason and one reason only they've got voter ID. It's because they know that the people that are less likely to have ID are more likely to vote against them. It's the whole fucking reason. The whole fucking purpose is to try to scam the election. And this is from Scam Master Donald, who's been running a fucking scam all of his life. This is somebody who has wasted the fruits of other people's labor his entire life. This is somebody who's been fucking supported by the workers of America all his fucking life. This is someone who's never contributed a goddamn thing to this society and yet feels so fucking entitled that even when he loses the election, he feels like, no, but like, I'm a rich. I get what I want. That's the rule. That's the rule. I'm going to go to court. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to harangue the governor of Georgia to find me 11,000 more votes.
Going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment.
That's why it's the First Amendment. Talk about word salad. Free speech, good. That's why it's the First Amendment. You gotta have free speech. You don't believe in free speech? I like free speech. I like things that are good. I'm against evil. The other side is all about the evil. Fuck evil. I am going with the good. I'm going with the free speech. I'm going, everything that's nice and good and right is true about me. If it's bad and mean and ugly, it's true about you. That is his whole fucking thing. I don't know why nobody's figured this out yet, right? It's not that he lies. It's that he speaks reflexively in a narcissistic way, and it comes out as lies. Because a narcissist, a malignant fucking narcissist like Donald Trump is actually not a nice thing.
Is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
You're literally talking about deporting students over their exercise of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is cool as long as somebody doesn't use it to say free Palestine. Then we got a question. Then we got a question about whether that First Amendment speech is really protected, right? The First Amendment for Donald Trump is the right of chuds to roll into Portland, Oregon in pickup trucks with paintball guns with frozen pellets and harass people and attack people. And then if somebody strikes back, they're going to get extrajudicial execution. They're going to be executed by law enforcement. That's what he thinks of as free speech, right? That's what that shit means to him. Free speech is your right to be fucking terrified by brown-shirted thugs.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay? And get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona, 48 hours. Like, text people now. Now. And then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. So get everyone you know. So I'm speaking to people out there. Everyone in the crowd, I think, is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know, at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Registered to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason, okay? So.
And the reason is because you're nervous and you're actually not a good public speaker. I don't know. Is it just that he's never been in front of a crowd like this before? Does he have the fact that this is where Donald Trump got his ear piercing on his mind? Like, for whatever reason, this is about as nervous as I've ever seen Elon Musk.
Nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is the one takeaway, more than anything, that will matter.
Look, this is the one thing that I agree with Elon Musk about. All right? Voting in this country sucks. You don't have good candidates. You have a choice of bad candidates. However, it is still worthwhile to consider weaponizing your vote, which you do have, to try to prevent the worst case scenario. And this shit right here, Project 2025, incarnate as Donald Trump, is the worst case scenario. So yeah, no, get registered, get voting.
Those registrations, and then getting.
He's way quieter than Trump.
Vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest, just be a pest to everyone you know.
You know all about that, don't you, Elon?
People on the street everywhere. Vote, vote, vote.
I feel like he's making Donald cringe. Trump is like, get this guy off the stage.
Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
He probably said something like he probably ripped on him. I don't know.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships, because he'd really rather do that. Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of...
Yeah, let's correct that. He'd rather be profiting off of somebody else's rocket ship design and construction, right? Because he doesn't do shit except for collect the paycheck at the end of the day.
The rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible. Incredible.
I love how we have this system where the most revered people are the people that do the least. The best paid people are the people that don't lift a fucking finger.
He says is true. What he says.
And you got jackasses like that guy standing behind him that just love to be exploited. Look at these hogs. They're like, slaughter me, Donald. I will make delicious bacon for you. Please exploit the fuck out of me, Mr. Rich Millionaire. I don't want a union representing me. I want to get paid jack shit so that I can birth kids that'll get paid back jack shit. Like this, it's so fucking sad. It's so fucking sad. That's the thing about Trump supporters. People think I hate Trump supporters. No, I feel sorry for Trump supporters.
It's true. You know, we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life, but it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win. If we don't win, it's, as he said, it's just not important. We have to save our country, so you have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to get your friends and vote because, you know, they play a lot of tricks, this particular other side. Elon's a very nice guy. He doesn't want to say it, but they play a lot of tricks. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen again. We can't let it happen. And one thing, they showed us how bad they are. They showed us how bad a job they do. So that's one thing we got from this 4 years. They've done the worst job. That's the worst president in the history of our country. It's the worst vice president. in the history of our country. And if you watched over the last couple of days, they are doing, this is a Katrina for them. This is one of the worst, they say it's the worst job ever done on helping people through the ravages of a hurricane.
So he's making this up. The governors of the states that are affected are thanking Joe Biden right now. None of this is true. It's just something that he can throw out there. And like, he's proven that you don't need any, like if he says they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, that shows you everything you need to know. The MAGA crowd will believe anything. So if he says they're not taking care of people affected by the hurricane, or they're somehow spending the money on immigrants, or they're spending the money on Ukraine, or they're spending the money on transgender people, his asshole fucking followers will eat that slop up.
And they're watching, she's out there campaigning in San Francisco, a place that she ruined. Okay, she ruined.
So
she ruined San Francisco.
You know what you ruined? You hurt the response. You hurt the aid response by going to those states for a photo op to pretend that you're doing something. What the fuck is Donald Trump going to do for you? Is Donald Trump going to help lay sandbags? Is Donald Trump going to stop the rain? What is Donald Trump? Is Donald Trump going to fix your house? What is he going to do? No, he's just there to take pictures. He's just there to fulfill his narcissistic fucking ego. And he's actually getting in the way of the local response to the hurricane. They're asking him, don't show up here. Don't come here yet. We're not ready. We can't take, like, defending a fucking presidential candidate while we're trying to get people help. This motherfucker is so fucking dishonest that he's accusing Kamala Harris of doing something that he's doing, that he does, because he's the one who doesn't give a fuck about you if you've lost family in the hurricane. He's the one that doesn't give a fuck about the fact that we're having worse and worse hurricanes every fucking year. That climate change takes the woes that are just, going to happen, regardless, like natural disasters happen and make them even worse. Year after year after year. This guy's a monster.
She ruined, think of this, she ruined San Francisco. She was the worst DA. And she ruined the state of California, and now she wants to ruin the United States of America. We can't let her do it. So I called Elon to tell him.
You know the thumbnails that like somebody like Moist Critical will do? Right? They're thumbnails like the worst X. Right? And that thumbnail is guaranteed, like, right? So if you talk about something that everybody's talking about, like Chapel Roan, right? Then you can use Chapel Roan in the title. But if you're introducing somebody that nobody really knows about, but they should because they're like phenomenally bad at something, then you use that title like the worst. That's what Donald Trump is doing. Except it's irrespective of anything. It is like, my opponent is the worst. I am the best. They are terrible. I am really good. It's reflexive. And I'm surprised that people have not caught on to this yet. There is no engagement with the truth. There is no engagement with reality. It is just a cavalcade of superlatives. All the good superlatives apply to me. All the bad superlatives apply to you. That's all he fucking does. That's all he's fucking ever done. And it doesn't matter if he's, campaigning against Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ would be the worst water to wine, the worst, pulling extra fish out of a bag, the worst, walking on water. Like, I can walk on water much better. When I walk on water, I walk 1 foot above water. You can tell when he's walking on water, he's, his toes are getting wet. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It's the same response to anyone and anything. And how does anybody look at that and say, yeah, this is an honest guy? No, this is real.
That they needed Starlink as an example. They couldn't get Starlink. I didn't know what Starlink was, I must tell you. Elon, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. He loves Starlink. He can tell you every little screw that's needed, every wire. I didn't know. But when I was in North Carolina. And
Elon couldn't tell you shit about Starlink either. He's not an engineer. He's not a programmer. He's not anything except for a spoiled rich motherfucker from South Africa.
Georgia just the other day, yesterday to be exact, but they were saying we have tremendous communications, especially in North Carolina, and we have tremendous problems. We have no communication. The poles were ripped down, the wires were underwater, houses were destroyed, possibly 1,000 people, maybe more.
Motherfucker wants to politicize a hurricane.
You know, there's 600 people missing. Missing is not good, because you know what missing...
Missing is not good. It's because of Kamala. She should have gone out there and found them. Like, right? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Means generally that's really bad. And they had no communication. They had literally no communication with, they called it the mainland, because the water was so crazy. It was like they were in the middle of a lake, and they'd never seen anything like it. And they said, do you know somebody named Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know him a little bit. He just endorsed me, actually. Although he endorsed me a long time ago, but he still, to me, every day is a good endorsement from Elon. Nobody's smarter than...
Look, if Starlink can help North Carolina, then it shouldn't be fucking politicized. It shouldn't need a call from Trump to get it. If that there's need for it, and there's somebody that has it, right? This is the way the world should work. If somebody's in need out there, and there's somebody that can help them, they should fucking help them. Now, that's not how capitalism works. That's not how anything works. But sometimes in a serious situation like a hurricane, you know, people will feel empathy, and they'll use what they have to try to help people, even if it's not benefiting them financially. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be a thing of like, oh no, let's set it up to make it look like it's Trump calling you. And Elon Musk is like, oh, well, now that I caught the call from Trump, I guess we'll help them out with Starlink. If Starlink can be useful in saving lives, then goddamn, you're a piece of shit for not using it. Or for withholding it, or for pretending that it's only by virtue of Donald Trump that you're able to help them like this. That's fucking bullshit. All right, speaking of which, let's talk about polls. Let's talk about the polls this year. Let's talk about Nate Silver, a once golden boy of polling, who has now just basically become a clown show, become a ridiculous figure for insisting on including models and polls that just have no bearing, right? In being taken seriously. I mean, you can look at the polls. There are certain polls, Rasmussen, Trafalgar are the ones that come to mind, that consistently give good news to the Republicans when there is no good news to be had. And if you're Nate Silver, you insist on including these in your aggregation and saying, oh, no, this outlier is really important to average in with the rest of it. So yeah, let's take a look. This is majority report. So we're going to see, I think this has got Edingermentum in it as well. Let's take a look at what they got for us, and then we'll go to the Anna Kasparian content after that.
All right, let's turn to your guide to pollsters, because I think this is very helpful for people. You have been quick to point out this dynamic here that I'll read this part of the beginning of your piece. While past elections usually only saw one or two well-known firms with systemic Republican slants, the Biden era has seen a rise of a huge number of such pollsters who often put out just as much, if not more, data than nonpartisan firms. Can you talk about this new dynamic in polling and these Republican...
Jay Rich asks me, election coverage on this channel in November, I hope. Yes.
Slanted firms kind of cropping up and being included in things like Nate Silver's average, for example?
Yeah, I think this is an instance where the kind of institutional sort of people who follow this, who have been doing this like since like the 2000s or even earlier than that, are not really kind of adjusting as much to new reality. The presumption, like the kind of game theory sort of logic for why Nate Silver would always include everybody and everybody into his models was that like every firm has their primary incentive is to be as correct as possible so they can make more money and get more clients. So we shouldn't assume anything about their motivations other than that they want to like have the most accurate numbers possible. Like that was just like the rule that he had. Anything other than that would just be unfair discrimination. And I think like in 2012, that was probably a fair thing to say. I don't think that's what things look like now in an era of widespread election denial and extreme polarization, where like it's a lot less, there's a lot less of an incentive to like try to be the number one rated pollster in the New York Times, like polling metric rating system or whatever like they have, or like 538's rating system. That's a lot less of like, that's a lot less lucrative than to just have the best numbers for Trump as much as possible, so you can be put on Fox News to talk about why Trump is winning. This was already done.
Sasha G says Elon is mad that his daughter is trans, so now he wants to hurt trans people. I mean, that's actually his radicalizing. He was fairly middle of the road as far as politics went before his daughter transitioned. Yeah.
For like years. I think like in the late 2000s during the Tea Party, they would have Scott Rasmussen, who would repeatedly go on Fox to say how his polls vindicated like Republican Party talking points. And this has become a whole industry in the era of Trump, where you have these entire pollsters whose whole purpose is to fashion results that show results, and often like shifts that just
Story VR says, I can't wait for them all to lose. If he doesn't win this election, I doubt he would be able to run after another 4 years. Yeah, if he doesn't win this election, he's going to face some legal consequence. He's going to be convicted. He's already been convicted, but he's going to be convicted of something with a fairly substantial sentence. Now, it may just be an ankle bracelet, right? That's usually how the wealthy get treated in this society. We don't have a real justice system. We have a at least a multi-tiered justice system, but the main two tiers are that wealthy people don't have fuck all for consequences, and the rest of us, oh my god, you fucking sneeze or fart, and you're gonna go to jail forever. So it's a very, very unequal system.
Fit entirely in line with Republican talking points. People become huge celebrities off of doing this. They like get constant like appearances on like TV and on radio off of having these results.
So now I've experienced this too, right? In terms of my thumbnails and my titles, right? I've even recently experienced like a video where I titled the thumbnail, I titled the video one thing and didn't get a lot of response from it. And I titled it something with a little bit higher stakes, right? When I talk about the weird candidate that Donald Trump has endorsed and the fact that he's calling him Martin Luther King on steroids, I don't get a lot of action on that. When I talk about how this race in North Carolina might actually sink Trump, right? You get that incentive. Now, in this case, there's some truth to that, right? Because the North Carolinian governor candidate is doing so badly, and North Carolina is such a close state that you could imagine a scenario in which the governor's, the fact that Donald Trump has not just endorsed him, but compared him to Martin Luther King is going to cut against Trump amongst some small group of voters, which will be crucial in his loss in North Carolina. If Trump loses North Carolina, guy is cooked. The guy is cooked, right? I don't envision there being very many scenarios where Trump loses North Carolina and wins the election. But that's what people want to hear about. Like that's what the YouTube algorithm wants to hear about. And it's more true when you're talking about like Fox News or something, right? If you are a pollster and you want to be on Fox News, you better bring some good news, because that's what the Fox people want to hear. And I'm talking about their viewers, and I'm talking about the network itself.
That go a certain way. So we're at a point for half of the political world, the incentive is not to have the most accurate results, it's to have the most like pro-Trump results. And in 2022, we saw this happening constantly, where it wouldn't just be the very well-known, the people who were well-known for giving pro-Republican results, like gave very extreme numbers for them. There were like, I think Trafalgar had one race in Vermont they said was within single digits, and they were off by 30 points on that. But there were also like a lot of smaller firms that were popping up with similar numbers that were also trying to get like a lot of attention. Not only were these like professional outlets, a lot of these were just run by like there was one firm that was just run by two high school teenagers.
Can you sorry to cut you off, Josh, but like this is, you have a group in, you categorize these in your piece. Again, people should be subscribing to your Substack. This is this section called "The Firms Run by Teenagers and or Right-Wing Twitter Accounts." Talk about this new dynamic, as you were about to get into, but these other right-wing pollsters that are run by literal teenagers.
Yeah, so the first one of this was like a very kind of memorable moment. If you ever follow elections on Twitter, it was the Pennsylvania race with Oz and Fetterman, and there was like Fetterman started off with these really, really big double-digit leads, and then it started kind of falling a little bit as like he wasn't able to campaign, and his polarization kind of kicked in at the end. And people like thought that his odds were plummeting, and there was always a question like, who will be the first pollster to show Dr. Oz ahead? And then like in early October, there was a pollster that showed Dr. Oz ahead. It was called Patriot Polling. It was run by two like actual teenagers.
You gotta love it, Patriot Polling.
In a high school, like I don't know, like a high school somewhere, and it said Dr. Oz was leading. Everybody thought this was like the biggest joke like they've ever seen. But then, like, the same day, Nate Silver included Patriot Polling in his model. Like, this firm with no track record, run by, like, self-admittedly run by high schoolers, he puts their data in there, like, at the same, like right next to, like, every other pollster who's, like, that's run by actual professionals. That's sort of an extreme example, like, where it's just obviously kind of like a joke. I thought like there was no explanation for that, and that he was deliberately trying to like shift like the margins in favor of Republicans. But he included them. He included several firms like that are run by adults, but like are controlled by like election deniers, like that just like
SoCal, Qantas News.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that you list there, right?
Yeah, those are.
Yeah, apparently, like the ones I know about are Rasmussen and Trafalgar. But Josh, this is Edinger Mentum. This guy has been like look, Nate Silver's reputation, all right, as being a god amongst pollsters is undeserved. But somebody who does deserve that reputation, somebody who has been strikingly accurate in 2022 and 2020 with poll results is this guy, Edinger Mentum, right? So definitely worth a follow on Substack.
New ones, those are not run by they could be run by adults. They are run by they have started this year, and they are run by right-wing Twitter accounts. SoCal is actually, I thought, was a bit of like kind of a gallant to the goofuses of this sort of thing, because he does try to make himself look legitimate, even though he is like a right-wing like Twitter account guy who's like fake DMs to like in feuds with like liberal Twitter people. Like, but he like, and then Qantas like he does the same thing as him. They basically just they do like the cheapest possible surveys on these like AI like polling survey like software companies, and they don't actually have much control over their own results besides waiting, which can be pretty significant. But like they have been included too. SoCal polling is in the 538 average. Qantas polling is in the 538 average. Qantas polling was like on Twitter literally bragged about moving like an average towards Republicans once, and like 538 just like they sent one guy to call him. They just said, "Oh, sorry, my bad. That's not what I meant." And then it also got revealed that he failed to disclose funding from like far right companies for his polling, like far right organizations. And he also like just said, "Oh, my bad," and they haven't gotten rid of him on the site. The kind of threshold for like just keeping these people like on these very big agenda setting like aggregators that like influence campaign decisions and drive coverage, there is basically no quality control for this. They see it as like impossible to like make any judgments beyond just like what the numbers say when including these people, like even when they're like they have no experience or no background or no like professional track record on any of this, or like in the case of Trafalgar or Rasmussen, they're run by like people who deny elections. I think Rasmussen polling is like denied the Holocaust. Like it is like there is.
So yeah, I didn't actually know how bad like the people behind Rasmussen were, kind of surprised to find out. Like, I knew they were right wing. I knew it was home cooking for Republicans, and that they're, not to be trusted. They're biased. And the way that Trafalgar works is this, right? If somebody missed the poll, like, right, if somebody predicted in their last poll or their last two polls before the election, if somebody predicted like Trump's going to win by 20 points and then Trump ends up losing by, I don't know, 2-3%, they'd be cooked. So what Rasmussen will actually do is they'll give inaccurate, skewed polling results up until a few days before the election. And the last few polls that they present, they try to be close, right? So what they're doing essentially is serving to skew the polls, is serving to give Trump a bump, give Trump better numbers than he already would have had otherwise, up until the point where then they serve up a few decent polls the days before the election so that they can say, aha, we were 1% away from the actual results, so that they don't lose their reputation. But they absolutely should. And I didn't even know about the Holocaust denial aspect of the I guess the people behind Rasmussen polls that Edinger. This is Josh, aka Edinger Mentum, that Emma's talking to here.
No floodgates for this sort of stuff, and is making this should not be a difficult issue to deal with. But like, if you're just a layperson following this, like, you have no idea what the backgrounds for any of these things are.
You mentioned Rasmussen.
I think it's a terrible mistake.
Yeah, those are the junk, teenager-run ridiculous ones, SoCal, Qantas, and then notoriously Patriot Polling. Those are newer, and that speaks to this dynamic of these right-wing groups seemingly funding these, in some instances, these right-wing leaning pollsters that are getting aggregated and into models like the one that Nate Silver is a part of. We should say that he's now a part of Polymarket, which I guess is a crypto Peter Thiel.
Now, look, Emma's not going to say this because she's nice, but TYT, Polymarket, new sponsor of TYT. We need to take a look at that.
I will say that hasn't changed any of his decision making. He is still making all of the same editorial decisions he's always made for his model. I don't agree with them, but he hasn't shifted his philosophy in favor of them or anything. And his model actually shows better numbers for Kamala now than it ever has before. I think she's up to 58% on there.
Yeah, but, it's just something to note.
I would not be involved in a political betting market. I think that is
as a pollster aggregator. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't bet on politics, and I'm just a guy who writes about them. But I don't want to give off the impression that I'm trying to make money off of what I write. I would never do that. I don't get why people are so lax about that.
Because you could be writing, but Josh, you could be writing things to move the market in another direction, so you could get better odds on betting on the outcome that you actually think is going to happen. That's how this works.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious to me. It's not obvious to other people. But I will say I do not bet on politics, and I never will. I think that's a very basic thing for me to sacrifice in order to do what I do.
Same here, and I enjoy gambling on sports, but I've never bet on politics.
Yeah.
So Rasmussen, you mentioned, they've been along for a while. You write here, it's denied everything from the 2020 election to vaccine safety to the Holocaust, but they have some respectability and is often cited by Trump. The others that you should.
Yeah, they've got the history. You could call them a prestige, in the same way that certain news sources are prestige news sources. If you want to be a little bit more specific than just saying legacy media or cable news or whatever, and you want to say prestige organization, corporate backed news, right? Or mainstream news, right? News with a history. It's often called a prestige, right? These are Rasmussen is a pollster that's been around forever, and so they've got, rightly or wrongly, they've got that prestige, they've got that respectability, deserved or not.
Look out for
all the time.
Are the Trafalgar Group, McLaughlin and Associates, Harvard Harris, no association to Kamala Harris. They're the ones that are run by. Is that
Mark Penn.
That's the Zionist one, right?
Yeah, it is a Zionist one that has the really the push pull stuff that AIPAC cites. Mark Penn is the former Clinton advisor was a
Yeah, when she said the Zionist one, I was a little confused for a while because I'm like, I'm sure there's a lot of polling operations that have, some bent towards that. But Emma's actually talking about push polling. Chad, do you know what push polling is? Do we understand push polling? Like, you could call up and do a poll saying, like, are you going to vote for, Trump, or, are you a likely voter? Are you registered? And then are you going to vote for Kamala or Trump, right? That's a regular poll, right? But a push poll would be something like, would you vote for Kamala Harris if you knew that she was denying aid to hurricane victims in North Carolina so that we could send that money to get transgender surgery for illegal immigrants in jail, right? That's not a poll that you're taking because you really want to know the answer to that question. That's a poll that you're doing because you want to make people in that state think that something's true that's not true, right? The classic example is a push poll that went on in regards to John McCain, where I believe the question was like, would you vote for John McCain if you knew he had a black baby, right? And they're talking actually about, I believe, John McCain's adopted child, but trying to imply something very racist, like, right? Trying to, imply like that. Anyway, basically trying to stoke, like, trying to use racism to defeat John McCain, right? And that's what a push poll is, right? It should be illegal. It should be illegal, but it's hard to quantify. My nails look so pretty. Yeah, they just chip so quick, Sarah. I gotta. You know what I do? I got. Is this primer? Oh no, it's just primer. Primer. Yeah, I've got primer. But I need top coat. I know my top coat is somewhere.
Consultant for Trump during his presidency.
By the way, some Clinton to Trump pipeline, if you want to include Alan Dershowitz in there.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
That's a whole nother bag. Insider Advantage is the other one that leans right. If you could just tell people a little bit more about that one.
Yeah, Insider Advantage, I know them very well because they're another, like Trafalgar's also based in Atlanta. Insider trading, or as I like to call them, is based in
okay.
Atlanta.
So you know how Trump has the nicknames for people that he doesn't like, other people in politics? Right, Edinger Mentum has got nicknames for people, for pollsters that he doesn't like.
Insider Disadvantage is run by a former Republican member of the Georgia State House of Representatives. He's very close friends with Robert.
Let's see. Look, Bovine says all polling has manipulative questions to some degree. Look, Bovine, certainly you can see the difference between framing a question in a manipulative way, which I think is what you're talking about, and the push poll that I described, right? Like, there's a difference between asking a question in a way that you know is going to be advantageous. And this wouldn't be as much about, like, are you going to vote for Kamala? You're going to vote for Trump, right? This would be more about issue questions, right? Do you believe that they should be able to kill babies in the 9th month? Might be the way that you want to ask a question about, abortion legislation. If what you want to get is a result that says that the anti-choice viewpoint is more popular, right? If you put it in a way that's manipulative, right, you're going to get a different answer. But you understand that when I'm talking about push polling, I'm talking about implying something about a candidate that's not true by use of a poll. That's totally different. That's on a whole nother level, right? So the push polling that Edinger Mentum is talking about is not like not a deceptive framing, which I think is what you're talking about, which exists as well. Let's see what else. Gotten really good at ventriloquism. Like the My Pillow guy selling his pillows for $14.88. The putrid and evil beliefs of fascists. Well, I mean, like, I'm not talking about I guess I see where you're relating this to. That you're talking about like a dog whistle there, right? My Pillow sells his pillows for that price so that if you're a white supremacist, you'll know that he's on your side. But if you're a normie, now I think a lot more people know about 1488 now, but the calculation is that the normies won't know, so it won't put the normies off, but it will put it will hep the fascists to the fact that you're a fellow traveler, that the My Pillow guy is on their side, right? But I'm not even talking about dog whistles here. I am talking about injecting ideas into politics by means of a poll. That's a totally different. We're not even polling. Understand that push polling is not. They're not interrogating a question. They're trying to change the way people vote by inserting an idea, an often false idea, into the framing of the question, right? When you're push polling, you're trying to get people you're not to vote for John McCain because they think that he, had a baby with somebody who wasn't white, right? Or you're trying to, that's the famous example that people always use. I'm trying to think of a more neutral example. Would you vote for Kamala Harris if you knew that she was letting illegal immigrants in who eat your cats and dogs, right? If you get that question, understand that's not somebody that's wondering, what do people think about that, right? That's somebody that's trying to help Trump and her. So that's like a fundamental difference between a push poll. I want people to understand this concept of what is a push poll, because it's a very old, rat fucky kind of tactic, and unfortunately it's still with us. It's still around.
Ali, who is the guy who runs Trafalgar, who is basically there's a good article about this from 2 years ago, but basically the guy kind of just chooses the results of his polls ahead of time. He takes his own samples for each poll, and basically just his results aren't even really results; they're just kind of guesswork. Basically, it's really they're the ultimate disregard. But Towery is really close with Kahale. They run a podcast together, which is kind of cute. I do like that. I'm happy for them. And he goes on Fox News a lot. He's one of these, I call them Fox News merchants, because they're always on Ingram or whatever to talk about how their polling numbers are good for Trump. And he also does deny the 2020 election results and says Democrats are doing fraud. So you can kind of see where his preferences are dialed towards propping up that narrative as opposed to getting the most accurate results to what the certified results are.
And I'll let you go in a second, Josh, but there are polls that have more succinct and transparent methodology.
I'm gonna grab my
morning
chat again. Sorry,
it's a little bit Democrat in their results, but what should people?
They're not run by Democratic.
Right, but right, exactly. Yeah. Go on.
It's just they just
really pissed off at the technical difficulties. I will try to get those under control. I don't know what's going on, chat. I'm fucked. All right, I'm fucked. Thank you for everybody that's supporting the stream. I may need to get a new computer soon. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is not do you see how stoppy? You know what I'm saying? You see how when I move, it's not fluid. It's not it's freezing. It's freezing, right? Shouldn't be happening, but unfortunately it is. I'm gonna try to get that under control. I gotta get something to drink.
Just have certain methodologies that happen, that have been decent for Democrats. I will say about Morning Consult, they give Biden consistently pretty bad numbers when he was in the race. They just happen to be pretty good for Kamala now. I wouldn't really disregard them, although they aren't really the kind of A standard stuff. They are a tracker poll, and tracker polls aren't really as good for the precise numbers.
And so who are the polls that you say people should trust the most to look out for and not get, you can look at the ratings, but for you in this election cycle, which are the pollsters that have been the most accurate and transparent?
Yeah, well, I was really impressed by Marist in 2022. They put out results right before the Senate races that year that were very accurate. They got the Pennsylvania race very closely, the Georgia race very closely, and the Arizona race very closely that year. They had a set of surveys that had very close tied races, basically in the Sun Belt, and Kamala leads in the Midwest, which fit very closely with my priors. So I think that they are once again correct. But the New York Times has been a bit weird this year. They've had some like more pro-Trump numbers consistently than other firms. I think even to the point where the guy who runs Rasmussen was like, "Oh yeah, these guys are oversampling Trump supporters," which I thought was like funny because I've never seen anybody in that world say that before. But they were very like accurate in 2022, so accurate they doubted their own results. But like, I mean, I'm not so certain about them. I think the results are a little bit hard to square with the other stuff.
Look, he's frozen, right? That's okay. He's frozen, right? That's because it's his picture. Edinger Mentum sometimes calls in with video, sometimes does not call in with video, right? But me being frozen is a problem, right? Me being frozen is because of my computer and stuff. I don't want to belabor the point.
But they're pretty good. Let me think what else.
It turns out I had my tea right next to me. I just couldn't
like state level, like
see it.
native state pollsters. I know there's a guy, Joshua Smithy in Pennsylvania, and he always like says to keep track of state level pollsters in that state. I mean, I can't think of much else on the top of my head, but
Sure.
like the A+ pollsters on the sites are usually pretty reliable.
Washington Post Ipsos, ABC Ipsos, that kind of deal. Yeah, they've been pretty consistently good. All right, well, I think that gives people a good guide. I wanted, there's a lot of like...
Yeah, like the NBC, ABC, Washington Post, like big name firms are usually pretty good.
Prestige.
If Reuters, Ipsos does shit for everybody. They can be kind of weird sometimes, but like they're not like objectively terrible or anything.
It's just good for people to have this information because the poll denialism is something that, I mean, you and I have talked about this, is frustrating, but it's aided and abetted by these Republican junk polls that are shifting the averages.
The institutional aggregators who refuse to provide context.
And that's just not, there's no equivalent on the left or on the Democratic side. There really isn't.
There should, if somebody wants to make a lot of money, they probably...
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can somehow get a poll together, that's, you know, going to say that Kamala's going to win Texas, oh my God, you got to play, Rachel Maddow wants to talk to you, right? Yeah, there's definitely the incentives there on the left. It's just like nobody's following those incentives. Shorts, I do see what you mean about the glitchiness. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if it's just on Shorts, but...
Could do this. Like people always say, oh, why don't Democrats do this? Why don't they have their fake pollsters? This shows a lack of confidence. That it only shows people who are not on the ball in terms of like being able to make.
Yeah, thank God I got.
If you like created a polling firm called like Lepanto Strategies or like Blue Wave Polling or whatever, and you put
Vandalay
showing Kamala up in Florida, you would be on MSNBC News within a week. Like you would like get so much attention.
You would, but you know, I mean, I like Democrats taking it to the Republicans on that front, but I don't even know what the value is. It just feels like Republican pollsters are doing this
for those people who get money. No,
for them to. I don't care about them getting money, Josh.
People. Yeah, yeah. Well, it doesn't provide value to like the world.
Okay.
But like this is just my advice to somebody who wants to grift.
Yes, thank you for that. I really appreciate that advice. Thanks so much.
Subscribe to Edinger Mentum for a kickback.
Yeah, exactly. Edingermentum.news. You are one of my favorite writers, particularly on electoral politics. So appreciate
criminally underrated
support Edinger Mentum over at his Substack. Thanks for calling in, and hope you're safe down in Georgia, even though I know it's some stormy weather.
Miranda says hi.
All right, here we go, chat.
Miranda, good to viewers may remember, called in to talk about the polio epidemic in Gaza with her set of expertise. So really appreciate that. Thanks so much, Josh. Have a good rest of your day. All right.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on as always.
All right, chat.
Sure.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Sam Cedar jump scare. We're going to consolidate streams, okay? We're going to consolidate the streams down to one. I need to be good about telling people to like the stream on Shorts next time. We actually did pretty well for ourselves, but just like completely crashed out. And part of that is like, you know, when we get viewers in the chat, we need to turn those views into likes. But that is my fault, not yours. Hey, all I can do now is like say, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. And if you're coming in from Shorts, make sure to like the full-scale stream, which you're about to be You're either going to click on that link that I put in there. It's also the pinned comment. Or maybe if you're lazy, you will be rated into it. But yeah, we're about to quit the stream, and hopefully this will help, like, it'll make stuff not as choppy, right? Hopefully. I don't know for sure. Anyway, we got to hit this, and but yeah, we're going to be talking about Anna Kasparian. We're going to be talking about all of the fallout that's come from her Substack, right? Which is essentially, it's a shitty article, right? She didn't write much. It was 100% salt. It was 100% her just bitching and coping, and that's what she's taken to Substack to do. So we're gonna see how people are reacting to this. What people are reacting to this. This might surprise you. Some of the names, some of the people that have done very similar things to Anna Kasparian and really have no room to talk, and some people that are really cool friends of the VODs that have some very cogent thing to say about Anna Kasparian and the direction of the Young Turks. So everybody get in the Magic School Bus, and we're gonna consolidate our chats together. All right. So hopefully this will work out. All right, so let me switch screens again, and we'll take a look at where we're at in the dono bowl. Just Julie, I don't think I counted your donation yet, but we're now at 51%. We're now at 51%. That's 51%. That's 49% from getting from hitting that goal and unlocking extra bonus content. Miskatonic, thank you for becoming a weasel. Any chat, I'm sorry for my, like, if I'm just like a little down today, sorry about it. It's just like these technical difficulties, they're driving me nuts. And I just like hate not putting together like a good, as good of a stream as I'm used to for you. Am I still freezing up? Can anybody tell? Doesn't look like it's as bad. I think, like, yeah, ending the short stream actually helped a little bit, so I really don't want to have to do that, but yeah. But yeah, thank you, Miskatonic. Wait. Miskatonic, I gotta show you something. This is new. This is new. You gotta wait for chat to catch up. Everyone's down today, I've noticed. Here we go. Look at that. There we go. Wait, but it doesn't say. It's supposed to say what you said. Anyway, I'm still working out the kinks on this. Miskatonic says, "Woot, hiya everybody." But yeah, like on the plus side, you know, it's easier for me to interact with chat now. So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to look at from Anna Kasparian. Some of it thanks to Natalie Marie. Natalie, are you in chat right now? I'm having a very bad tech day, sadly, right? And I keep on seeing your chat, and I keep on seeing your messages in chat, and like it moves on before I have time to read what you're saying. I'm just like, I'm not dealing very well right now. There you are. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing something that you sent me or something that you said. Yeah, it is easier to see you in Twitch for sure. But yeah, I just like I kept on seeing you in chat. But yeah, you've sent me a lot of the stuff that some of the stuff that I was going to go over anyway, and actually some stuff that I have not seen yet. Lonerbox chatter debating Sam and Emma. We'll definitely take a look at that. Should we start with that? Oh yeah, I gotta check. Oh my god. Look at that. Cat videos. Cute cat videos. 35%. Blowing everything else out of the water. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro at 28%. Chapel Roan allegations I say, at 19%, and Brianna Wu and Buck Angel at 17%. Yeah, cute cats are winning the day. So yeah, right now, like let's see what are people donating for. They're donating for cute cats, but they're also donating for Naomi Klein. Now, like I might have missed some of your like where your chats were going. If that's you, let me know in chat, right? Let me know what donations I need to put where. But as always, I am taking your donations and adding them as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And in that, adding 15% to Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro, which actually, does that put Naomi Klein? Yeah, Naomi Klein is in the lead by 4% right now. All right, all things considered. But there may be some people supporting cute cats who I've missed, or other things. Make sure when you donate, or if you've already donated, to let me know. I will do my best to put your money where your mouth is, despite all of the wild technical difficulties that I am dealing right now. I think maybe I might see a tiny bit of lag, but only because I was looking for it. Says Moe Nope. Wait, let me get back on this thing where I can actually put people's chats on screen, because I do so love. Yeah, there we go. Well, it's a tiny bit of your chat as well, right? Unfortunately, I'm trying to put more on there, but like I look like shit. My stream looks like shit. My audio just cut out, but it's fine again. You know what? You're probably noticing a little thing we like to call the noise gate. If I'm faced away from the microphone and my voice gets too quiet, it cuts out completely, because my microphone is set up to knock out any noise that's quiet, right? This doesn't make sense. A sound that's quieter than you would expect my voice to be gets eliminated. And so that's what's happening, is if I turn away like that, which I shouldn't do. I honestly shouldn't do it. I need to get things working. This is what Anna is doing. Honestly, audio and video looks good now. I think it improved after short stop. You're right, Moino. That is exactly what and I kind of knew it would. I didn't want. I have like I enjoy offering multiple streams. We could all do with a cute cat video. I agree, Miskatonic. And sorry that I can't put you just put Just Julie put 14 on Naomi Klein. Okay. Let's. Thank you for helping me out, Shakespeare. Yep, there it is. Okay, so on so Naomi Klein's having a good day. I mean, any day is a good day when you don't get confused with Naomi Wolf if you're Naomi Klein. And that's what at least part of what they're talking about, I'm assuming, on yeah, so like just to let me answer some of the chats that I didn't have a time to address. Will I be playing Metaphor ReFantasio? Yeah, if people want to see me play any Atlas game, oh my god, chat, I love Atlas games. I never get time to do gaming. but definitely here for it. Oh, just Julie, let me put your... Wait, I gotta press... What button is it? I'm trying to put people's, especially the super stickers on stream, because the super... Hey, what's up, John Ross? You did not miss Anna Kasparian. No, we're just getting to Anna Kasparian now. Let's see... There we go. Yeah, the super stickers are only visible when, if I put them on the screen like this. So yeah, especially if people are going to pay for super stickers, I want to be able to show them off. Who's afraid of Naomi Wolf? I am, and so is Naomi Klein. Naomi Klein is shock doctrine. I know the name Naomi Wolf. Naomi Wolf is used to be a like BuzzFeed style, not that she was on BuzzFeed, but a BuzzFeed style feminist author, like kind of what kind of like pop feminism, right? Is what Naomi Wolf used to write about, and then the pandemic happened, and Naomi Wolf started writing. She kind of got like canceled from making a really obvious and embarrassing mistake. Like, not canceled in the way that people were like, you know, you're bad or something, but like canceled in the sense that she just said she's, you know, an author, and she was doing research, and the research that I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was just something that anybody who knew anything about the field that she was talking about would have known. And, you know, she just got she kind of publicly shamed for that, right? And then when the pandemic happened, when the lockdown happened, Naomi Wolf leaned hard into the anti-vax, you know, COVID denial, all that kind of stuff, and even went as far as to say one of the most extreme things that Naomi Klein talks about Naomi Wolf having written about is the idea that people who've gotten the vaccine, because it's an mRNA vaccine, are genetically modified organisms. So if you've gotten the vax, according to Naomi Wolf, you're a genetically modified organism, and you freak her out because she can't smell you. She can't feel your presence. Like, she thinks that there's like something that like spiritually, like, that's been taken from you by getting the vaccine. Yeah, she scuttled her credibility big time. But the problem about Naomi Wolf for Naomi Klein is that for some reason, people are always confusing them. And she's been like, the situation she mentions is like, she's in the, I'm leaking bonus content. Kind of. The thing that she's mentioned is that she's been in the bathroom before, right? Where she hears a conversation going on between two women at the sink, saying, "Oh, Naomi Klein, I used to love her, but it's a shame that she's become anti-vax." Naomi Klein's not anti-vax, right? But people are mixing her up with Naomi Wolf. And she literally came out of the bathroom and was like, "Oh, you're thinking of Naomi Wolf." She didn't say, "I'm Naomi Klein, and I'll thank you not to confuse me with that batshitter." She just like very, very, I mean, you know what she's like. She's very nice, right? So she corrected them, and they didn't recognize her. They didn't recognize that like, she's literally the person that they were talking about was in the stall. The person that they were, yeah, actual Naomi Klein. You just got Kasparian, and that's a bad thing. If others can't feel your presence, it's actually good. Like, from shonen anime, invisibility to people who can usually sense the presence is a superpower. True. Proud to be a GMO, says McGoggles. I'm proud to have some GMOs. Being a GMO is good, actually. Yeah, in this sense. But yeah, we got a lot to get through with Anna Kasparian, and there's been some like older content that's come up as well. Right? Some words that Anna has said that are coming back to bite her now. Oh no, I don't want to show you this though. This one's horrible. Let's go to my bookmarks so that we can escape. Yeah. I was looking at a very transphobic Trump ad earlier. It's really bad. But yeah, I'm out of my sorts as far as just wanted to give you an update on the so with everything counted, we're 54% of the way towards the dono goal. That means we are 46% away from hitting that dono goal. That means it is very possible. That is an adorable sticker, I know, and I love to be able to show them off, right? Because otherwise, it's like, you know, I feel like the people that are paying for a super sticker, they're kind of getting, you know, I don't want you to feel ripped off, like that nobody's seeing your sticker. So, I mean, that's what they're there for, to be adorable, oftentimes, and other times awesome. But yeah, we're 54% of the way towards the dono goal. Looks like, yeah, Naomi Klein kind of running away with it right now, even though cute cats are doing really well. Right? And if anybody's donated for cute cats, let me know. I don't want to short the cute cats. But it looks like it's kind of down between Naomi Klein and cute cat. I mean, anything could change, right? When you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. I will do my best to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus helping you get the content that you want. Also, if you haven't voted yet, it's a great time to vote. There's still time to vote. Make sure to like the stream. Donations, whether they are from super chats, super stickers, which like I can put those up on the screen now, which is great. If you're getting memberships for yourself or gifting memberships to another person, if you're signing up for my Patreon, which thank you so much, Patreon. I appreciate you, especially when it's time to pay rent, as it is right now. Or you are donating to my Throne, which is actually another way you can donate to me through the rent item on my Throne. If you want to use Throne, if Throne's easier for you than Patreon or CashApp or PayPal, which are in the description, you can use Throne for that too. Or you can help crowdsource tech, which soon I'll be adding, I guess, a new computer to that, because like apparently this one is not doing so well these days. But also over on Twitch, if you're getting yourself a sub, if you're using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself out of the ad break for free, or if you're gifting subs to other people, you can put your money where your mouth is as well. Basically, anything that's a donation, you have the ability to put that towards the topic of your choice, and I'll add it as a percentage. And that's how we're going to go. So, yeah, here we go. Anna Kasparian contemplating rejecting Dave Rubin's path. Oh, my God. I guess we're going to look at it through this. So, yeah, I forgot how much Anna used to work with Michael Brooks back in the day, both in terms of on the Michael Brooks show, and I think maybe he made some appearances on TYT, and in the work that she started to do on Jacobin. So let's take a look here.
If I wanted to be like Dave Rubin, successful, that's a very easy thing to accomplish in this world. You just have to be super, super guiltless. And I don't have that in me.
No, I mean, right now, we could, hey, Anna, don't you think women should maybe like shut up? And the best way to have air be clean is obviously to deregulate industry, because you could write Yelp reviews of it. And if we were serious, we could get bankrolled by the Kochs today for that show and kill it.
Exactly.
We could crush
it.
If he'd only known, he could have tapped into Anna's actual reactionary streak. If Michael Brooks had only known that the question that he needed to ask was, don't you think that transgender people have too much power in our society these days?
It's the easiest hustle on the planet.
And especially if you were part of a program that had some influence, some progressive influence, and you're suddenly willing to shit on that program, I mean, yes, the offers would certainly come in. But look, at the end of the day, this isn't just about me. And I don't know, some people tell me I'm stupid for thinking this way, but hopefully eventually we'll see some positive changes. It's not just about me or my financial stability. It's about what I want to leave behind, right? And I'm not
just about me and my financial stability. It's about what I want to leave behind, right? This is kind of like one of those moments, right? Like where L. Ron Hubbard says, if you really want to make money, found a religion. And then he goes on to found a religion. Anna Kasparian saying, if I really wanted to get that bag, I'd do a right-wing heel turn, and then doing a right-wing heel turn.
Talking about like my own family. I'm talking about this country. Like, looking back, I don't want to be remembered as someone who was like, oh, the Koch brothers offered me a ton of money, so I decided to lie to everybody and pretend as if global warming isn't happening. And also, I just don't want people to think I'm stupid. Like, I don't want to look stupid, and Dave Rubin looks stupid on a daily basis.
On like I mean, as far as I can tell, like an hourly basis, because I've looked at his Twitter too. But I mean, wait, so Anna, you're telling me that you don't want at a specific point in American history where children getting kidnapped and put in cages, where inequality exceeded like the medieval era, where the last moments to reverse a catastrophic climate crisis, when like the whole global balance of power was shifting, you didn't want to be known as the guy who was on TV, on YouTube being like, you know, like what's going on in Oberlin's crazy. It's crazy. And you're not promoting rape. You're just saying it doesn't technically exist, right? You don't want to be that person?
Oh, my God. No, don't want to be that person.
You don't want to be that person. Well, look, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become that person. And Anna Kasparian is in the latter category, not the former. So we've got a little bit more of Anna talking about Dave Rubin right here on the Michael Brooks show, which is still up. You know, this is kind of a memorial now. Somebody that was taken from us way too soon. But, you know, here it is.
But first, Dave Rubin, Dave, if you're watching this, stop fucking impersonating me impersonating you. It's enough. And people who see this will know.
Oh shit, let me switch modes here. There we go.
What I'm talking about. He was on a British show. I don't know the name of the British show. I don't know how important it is. What's No Filter? Wait.
No Filter is my
No
show.
Filter is Anna's show.
I think he was on Sky News, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well, Sky News is trying to be like the British Fox. And so he was on this show with this British guy. And I'm sorry, I should, you know, whatever. That's the amount of this British guy with the blue shirt. And Dave...
That guy kind of looks like he could be Jake's brother.
You're not progressive, are you?
Say, of course, in a British accent.
Of course. Dave Rubin's a moron. So, Dave finally, and I would speculate that Dave maybe has heard this stuff before. I'd also would say that this is all.
Yeah, so it's that's Michael show scrubbing through the content. It's making me paranoid though, because it's making it look like I'm wondering if I'm still freezing.
Opinion, Dave. This all opinion. Everything is opinion. I'll keep saying that because I think Dave has his mind on some things. I think Dave's like, we could be leaving things on the table. There's a lot of studio equipment at these places. This is him watching you tell what, in my opinion, is the truth about him.
Right.
And his reaction. And now...
I'm going to go ahead and say it's not an opinion, it's fact. And if he wants to come at me with any type of lawsuit, please do so. No, I'm just saying because...
And name the Young Turks.
You know I have receipts, homeboy.
Yes.
You know it.
Oh.
And look, before we get to the video...
delicious, yes.
Before we get to the video, let me just say, I also have some, self-awareness. I hate the way I sound in this video.
Aw.
You know, it's genuine, and you know the passion in which I make my case
passion
is
is
real.
real. Yes.
But with that said, I sound unbearable.
I don't agree. I think you sound clear and concise.
This version of Anna I'm noticing is super relatable to me, right? I have moments where I'm covering content where which I think is important, and I'm passionate about it, but I don't like the way that I sound, or I don't like the way that my hair looks that day, or the butterfly is off or something. I don't know.
Talking about an unbearable person, but regardless, and no,
I have lipstick on my teeth.
This clip is his facial
nail polish chipped.
That's what we're watching for. Go ahead.
Can I please finally tell the truth about why he left the Young Turks? He wanted to make a 6-figure salary to host a 30-minute-a-week show when everyone here, you know, because we work for an independent news company, was getting paid far less while working 12-hour days. That's why Dave Rubin left the company. And now all of a sudden he's getting funded by the Koch brothers, and all of a sudden his opinions are very different. He has no political identity. He is not an honest actor. He is not an intellectual. He is a fraud. That's who Dave Rubin is.
Oh, I know what it is.
I wish I.
No, she's so fucking relatable. She's so fucking relatable. Right, chat, the one time that I want to look better than at any other time, the one time where I really, really care about my appearance, I care how, you know, I sound, I care about all that stuff, I care about, like, you know, like my tech, and it is when somebody is dragging me. Anna is actually being dragged here, right? It's Dave Brooks. Oh my God, Michael Brooks. Dave Rubin has gone on some right-wing chud's show, and they're showing him footage of Anna Kasparian dragging him to try to be like, what do you think about this, Dave? Oh, she sure seems mad, doesn't she? You know, these femoids, they're hysterical, aren't they? Right? And like, so yeah, like, no, she's super relatable in this clip, actually.
Boy,
Oh,
that's
God. I'm sorry, pause it. Is there ever a
That's all he's got is like, wow, she seems really upset. Ha 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 ha. She's very mad.
He doesn't go
showing a lot of emotions there, Kasparian.
To not only the hack line, but the hack line that the hack would be like, all right, that's a hack line. Like, ever. This motherfucker goes there. Always. All right, please finish.
How she really felt. Boy, that's.
But no point where to begin. You know, fraud, lazy, avaricious, you know, immoral. You wanted more money.
First off, I never asked for. You know, it's so silly to even, unfortunately, to have to talk about these little nonsensical things because I like talking about ideas, not about people. I never asked for more money. That's number one. I left. I told them.
He's not beating the being Michael Brooks. Like, he's not beating the doing an impression of Michael Brooks doing an impression of him allegations, right? That is what Michael Brooks doing an impression of Dave Rubin would sound like.
I can't believe he must not watch the critics, right? Because if someone calls me out, rightfully so, for using some lame, tired argument, then I would be hyper aware of it and I wouldn't use that argument anymore. But he's still doing it. He's still saying ideas. I just want to talk about ideas. What are your ideas? I want to know what his ideas are. I haven't heard a single idea from him.
Well, my idea is that we should talk about ideas.
The main one is that Muslims are destroying Europe.
Well, Muslims are really bad, but there's also other things that we could talk about too.
That's number one. I left. I told them I was leaving and I left. There were no negotiations. That's it. Actually, my executive producer, who I brought with me, they offered to double his salary if he stayed. So together we would have made more money if we'd stayed. But that has nothing to do with nothing.
Does it make you?
I would say that? No. It's like it's kind of pathetic, really.
If I remember correctly, Dave's executive producer is his husband? Do I have that right? Do I remember that correctly? Is that who he's talking about?
Not funded by the Koch brothers.
It's weird. What? Does he can't say his husband? Did he just, my executive producer, his husband? That's wild. Am I right about the shit, chat? I could be off base. Maybe. I know that at some point, you know, he worked with his husband as, you know, kind of, you know, like his. I don't know if that was exclusively when he was the Dave Rubin, or what was it called? What was this? The Rubin Report. I don't know if that was exclusively on the Rubin Report, Or I don't know if that was on TYT as well.
I mean, I wish I was funded by the Koch brothers. That would be nice. I wouldn't be wearing H&M underwear. I mean, it's like this is what I'm talking about. It's that sort of endless hysteria, attacking people, attacking motives. Nobody's interested in that anymore. I really don't think people are interested in that.
I think people are.
It's so wild. It's so wild that he tries to make this into like, oh, this is just petty backbiting and drama, and really there's no substance here at all. When the substance is, he changed his political stance for money. That's the substance, right? But he's like, oh, questioning people's motives. Oh, how dare you? No, I just like to talk about ideas.
In the hysteria and the conflict. But let me just say, he is telling the truth about one thing, and his husband is his producer.
Okay.
And he was really good at what he did. And so when Dave...
Okay, so yeah, interesting. I knew this about the Rubin report. I did not know this about Dave Rubin while he was on TYT. But I do know that he asked for a hell of a lot of money.
We wanted to keep his husband because he was good at production. And so I don't know for sure if they offered to double.
So knowing what I know about Anna now, I don't know what to think about this, right? What do you think, chat? Do you think this part's real, or do you think this is a little extra jab for Dave Rubin? Right. I probably watched this when it came out, but I didn't know how petty Anna could be. Like she could be doing this just to hurt him. Oh, we wanted your husband, not you, fucker. Like, right? I don't know. Knowing what I know about her now, I know she could definitely be that petty.
Double his salary, but I know that he was offered a raise, and Dave Rubin was so insulted by that because the company was basically like, yeah, you can go, Rubin, but we want to keep your husband and we'll pay him more. And mind you, this entire time, Rubin's like lobbying them to pay him more, pay me more. I'm going to do this really lame 30-minute a week show on like social stuff.
It's like the Daily Show, except it's not funny.
Has Jinx said anything about this? Usually he doesn't. Yeah. Wait, about Rubin?
Like talk soup, except it's not the 1990s. Double my salary.
Jeez. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with leaving to go make more money.
Definitely.
One of our great producers.
She'll be doing that soon.
Actually got offered to go work somewhere else and make more money. She left. Good for you. We're not hating on you for that. But my attack toward him was because for 2 years straight, he was bad-mouthing us over and over.
Queen Bee says his husband is probably better. Dave's show is pretty well produced and directed. That's what I've been hearing.
And over again. And I'm like, I can't take it anymore. I have to say something.
How did that work? I mean, he built his whole brand on trashing you guys for years. And then was it just like, I mean, I get like it's like in much smaller, like you can't respond to everything, obviously. So was it just like a conscious decision to like just be the better people?
So,
or was it because of your lack of interest in ideas?
Honestly,
here's what I think, right? Dave Rubin needed a fight with TYT to be relevant. And TYT doesn't want to help Dave Rubin be relevant, especially if he's going to use that relevance to attack them, right? So it's one of these things, right? Until Dave Rubin builds up like his own platform, he's not worth responding to. But yeah, once he built up a platform, the majority reports responding to him. TYT responds to him. It's just I think that's what it is more than anything else, if I'm being honest. Yeah, his husband. That's the real asset apparently between the two of them.
First, as I've talked about before, I was hurt more than anything because we were friends. And so it was weird that he left on good terms. We're still friends. We're still hanging out. And then out of nowhere, he goes on Rogan's show. And I think that was the very first time he publicly attacked us. And he never named me. He would just say the Young Turks, or he would specifically target Cenk. And so I remember texting him and saying, what are you doing? Why are you doing? We're friends. Why are you doing this? And why are you making things up about us? He's like, well, I'm not talking about you. I'm just, I'm talking about Cenk and TYT.
Oh, see, he didn't have his line yet.
Yeah.
You should have said I'm talking about.
I'm just talking about my ideas.
About my ideas.
TYT.
Yeah. I have a lot of ideas about TYT.
And the thing is, like, I'm kind of half the face of TYT.
Right. I mean, that is a pretty incredible, like, you are literally on the fucking Twitter account, right? Like, isn't it like a photo of you and Jank?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a pretty outwardly facing part of the whole brand.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then look, after watching that video the first time, I enjoyed it. And
Right.
then I felt bad. I felt bad because you can see the hurt in his face. You can see, like, it was like a gut punch. And I felt guilty. And I said, you know what? I've said my piece and I don't need to go at it anymore. But you keep reeling me in, Michael.
I know.
You keep reeling me in.
Godfather 3 it every time. It's too funny. He's also just, I mean, it's not just that he's a piece of shit. And we're going to look at this for a second. But it's also that he's like a conduit for so, like, and I don't know why, because to be honest, like, I didn't really watch him when he was on TYT.
Because he was terrible.
Because he was terrible. And
Yeah.
also, you know, it was just like, yeah, I just don't catch everything, right? And yeah, it wasn't like I ever saw a panel and thought, like, Dave made a good point. So that's true. But then I noticed that was like this guy, first it was like he was building his whole brand on like, I'll be the dumb guy that Sam Harris can whine about being mistreated with. And of course that immediately, I'm like, because I am like Sam Harris, nope, don't buy that bullshit. Totally toxic figure in our culture, period. But then, yeah, then I noticed, I was like, wait a second, like,
Yeah, if you don't know, chat, Sam Harris, the reason that Michael's talking about Sam Harris is that, you know, he was tangential to the New Atheist movement, which was a big deal. I don't think I can overstate that. That the New Atheist movement was one of the big movements of YouTube, right? And before that, there was a lot of New Earth creationism on YouTube, just going up being like, yeah, no, totally, the dinosaurs are fake lies put there by Satan to distract us from the reality that God created everything, just like in the Bible, right? And so the New Atheist came up destroying those people, right? Now, the New Atheist movement, not confined by any means to YouTube. Big authors, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, they were called like the Four Horsemen, like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, like, you know, got big at that time. Sam Harris was maybe one of the first ones to pivot from taking on the New Earth creationists and the religious people to focusing on one religion, and that religion being Islam, which was, in his words, the motherlode of all bad ideas. He wanted to make a point above and beyond his criticism of other religions, of, you know, just like F Islam, basically. So, and, you know, it went racist, and he used it to excuse, you know, the mass killing of civilians going on in Iraq, right? He literally proposed the idea of, you gotta, like, basically, I'm trying to remember the exact, like, words that he used, but, like, he was basically like, yeah, let them know.
this whole brand is going to be built on like trashing a place. Now, look, no doubt if you offered me, there is a number that I could go on. I could be like, look, Sam sucks. And let me break it down.
Wait, what's this about H&M underwear here? Miskatonic says, I still want to examine this argument about his underwear. He thinks he's an H&M underwear model. Therefore, he has a strong ethical core. What, is it cheap there? Can you get it for cheap? Is that the idea? I don't actually know what H&M underwear is like.
But I would do a good job at breaking it down.
Mm-hmm.
I would have my brief mastered. So I think there was also just something so fundamentally offensive about it. Was like, you're doing the, but you're still just bad.
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
where's the hustle?
There's got to be a little bit of work in your grifting, right?
Right.
Because he.
Imaginaire says, how much Anna coverage have I missed? Imaginaire, you're going to be happy to know that not only is that your chat right on screen, but you haven't missed much at all. We are just getting into it. This is the appetizer, right? To a 4-course meal, I think.
It's just, even if you don't believe in what you're saying, right? Like, you should care about the way you appear. And if I wanted to be a grifter, I want to at least seem smart about it.
And you know the thing with him is I don't even think, and this is not, again, this literally is all speculation. I feel like it's almost like pre-belief or not belief. Like he's super dim. All right, this is the, yeah, what I'm trying to say is not a bright guy.
Well, he says, so Chad, I think this is going to become more and more pertinent, like this old Anna Kasparian dunking on Dave Rubin content as she moves further and further away from the left. And in fact, as we're going to see from the Vanguard, there's some people that think that maybe she's not long for TYT. We'll have to see about that one, but...
Very ironic that this guy would do race and IQ platforming. That's all I'll say. Extremely ironic. All right. What's this info, Matt?
So Dave has been
then we'll move on to
becoming
bigger,
more and more bold about saying that he's not funded by the Koch brothers, but he is funded by Koch brother think tanks.
Yeah.
Including on February 27th, they announced a new partnership. Exciting news. ARI, that's the Ayn Rand Institute, has partnered with Dave Rubin for a special series of the Rubin Report titled Objectivism on Happiness. Now, not only is Ayn Rand funded by right-wing billionaires, but literally the Koch brothers. If you look at, I think this is, I forget what this website is called, but it's sort of like Wikipedia.
Is that SourceWatch?
Yeah, it might be SourceWatch. So you get grants from the Charles Koch Foundation, $42K in 2014, only $4,800 in 2000.
Yeah, imagine if she co-hosts with Rubin, says Grand Theft Autobot. It'd be like you got the Rubin Report and the Kasparian. How can we alliterate her name with something? The Kasparian column, the Kasparian...
15, but also receives funding from Donors Capital Fund, which is a much more darker money group that the Koch brothers hide behind.
Lady Badash, Anna will be funded by the Pepsi sisters. True.
I got money directly from them. I could have Uniqlo underwear.
Oh, you're right. Just Julie's got it. The Kasparian Quarter.
So I guess that's the question, Dave, is how much money do you get from think tanks connected to the Koch brothers?
Yeah, I don't know. We're just ideas. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, I can't.
My brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
I forgot how insufferable he was early on.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hit us again. Come on, go.
I have to say that my brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
When did he say that? Was that recent?
That was...
High-level important idea.
It was within the last year, and it was referring to a live event he did with the Brett and Eric Weinstein.
High-level important ideas like Peter Thiel good, college kids being mean to me bad.
By the way, check out Timba on Toast, TIMBAH dot on dot toast, because he did a 3-part series where I stole that drop from. So,
all right, to close it one more time, please.
I have to say that my brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
It makes me sound like a fucking child.
Ideas, I meant cocaine.
And it's Eric and Brett Weinstein he's talking to. It's not really,
Wait, you're turning it into like an early 90s back.
He's not discussing Baudrillard, in other words.
Rap. Like ideas of my cocaine.
Unbelievable.
Care about those guys? It really just honestly doesn't matter?
It matters. It matters a lot. He knows it.
Oh my God. All right. You've just watched a Michael Brooks show video and
Yeah. I didn't realize this was going to make me sad. So even more recently than this is 5 years ago, chat. Even more recently than this, Anna and TYT have had nothing but smoke for Dave Rubin. You see how this stuff ages. It's 2 years ago.
Just_Julie super chatted $5. Has Anna changed, or has she always been whatever this is? Sad.
Interesting, right? So there's the idea that, so some people would say that, yeah, she changed. There's a lot of people that really liked Anna and the Wow. Wonderful, wonderful technical difficulties. Sorry. There's a lot of people that, like a lot of progressives, a lot of liberals really like this was the left side of YouTube back in the day. And maybe it's because it was a barren wasteland without like a lot going on, or, and with a lot of right-wing stuff. Or maybe it was because they had just kind of, like they were maybe one of the first, like MR and TYT were probably some of the first explicitly progressive news sources that are mainstream, right? Obviously, you've got your alt weeklies and stuff like that, but and so as a result, right? A lot of people really cared about TYT, really did like treat it as their home, including the mods there, who felt betrayed by Anna's heel turn and tried to, reach out to her together. It wrote a banger manifesto that she really should have read. But all I mean, she's talked a ton of shit about the mods, but I don't think she's ever read it.
2 babies are on the way. Those are ultrasounds, what you're seeing over there.
What's going on with my YouTube? Oh, it hurts, Chad. It hurts.
All right. Well, this next story.
Why is this so bad? Oh.
Not because Dave Rubin and his husband are expecting children. I think that's totally fine. I have no problem with that. But it's all the chatter surrounding it. So Dave Rubin announced very recently that he and his husband will be having 2 children via surrogates. So there are 2 surrogates, and the right-wing audience that he has cultivated for himself is just as cruel as you would expect them to be. Now, again, the entire story is uncomfortable for me. I know a lot of people have been enjoying the chatter online, but it makes me uncomfortable. In fact, it was uncomfortable from the very start when Rubin not only felt the need to make.
It's hard not to feel bad for him, but you just keep on going back to the fact that he put himself in this situation.
This announcement on his show, but went on to explain how the process works to his notably anti-gay audience. Let's watch.
I know most of you guys that are watching this are now on the more conservative side of things, and I never see any real issue with conservatives anymore and gay people. But I know this is like a little bit weird for some people to hear, right? I get it. And by the way, to me, at some level, this is a little bit weird. Like I've had to learn a lot of stuff and go to a lot of doctors, and it's cost a lot of money, and it's been a long sort of adventure.
Why?
But basically what you're seeing there, one more time with those ultrasounds, would you? Those are 2 different wombs, and those are.
Yeah, I'm having some emotional dissonance here because, like, on one hand, like this is, awesome that they can become parents and that, they're not having to fight with their state to do it. But it's Dave Rubin.
They're 2 different babies. We got 1 egg donor, so you got to think about this. If you need to stop right now and grab a Sharpie and make a chart, you could. So basically, we've got plenty of sperm around here. That's one thing, right? So there's a lot. I'm just saying, there's a lot of sperm. We didn't have a shortage of sperm, so we've got sperm. So we had half the battle, right? We had half of what we needed, but we needed an egg. Our feeling was that we wanted 1 egg donor, meaning you get a whole bunch of eggs. Well, hopefully you get a whole bunch of eggs from the egg donor. And then we would take several, we'd split the eggs. So let's say you got, I think the first time around we got like 18 eggs. And then you take the sperm, we would split them. So now there's like 9 and 9. I'm giving you the rough estimates here. And you would then inseminate them. And then you hopefully from that, some of it takes, some of it doesn't take. But then in essence, you have these embryos and then you need surrogates. So the surrogate obviously is the woman who then carries the child.
Listen, it's one thing to make the announcement. It's risky to make an announcement like that. Again, when you've cultivated a right-wing, pretty anti-gay audience, especially with the backdrop of all of the anti-gay, anti-transgender, anti-whatever legislation that's happening on a state-by-state basis. All these red states are
Oh my God, chat.
are like fully engaged in the culture wars. So on one hand, I kind of understand why he's kind of like, he seems terrified in making this announcement, and I get why, but like, just make the announcement and move on. Like if you feel—
Look, when people do like even content, like I saw like one of those city planning channels the other day that had done content on Project 2025 and had lost subscribers. You wouldn't think that would happen, right? You're here for city planning. You're gonna be mad that I have a problem with Donald Trump? Yeah. So even I was gonna say like YouTube channels that are somewhat neutral, somewhat politically undecided, undeclared, when they do anything that kind of puts them on one side or the other of the perceived culture war, right? They will lose followers. But yeah, even a channel like, I think it's called City Nerds or something, right? Lost subs over blowing the whistle on Project 2025. So yeah, Dave Rubin. So in other words, what I'm getting to, chat, is Dave Rubin showing his surrogate, ultrasounds to his right-wing audience. That's pretty rough. That's not going to be good to him.
the need to explain it to your audience, I'm trying to be polite here, just don't talk about how there's plenty of sperm in your house.
Remember when Ben Shabibo called him a sinner that he wouldn't respect as a megastar? Was that... I do remember Ben Shabibo saying that he would not if like there was an uncomfortable conversation where he said, what if about, like, so even though you disagree with me politically on issues such as homosexuality, if I were to invite you to my wedding anniversary, you would still come and you would probably bring a cake, right? He was trying to be warm and fuzzy with Shapiro. And Shapiro's like, actually, no, that is not something I would feel comfortable with. And he's like, what? I mean, you're like the cake? And he's like, he doesn't want to be part of what he regards as a lifestyle of sin. And just celebrating Rubin's anniversary with him would be in Shapiro's mind an abomination. And that's a sad thing from somebody that you just assumed was your friend, what was somebody that would be there for you in events like that, and to whom maybe your sexual orientation didn't really matter that much. Oh no, Shabibo is 100% using him. And maybe that's part of the reason. Like he was close to Daily Wire, but I don't think he was ever on Daily Wire, right?
Like, it's just, look, it's not even for me. Like, I don't want to hear about it, right? But anyway, he seemed nervous, and he had good reason to be, because his audience was incredibly cruel. And while, some on the left are kind of gloating about it because it's like, karma, you get what you deserve, it makes me really sad. Like, this whole story makes me really, really sad, because at the end of the day, whatever you think about Dave Rubin, put that aside. He's surrounded with people who think he's like this terrible person, this sinner. And it's one thing for him to take that heat, but I don't want kids to be around that. That makes me really sad. And this should be a moment where, two people celebrate expanding their family. But again, and yes, he did this to himself. He's surrounded by people who write comments like this. So I went to the...
And I gotta say, those same people that are shaming Dave Rubin and his husband, I would be surprised if some of those same people were not responding to her Twitter post now with Based Anna.
Video where he makes the announcement, and I just decided to grab the top comments, okay? These are the first comments that you see. So unbelievably selfish to bring children...
Wait, Rubin actually said he'd be devastated if his kids were gay?
...into the world, denying them a mother, Children are not just something you pay for to fulfill some desire you have. They are a gift, and you are absolutely not in a relationship that is conducive to this gift. I am so disappointed. I had such respect for you. Well, Jane, I never had respect for you, and you don't deserve respect. What a hateful, disgusting comment to put on someone's video.
She's your fan now, Anna.
But this isn't surprising. And by the way, you know what a child needs? A child needs love. Okay, a child needs support. A child needs love. I have, despite whatever feelings I have toward Dave, I have no doubt that they would be loving, and I think he'd be a good parent. I just hope he keeps his children away from these types of people, because I would hate to hear that their children, are in an environment where they're absorbing this kind of commentary. Another person writes, if children need a father in their lives, they also need a mother, so sad. Another person writes, so it's okay for you and your partner to buy 2 children and then let them grow up without a mother in their lives? Another person writes, confused. No, I get it. It's the 2 babies that'll be confused. Don't speak for me. Don't speak for me. 2 dads is not right. This is not right. Who's the mom going to be? A child needs a mom, a female mom. This is sick, and you can't make this normal. I mean, it just goes on and on. I'm grossed out by these comments. I don't really want to read any more of them, especially because.
But Hannah, do you not understand? Do you not understand the people that are all about biological sex are the same people that are all about a child needs a mother and a father, right? They're all about the traditional fucking family. I'm not even kidding when I say these are her people. Some portion of, if not these very commenters, then people like these commenters, people certainly who were in Dave Rubin's audience before, are now following and cheering for Anna Kasparian in her new heel turn.
Videos to get to. So before we get to the Glenn Beck video, I want to go to these 2 individuals who I very luckily had not heard about until, unfortunately, today. Edward Zoll and Lauren Witzke, who decided.
I'm sorry, when she said these 2 individuals that I've never heard of till today, because of what we're going through now, because of the fact that she literally like subtweets them in her Substack, right? I thought she was gonna be like these Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard. These 2, like, no, she's talking about Lauren Witzke. If you don't remember Lauren Witzke, some people call her Nazi Barbie. She is somebody who went on a panel with, who is it, Carlin Borisenko and Blair White, amongst others, and told Blair White that if she wanted to do right by, like, Blair White was on there saying that she goes and talks to kids and tells them not to be transgender or something like that, right? And that wasn't enough for Carlin Borisenko. Carlin Borisenko said something to the effect that if you want to do the right thing, you need to grow out your facial hair and tell them that you are a man. That was what would satisfy Nazi Barbie. Who's the other person, though, that she mentions?
These comments, I don't really want to read any more of them, especially because we also have videos to get to. So before we get to the Glenn,
and we have videos to get to chat, the bonus content. Like I said, these days I'm doing it as soon as the dono goal gets fulfilled. We're at 54% of that dono goal right now. If we if we get 46 more, then we will unlock videos. And right now it looks like Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro is the video that's winning. Of course, that's all academic until we hit the dono goal, but I feel like we're within striking distance. Only, what, 4.5 hours into the show? I gotta stop doing such long shows, chat.
I want to go to these.
But I do appreciate the support.
2 individuals who
and I appreciate you too, Thumb Gang.
Very luckily had not heard about until, unfortunately, today. Edward Zoll.
Okay, I have no idea who Edward Zoll is. Lauren Witzke, like I said, is known as Nazi Barbie in some circles.
And Lauren Witzke, who decided to unleash one of the most bigoted attacks I've ever heard. Let's watch.
Yeah, Lauren Witzke's a monster.
Just see what they said about that pedophile couple that are trafficking kids. What's her name?
No. Oh God.
That's Dave Rubin. Yeah. Coming soon, baby one. Where did they steal this kid from?
That is such a fucked up thing you can't be normal. You can't see a gay couple without assuming the worst possible thing that you could possibly think of. Holy shit. I didn't realize it was this. I didn't remember it being this bad. I thought they were just like, you're sinners, and that's not the proper place to raise a child or something. But no.
Two men are gay.
Yeah,
they can't have kids.
It's got to pop out first, and then that's when they snatch them.
Oh, that's when they steal it.
They snatch them.
Yeah, that's when they steal it. But that's like plotting a crime right there. So somebody should probably do something about that.
Okay.
Sheriff Arpaio?
Some stochastic. We got Sheriff Arpaio, chat. If you didn't think this was bad enough, right? We have Nazi Barbie and whoever the hell this guy is. We also have Sheriff Joe Arpaio, the Arizona sheriff famous for making prisoners wear pink underwear as and live outside in tents in Phoenix, Arizona.
Should we call Sheriff Arpaio? Someone needs to
We
deal
should
with
call
this.
somebody because I have a kidnapping in process.
Seriously, look, what is he crying for? Is he crying because he got away with it almost? Look at this. These two men who cannot reproduce, the only thing they can reproduce and create is more debauchery and AIDS. They can spread AIDS.
I don't know how much of this shit I can take. This is bad. This is bad. This is way worse than I remembered. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Lauren Evans, you just got weaseled. CJ, you just got weaseled. Several Wolves, you just got weaseled. ACAB includes Tone Police, you just got weaseled. And Starman X, you just got weaseled. Yeah, thank you, Omega Star. That gets us to... Oh, you did that just so we'd get to 69%. There we are, 69%.
I've got very little love for Dave Rubin for reasons that I've outlined on the show multiple times. With that said, those two disgusting human beings should be sued for defamation. They claim that Dave Rubin and his husband are pedophiles. There's absolutely no evidence at all in regard to that.
Oh wait, did I even say Several Wolves? You just got weaseled as well.
And they also went on to say that they're spreading AIDS. I mean, but like also at the same time, how could you not be frustrated with Dave?
Philip Blair says, Sheriff Joe hates the 8th Amendment to our US Constitution for getting cruel and unusual punishment.
Like, was the money worth it?
So does Donald Trump.
Was it worth it? I get it. You get to have a nice big house.
I gotta ask you, Anna, have you even made any money yet? Is it worth it? Is it even working for you? Did you sell out and not get paid? Is that what's happening? I don't know.
I'm sure.
Seriously, chat, do you think... I don't feel like she's made money off of this heel turn yet.
Have like a night nurse. I'm sure you have all the resources necessary. I get it. But is it worth it? Because what is life really about? Is it about surrounding yourself with these terrible people who think that you're a second-class citizen, who think that you're like a child predator because you want to start a family with your husband just so you can make a buck? Like, is it worth it? I don't get to turn your back on all the people who you used to call your friends, people who actually cared about you, people who looked out for you, people who were happy for you when you...
What do you think, Chad? I can't decide. Is this vicious of Anna? I mean, she's right. It's ironic since she's in the Dave Rubin position now, but again, like, there's a difference, right? In terms of... Like, I'm sure there's things that right-wingers will have a problem for Anna for, but they're not going to call Anna a, you know, a child harmer based on Anna's sexual orientation.
Had good news to announce. He turned his back on all of that to make a buck. And look, it blows my mind that he would make that decision. It blows my mind that anyone would make that decision. But with all that said, it doesn't take away from the fact that the people attacking him right now, the audience that he cultivated, make me sick. And I don't think that it's anything to gloat about. I don't think it's anything to celebrate. If
Crushy says somehow Anna Kasparian has a pretty shock jock, judgmental, moralizing tone that aggravates me. Yeah, even when she's talking about a piece of shit like Dave Rubin.
if you happen to be on the left. So that's not the only video. Let's now go to his boss, Glenn Beck, who felt the need to bring him up.
Thank you, past Anna, for reminding me that that was his employer. It was Glenn Beck, not. I was like, he was somewhat close to. There is some relationship, right, between the Blaze and the Daily Wire. It's not like a. It's not competitors as much as like some other figures, but.
To like engage in questioning, essentially like make Dave like apologize for his life decision. Let's hear what Glenn Beck had to say about it.
You know me, I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. We're probably the clearest church on this because it's been in our doctrine for 200 years.
Oh, wait, is he a Mormon? Is that the doctrine he's talking about?
We're very clear on that, but that's marriage and relationships, and that's what I believe.
It's funny too, because some people, some of the Christian evangelicals would like, assuming he is a Mormon, right? Am I missing that? I know he's from like. Do I need to look this up? Can somebody confirm that for me?
I also am.
But yeah, Christians get really weird about Mormons. Christians, I shouldn't say Christians. Fuck, I should say it this way. Evangelical, right-wing Christian nationalists tend to have a problem with Mormonism and with Mormons. He is a weird dude hanger, yeah.
I also know God created you just like he created.
Oh wait, he's a Mormon convert. Okay, I didn't even know that. Most moral people around. Well, there's some that would argue that one, but yeah. Glenn Beck loves Tim Scott. He grew up Catholic, is from Washington State, but he converted. Yeah, so Michael Casanova's music is telling me that he he converted to Mormonism after growing up Catholic. But that's what he's saying, is like, we're the most clear church of them all on homosexuality.
Me, flaws and all. I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family. So does craziness, but it runs in my.
What is Beck talking about? Is he trying to say that Ruben's got the gay gene runs in his family? What is that? Yeah, literally looking at like a genetic disease or something.
The same thing with things that I don't understand. And if we can't have a conversation about things that we don't necessarily understand and probably won't until we get to the other side, we have to just work it out together and be able to.
Oh my God, but for the, I'm trying to think of, for him, the other side is like, what is the whole deal? There's like the lesser realm and the greater realm. I forget. Mormonism is complicated, chat. I compared Maga earlier to Scientology, which you got volcanoes exploding, you got nuclear bombs, you got airplanes, 747s, You got Xenu. You got a billion-year contracts to Sea Org. You got some wild stuff. Operating Thetans. You got Thetans, the body Thetans. You got a lot of stuff going on in Scientology, but holy shit, does Mormonism ever have a lot of stuff going on? I would dare to say that as far as the afterlife, Mormonism's got the most going on. I don't even remember how it works. I'm sure he believes in other genetic differences in groups of people too. No doubt. Imaginary music. No doubt.
Say, Dave, I disagree, or I don't know what the answer is, but I love you.
I love you.
I love you, and God wants the best for you, which is for you to stop being gay, and bear him children with a woman who you will marry and enjoy having sex with. That's what God wants for you, Dave.
I'm gonna compare.
Is Mormonism the one with magic underwear? Yes, but also more religions should have special underwear. I'm all for a religion of like onesies. That would be cool.
Alcoholism to, you know, you being gay. I mean, in that rant that he went on right there, he just, again, seemed to double down on what Ruben's audience has to say, right? Like how he compared.
PNWU is telling me it's lots of kingdoms in the Mormon outer world. You're making it sound like Starfield. Or what is that one? The Outer Realms or something?
Compares Ruben's sexual identity to alcoholism. Beck says that Ruben is flawed because he's gay, right? Because he's gonna have children with his husband. And that's his boss. That's the guy that Ruben works for. And for people who don't feel any empathy for him or sympathy for him, I get it. Especially because after all this.
Okay, well, point taken, right? Point taken. Anna this would have been 2022. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is like her. Like, okay, let's be real. She's twisting the knife. I don't have a problem with it. I think that Dave Rubin's an absolute asshole, but like she is, like if he watches this, like she is reminding him that there were people in his life that would have not questioned picking up a cake for his anniversary. And now he's got people in his life that look at him like a... So I don't know if this is... I mean, I do think that in her own way, Anna has a lot of smoke for Ruben even here. As much as she's kind of like, you know, soft gloving it, right? Being like, I just feel bad for the guy. No, I mean, like, this is like, you know... In Mormonism, everyone gets their own planet. Apparently, we either that or Scientology. Both of those, you have your own planet. But only if you're really good, right? So if you're bad, you got to share a planet with other people. Remember watching that segment? LDS religion is quite psychotic, but it doesn't have to be that way forever. A lot of people are trapped in that MLM. Oh, wait, isn't there something about that, like, more people fall for MLM scams in Utah? You can't stand Kasparian. Well, we got a little bit more Kasparian to deal with, don't we? Now, somebody sent me this, and I don't even know. This is Anna Kasparian goes on. This is my first watch of this, right? Anna Kasparian goes on full racist after John Adirola exposes her as a fraud. Let's see what this is about. If I can unmute it.
I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina. I fought my way through it.
Pronounce her name right.
Sweat, and tears.
Pronounce her name right.
Kamala
Anna Kasparian and her co-host on the Young Turks, John Idarola, got in a pretty heated debate about MAGA right-winger Nancy Mace mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name. Anna Kasparian was particularly testy over this, with her really pushing back against John Idarola. And Anna Kasparian defending Nancy Mace, this is something that could prove to be just more evidence to those on the left who feel that Anna Kasparian is continually moving further and further to the right. So we're going to take a look at clips from the Young Turks as well as a clip from CNN. I'll share my thoughts from time to time.
So the channel here is Chris on Culture. I don't know anything about this channel, but they've got clips of Anna Kasparian. Well, I guess we're going to go from here, see what Anna's reaction to that is, and see what John's reaction to Anna is. And you'll see this a lot on the Young Turks, right? People have remarked that, it's kind of strange that John Adirola is still on board with TYT, considering how much they have changed and how obviously Adirola is not about this shit. But I would remind you that an actual paying gig with benefits in this business is very hard to find. So sometimes even when you want to move, when you want to jump ship, it's difficult to do so.
This one's pretty good. Let's get into it.
And Daisy Dragon says, no, Anna, I disagree. She does mean to mispronounce her name, and she does mean it to be disrespectful. Well, we should throw her in prison.
Whose name was
for it.
mispronounced?
Nancy Mace mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name and making the grave error of saying Kamala instead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a grave error. I think it's a petty, immature thing to continue to do.
Okay.
I think it should be beneath any adult.
I don't think she intentionally mispronounced her name, but whatever. It's everyone can think what they want to think.
She already went through a news cycle of this like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
I know, but it's hard to remember because different people say differently.
She's the vice president. No, this person only says it this way.
I literally had to remember that it's Kamala because someone told me, think of.
Okay, the one thing that I will say is that sometimes it gets in my head when I have to listen to a lot of Trump or Vance content, or I don't know, does Vance mispronounce it? A lot of right-wingers do mispronounce it. I think they do it on purpose. And if I listen to too much of that stuff, I'll sometimes catch myself saying it incorrectly. I believe that when I first heard her name, it was people mispronouncing it. But at the same time, to do it over and over again consciously, that's a different level of disrespect. That's Is Anna really trying to play this off like she didn't know, she made a mistake, she spoke wrong? What's the are we going to punish her for that? She's just mispronouncing somebody's name. It'd be one thing. Look. I'm sure that Anna gets her name mispronounced from time to time. And it's one thing if somebody mispronounces your name, but can you imagine if somebody called you just constantly mispronounced it in a really particular way? It's I mean, that's I can't think of of a parallel with Anna's name, but
and then just say la.
That's what the kids did at the DNC. Look, you're not trying to do anything on purpose.
No, I get it, but
John's look, you don't need to feel defensive about this. You're fine, Anna. We're not coming after you.
Because she's a bad person.
Relax. She's bad, Anna, but you're good. You're trying to do the right thing, unlike her, who doesn't care.
Okay, so for context, I'm going to drop in the clip from CNN.
What is that face that Anna's making? What is that face?
You're not familiar with this story, so you can see exactly what took place here with Nancy Mace on CNN with a panel of other commentators.
With the same reruns, Donald Trump is in a very vulnerable position.
Talk about rerun. Kamala's.
You had it right. You almost got it.
I will say Kamala's name.
Wait, she did it right, and then did she accidentally say it right and then have to correct herself so that she's still offering disrespect?
Any way that I want to.
No, but you mispronounced her and you also misjudged her.
I just did, and I'll do it again.
Mispronouncing her name.
That's a refusal to acknowledge her humanity.
If I purposely mispronounced your name, that would not be appropriate.
Policies are Joe Biden's policies. She owns it.
Yeah, that's the weird thing with her is that when she's not thinking, she actually starts to pronounce it correctly. And then when she corrects herself, then she's mispronouncing it.
Normalizing that kind of viciousness, man.
33 times.
But it's the,
she was the deciding vote
the vice
on
president,
Joe Biden's bill. She was 33 times the deciding vote on Joe Biden's bills in the Senate.
Let me just say this, because this Congresswoman is a wonderful human being. But when you disrespect Kamala Harris by saying you will call her whatever you want, I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said.
You can't say anything to these assholes. You can't say anything. Now they're the victim. Yeah, no, she's the victim. She's the victim. Oh my God, how dare this guy call me a racist? I'm such a victim.
That is BS. That is complete
You don't have to intend racism.
Not the person that cannot fucking get respect even as she runs for president of the United States. No, her. That's she's the victim.
No, you are
the woman that goes out of her way to mispronounce somebody's name. And then when reminded that there is a history of this shit, people were weird towards Muhammad Ali. People were, people were weird to a lot of, people that would change. Like there is a history. This is not a new thing. This is a fucking trope, I would dare say.
That
your disrespect of Kamala Harris is part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
Why can't you just, Congresswoman, why can't you just...
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm saying what the practice is racist.
You absolutely are.
Let me get it.
No, what's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor.
This gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25...
Shut up. Can you let that go already?
White women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina. I fought my way through it. Blood, sweat, and tears.
So pronounce her name right.
Kamala Harris.
Okay, I think you get the idea here. So in this clip here, Nancy Mace...
I don't know how she thinks this makes her look, but it makes her look like an asshole.
Says, I can say her name however I want to. So that, to me, is not just an honest mistake, which is what Anna Kasparian seems to be saying, that,
Natalie says the segment where Anna went over this clip and defended Nancy, Anna went hard defending Nancy. I think that's coming up, right? It was wild defending blatant racism.
People have been pronouncing her name differently for quite a while now, so...
And the thing is, it is insidious because the more people on a, like if Republican candidates and, politicians insist on mispronouncing it, a lot of people are going to mispronounce it. I mean, this is like the thing about misgendering somebody. The reason that, people will sometimes stop when somebody gets misgendered, it's not to rake the person who may have, accidentally misgendered them over the coals. It's to make sure that everybody in that group of people knows that, she goes by she, her, they go by they, them, he goes by he, him, right? To correct it in the moment so that, okay, so that was not how she's called, right? And it's same thing with correcting somebody's, mispronunciation of a name, because if you don't correct it, then yeah, like half of the country, they will know her as the mispronunciation of her name. And if that's literally not your name, then it's kind of fucked up.
Maybe she just didn't know. Maybe she just didn't, she forgot or whatever. Okay, an honest mistake, that could happen. But if you have people saying, no, the name is pronounced like this, and Nancy Mace says, I can say it whatever way I want.
I don't think she's even saying I can say it whatever way I want. I think that she is willfully, you heard that. You heard her start to pronounce her name correctly and then correct herself to make sure that she mispronounces her name.
That's being done on purpose. And if this were just a single incident of somebody on the right doing this, but it's not. You have right-wing pundits and right-wing politicians mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name over and over and over again. It's a strategy. They're doing it on purpose.
Okay,
it's the same as when they say Democrat Party instead of Democratic Party. And like John Idarola is saying, it's childish. You know, this is just the kind of things that children in middle school or junior high school would do. And this is what the right wingers and MAGA engage in now.
It's not like there's 30 Kamala/Kamalas in like music and movies, and Nancy Mace is like, okay, well, in this one it's that one, and this one it's this and maybe Miss Marvel. And I don't think she pays attention to Miss Marvel. I think she's just doing it on purpose. Again, it doesn't matter compared to all the other things Nancy Mace does.
Look,
it's the least important thing, but
focus on those things. Nancy Mace, like she has power in the United States Congress.
Don't focus on anything. Talk about everything. That's what we do.
Look, I just feel like there's way too many hucksters in cable television who make
hucksters. That's a half a dog whistle right there. I'm sorry, but I often hear this shit from like racist Republicans. Like when they talk about somebody that they're gonna tag with being like a proponent of DEI or whatever, like it's always with they'll use the phrase like race hucksters, right? For anybody who's bringing attention
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals
to the systemic racism going on, like, right? To anybody who acknowledges that no, racism did not end with the Civil Rights Act, right? The racism did not end with Martin Luther King. It is still very much with us, right? That's these race hucksters, right? I just
a nice living by going around calling all sorts of people racist, which tears the country apart and is not helpful. Okay, Michael Eric Dyson happens to be one of those people. He gets under my skin because
Was he in that clip?
Wow, he was the one in the wrong there. Is that what we're hearing?
I'm not familiar with
this. Yeah, it's just what he does. Like, it's just so annoying because there are issues in the country, okay, that do impact people of color. But going around and immediately accusing someone simply because they're light-skinned and mispronounce someone's name, immediately accusing them.
These poor light-skinned people. Always having it so tough.
Of perpetuating white supremacy in the country is insane to me and does not do anything to bring us together at all.
I think with her specifically, there's a lot of additional context.
Okay, she's a white supremacist. She's perpetuating white supremacism. Like,
I'm just saying she has herself had this exact same thing multiple times.
Okay.
It seems willful at that point, is what I would say.
All right, it's willful, John. It's willful. Let's throw her in prison, everybody.
It is. It's not. I don't want to.
Robin C says Nancy Mace equals light-skinned, according to Kasparian.
I'm just
maybe
sick
for a weekend
of this conversation.
A 3-day weekend in
honest with
prison.
you. Okay, 3-day weekend.
I'm just saying when people are she's doing it intentionally to send a signal to some people, either to anger us or because she knows racists like it.
She started her statement on that CNN panel by saying Kamala, and then thought she said it wrong, so then she said Kamala, and then.
I don't buy that. I think it's the other way around. I think she accidentally said it right.
Okay, I would disagree with Anna Kasparian here. The way I view that clip is she knows that it's Kamala and she just slipped up. She was wanting to say Kamala and then she screwed up and actually said it correctly.
Yeah.
Kamala. And she knows that doesn't work as red meat for the MAGA base, and she changed it quickly. That's the way I look at it. I don't know how Anna Kasparian.
She says Anna gets mad when she gets pushback. Yeah, that is a pattern that you will notice as soon as you start looking. Here we go.
Can say that this was just an honest mistake in terms of her saying it incorrectly when she says I can say it whatever way I want. If you're somebody who is doing something in good faith and you're saying, oh, okay, I want to pronounce the name correctly, you're not going.
Vanguard Supreme says, thing is, Kamala pronounces it both ways. Are you sure? Like, there was a whole point in the DNC where they brought her kids on stage to just like be like, it's comma law.
Say, oh, I can say it however I want to. So I don't really know why Anna Kasparian is coming to bat for her here. And Anna Kasparian keeps making these snide comments about, oh, put her in jail and she's a white supremacist and all this. And John is being very calm here. John Idarola is being very calm and making valid points, I think. So this, I know a lot of people don't like Anna Kasparian now. I see it in the comments all the time. And
yeah, Kamala like Mamala. Exactly, Narwhal by nature.
You know, definitely gives credence to the people who think that she's shifting to the right. I agree with Anna Kasparian, and John Idarola is, you know, saying this a bit here too. Is this the most important thing in the world? No, there are all kinds of more important subjects.
Look, the person that thinks it's important to mispronounce Kamala's name is what's her fuck.
In this, but TYT talks about things that aren't.
What actually is her fuck?
Subjects in the world. I mean, I know Anna Kasparian
Oh my God.
wants to talk about.
TYT used to do segments on like women unintentionally showing camel toe. Like, I kid you not. I kid you not.
What is happening in the Middle East all the time, but there are other things that aren't as important as that, but that can be discussed. And if this were just a single incident of Nancy Mace doing this, I think you could just brush it under the rug, but the
name itself is pronounced both ways, but it's not the same name. Like, you're literally calling somebody something that's not their name.
Republican Party it's a strategy of theirs to say Kamala Harris's name incorrectly on purpose. They're all doing it, whether that's meant to be racist.
And when you do it in this like coordinated fashion, like as the Republican Party or as the MAGA movement or whatever, you know what you're fucking doing.
That's a racist dog whistle, or just to try to make Kamala Harris seem lesser in the eyes of others. You know, but it's all part of this game, like I said, of saying Democrat Party.
Before she could say anything else.
I didn't see the clip.
I feel like it's a little bit worse. Like, right, what they're talking about is the fact that Republicans make a conscious attempt to not call the Democratic Party because people have a positive association with the adjective democratic, right? That's a good thing. And whereas with Republican, there's not that, like, you know, people don't intuitively understand, and see the value in a republic in the same way, right? So they make a conscious attempt to say the Democrat Party, not the Democratic Party. They're not democratic. They don't stand for democracy. They are the Democrat Party, which is like a demon and a rat, and they fuck and they have a little demon rat baby, and that's what a Democrat, right? That's literally what they're trying to do there.
So
Everyone
maybe you're right.
jumped on her.
Maybe you're right.
Everyone jumped on her.
Again, I agree with you that like randomly calling people for nothing racist is not helpful, but I also don't think it's my job to sanitize people that I think are racist.
All right.
I think there's a position between those two things.
What else has she done that you think makes her racist?
Makes her racist? I don't know. I don't think she's done that I think make her awful.
Anna does not think she's racist.
Racist?
Yeah, for sure. But like, no, everyone is definitely sure that she did it on purpose because she's racist. Okay, so what else has she done to like help bolster that?
Wait, we're about to.
We need a whole ass like ICJ court proceeding to determine, or like an ICC court proceeding to determine that she is racist. Otherwise, you can't fucking say that. Don't even say anything close to that. Like, Anna, the big problem here with Anna is not like Kamala being disrespected. It's this one being called a racist for being a fucking racist. And nobody was even calling her a racist. That's not what they were saying. She put those words in their mouth.
Necessarily know that everyone. I don't even necessarily agree with Anna Kasparian that everyone is saying she did this because she's racist. I would agree with John Idarola that she did this because she's an awful person.
Look, the Republican Party is doing this because they're racist. Is that better?
And MAGA and all of these politicians and pundits, they're just petty. I would love to be in a world that Anna Kasparian wants to be in. I'm right there, where we just have discussions.
Wait, can we pronounce her name the way Hassan calls for his mother? Wait, what? I'm not even sure if I get that reference, Narwhal, but maybe I should. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. Omega Star says Anna doesn't think anyone is racist. No, I mean, I'm sure she think. Wait, no, I'm trying to think of an example. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. No, if you stand up for immigrants, right? You stand up for people with temporary protected status or undocumented workers contributing to our economy. She'll probably find some way to call you racist for that, right?
About policy, and it's none of this nonsense like this. But this is what MAGA and the Republicans are engaging in all the time, doing things like purposely mispronouncing the vice president's name because they think it's funny or they think it gets,
and they know it'll get picked up
under the skin of Democrats and the left, whatever the reason, or it's racist, whatever the reason is.
Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. The Turkish word for mother is An. It's pronounced like Anna. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that. But yeah, the Turkish word for mother is pronounced Anna. No, that's new information.
Nancy Mace are doing this over and over and over again. And I would have to think that Anna Kasparian sees through this. But what do you think? Make sure to leave a comment on this. Why do you think Anna Kasparian is defending Nancy Mace here? Do you
Soul Life says I'm calling intentional BS on Anna.
think this is just part of her continuing to move to the right? Or maybe you agree with Anna Kasparian. Maybe she's totally correct. Or do you agree with John Idarola here as I do? I think John Idarola is totally right on this one. Make sure to leave me a comment. Give me a like and subscribe. Your subscribes are helping the channel.
Yeah, so that's a channel called Chris on Culture. I haven't really seen them before, but go check them out if you want to on youtube.com. Thank you to those who sent. I feel like multiple people sent me this clip. And I don't want to miss anything here. We watched the TMBS segment. We watched some old TYT from 2 years ago of Anna, having, talking about Dave Rubin and where he's at now. Wait, what is this? Oh my God, Anna's been up to more. Thank you, Natalie, for sending me a Twitter link. Let's check this out. Twitter. Defending Trump's very fine people on both sides.
Yeah, so in that same clip, before it gets cut off, after it gets cut off, he says, that the neo-Nazis should be condemned. He's not talking about them. He wants to be clear.
Then who's the fine people?
Okay, I know. Hold on. But if you want to make the argument that supporting those who want to maintain the Confederate statues is an example of him, applauding bad people, okay, that's fine. Make that argument. But I don't think he was applauding literal neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
Anna, do you really want to tease apart the subtle differences between a neo-Nazi and a neo-Confederate? What is she saying? I'm sorry, if that was a Hitler statue, if that was a Goebbels statue, right? Would you say they're not necessarily Nazis? Maybe they just believe in the preservation of history. She's giving them way too much credit. Like, and how is she going to be like, oh, the Nazis really bad, but the Confederacy, they just wanted states' rights. What is she saying? Like, how far has she gone?
There was only two sets of people there: neo-Nazis and guys who were supporting Confederate generals who wanted to keep.
Neo-Confederates.
So there was no fine people on the other side. None. The Nazis and the Confederate lovers are not fine people. They either despise Jews and many other people, or they thought blacks should still be slaves. So there was no fine people, none. And when we have a monster who's running for president, who says, oh, well, maybe they're good people. In fact, he dined with 2 Nazis, Nick Fuentes and Kanye West. And you go, oh, golly gee, I didn't know they were Nazis, even though Nick Fuentes has been saying it publicly for so long, and Kanye to boot. So, all right. But you guys get to decide, TrumpBrackets.com.
I wonder what happens when if Anna had anything to say about that. Oh my God, chat, my voice is going too. Damn, this is just getting worse and worse. This is just getting worse and worse. Where's this from? This is from TYT? Like their show? Is that what you mean? There were good racists on both sides, says PNW. All right, so we got a few more things to take a look at. We are 30% away from hitting that dono goal. Right now, it looks like Naomi Klein, is ahead in the poll. Naomi Klein is also ahead in the dono. So for once, we don't have a mismatch. Naomi Klein is going to be tough to beat, but she is beatable. And just remember, when you donate, let me know what the topic of your choice is tonight. If you want to see Naomi Klein or if you want to see something else. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping us hit the 100% dono goal and also helping your favorite topic win. We have got something that I'm not sure if you're going to like. All right. Let me show you what I got cooking here. Oh my God, it's Destiny. Anna Kasparian explains why she's leaving the left. Wait a minute, is this Destiny disagreeing? Is this Destiny disagreeing with Anna for doing the same shit he's been doing for like 3 years now? Is that what I'm seeing?
Seen coming. Holy.
Hopefully this isn't that long.
You're right. Anna Kasparian has left the left. My God. That literally no one could have seen coming. Holy. You're right.
The only difference with you, Destiny, is you won't leave.
I've changed. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually, the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. Polling shows that he has increased his support among Black and Latino voters, despite wall-to-wall coverage of his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks.
It was just unsavory.
Donald Trump has doubled his support among Black voters. What is doubling? From what to what?
Oh wait, I didn't realize that she had hyperlinks in there.
From 12 points to 20...
Wait, is that what happened?
Marks.
Okay, yeah. Why did I not see the hyperlinks?
Support among Black voters. What is doubling? From what to what? From 12 points to 21 points. From one poll to the next poll. A morning consult survey of 11,000.
Yeah, so some of these poll numbers have been all over the map. It's not really clear, and it won't be clear until the voting numbers are in whether Donald Trump has actually increased his support. And to what extent?
701 registered voters. Wait, why are we comparing what Trump's polling was in 2020 to 2024? What about like from 2016 to 2020? In 2020, after Trump was president for 4 years, he had, among Black moderates, his support was 8 points. In 2024...
Wait, Black moderates?
It's 19 points. But are we only talking about...
That's a weird poll. Okay, they're polling, them by their race and by their, whether conservative, moderate, or liberal.
Moderates? Specifically, the poll found that Trump's support among Black moderates and Black conservatives has increased significantly, doubling among moderates. Well, hold on. Who would identify as a moderate wait, oh, this methodology is so questionable. Wait, do you understand the issue here? Like, imagine you have like imagine you have 100 voters who are undecided, and let's say that they call themselves moderate, and then let's say that you have let's say an election happens, a cycle goes on, and then that 100 group, let's say that shrinks by 90%. Let's say 90 of those people are like, I'm not moderate anymore. This is insane. I'm going to go be part of this party now. So you have 10 moderates left. Let's say of those 10 moderates.
Ooh, Narwhal by Nature donating for Brianna Wu just to make the vote more exciting. So we have a third challenger, right? Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. That's got to be some weird, possibly cursed content. But now it's got 27% towards it, and the dono goal has 97% towards it. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the donation on Throne.
Let's say like 8 of them are like, oh, you know, this Trump guy seems kind of cool. If before you had 20 people that were cool with Trump out of 100, your support might be 20%.
What is Destiny even talking about?
The moderates that you have left, you've only got 10 left, let's say a bunch left. Now let's say of those moderates, 8 support Trump. You went from 20 to 8.
I feel like Sam Cedar's better at math.
Absolute decrease in number, but as a percentage, you increased your percentages by 60-point increase. Right now you have 80%.
My whole point was why take the why take the, you know, why are they separating this out by political alignment?
Support among moderates for Trump. I'm not saying that this kind of polling is bad. Okay, just to be clear, I'm not saying this is bad or the data.
But yeah, it's measuring two different things. It's measuring how people self-identify, and it's measuring their support for a certain candidate.
Worthless. I'm just saying, be aware of what you're polling on. I'm curious, what is the actual percentage support? Well, to be fair, actually, this one sounds like. I wonder what this means when it says supporting Trump.
Look, from what I've seen, these kind of numbers are a little bit all over the place, right? So it may be like a sign of that they're not polling these voters in a way that's accurate or consistent. I don't know.
Hold on. Voting. What would we even look for? Polling Trump by race? Are you able to get chat on screen? Yeah, I could. Do I want chat on screen?
That's always the question. That's always the question, Destiny.
Not much.
Look, I care.
Does it link the poll in the article? Morning console poll crosstabs are paywalled. It's this. Oh, well, that's kind of annoying. This pollster is ranked 107th by 538. Yeah, they might not be a high quality poll, but that is a significant increase in pointage.
Yeah, that's why they call him Yapstiny, Cal Carter.
Fuck, whatever. Maybe we'll dig into polling data on this as we get closer to the
Destiny's comments powered by Red Bull.
Election.
Is it Red Bull or is it Adderall? Or is it Vyvanse?
Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about the people and world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith, and that was a big mistake. My revolution started in 2022 when I was sexually assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. That horrible experience.
Now, I wonder if Destiny's going to react, how Destiny's going to react to this.
Experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors.
What do you think, Chad? Is Destiny going to get this right?
Others accused me of feeding.
Oh, he has a Red Bull on his desk?
Racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black. But I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some of the left, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents were obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for ever thinking that was the case. That doesn't mean everyone.
Avi, you want to switch your vote to Woo? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
The left thinks or behaves in the way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it, but it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has a monopoly on truth. Then there was the insane reaction to one of my tweets in March of 2023. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. This is true. Man, that's just another unfortunate, it's just another thing. I don't know what to say. People do this. People get like mind rotted. Basically, you have a bad experience with a group of people and then you decide to become the exact opposite politically. I understand.
Oh no.
Kind of sad, I guess.
Oh no. Oh no, this is as bad as Anna not getting the parallels between herself and Dave Rubin. Destiny, that's you. That's literally you.
No, I don't know how you prevent a person like this from flipping because, yeah, it's dumb. Stupid. You kind of predicted this before?
Yeah, I'm gonna move this.
To make it happens. If you harass the fuck out of somebody, eventually they're gonna look elsewhere. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from conflict by publicly attacking me.
But I was wondering what he was going to say. If he was going to, did he react at all to the fact that she's like, they said I was bad for mentioning that it was like, you know, like, did he get the part about that there's no point in, you know, getting, you know, getting essayed is fucked up, but to like be like by a homeless person, right? You're kind of trying to direct hate their way or blame them or you know, you're kind of trying to, you're putting that on everybody that's homeless. The same way that if you were like by a black man, by a white man, by a Latino man, you'd be doing this, you know, like people would recognize that as problematic, but somehow she doesn't see this as problematic, again, probably because of how marginalized unhoused people are.
With monetized videos. Okay, I mean, we do news and punditry. Everything we do is monetized. Come on.
Wow, you're not even going to attack the socialist? Well, that's right, socialists shouldn't make any money. They don't believe in capitalism, and yet you use capitalism to survive. Interesting.
A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on behalf of the transgender community throughout my career. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet.
Oh, good point.
Someone reported me to Human Resources. And on air.
Yeah, Ason's got a good point. In a roundabout way, it could be positive if Democrats don't view, Black and Latino voters as being captured and actually have to. Well, they're so bad at this, right? They're, you know, the struggles in Michigan that Kamala is experiencing right now have a lot to do with her failing to put daylight between herself and Biden on the issue of Israel.
Transgender contributor even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so.
Goddamn leftist shows. Goddamn online mobs.
Curious that not one of those shows hired her after she took their advice.
Again, from everything that I've seen from Benny, that's who Anna's talking about. Benny does not feel like forced. Right, if Benny felt forced by anyone to leave TYT, it was by Anna and to a lesser extent, Jink.
I never apologized for the tweet, and I never will.
And at first, she was willing to stay there. She stayed there for a really long time after Anna did, you know, her turn. But she was, you know, critical. She was critical of Jink and Anna on Twitter, and the engagement that she got was did not treat her with any respect.
That whole experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance on the left, and it allowed me to publicly reject the ideological shackles that kept my world small and less informed. Today, I'm less...
Sari says, is it a personal preference when you tweet it out on a public platform with over 1 million followers? Yeah.
Certain and more naive, curious, than I was 4 years ago. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unwilling to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently from me. What to expect?
I don't know whether to give Destiny credit for not like agreeing with her, or whether it's just like some cognitive dissonance that he doesn't see this in himself.
From the now unaligned. I'm hungry for dialogue, a space for in-depth analysis, and a judgment-free zone.
Funny, I'm hungry for food.
That is what I plan to do here. Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces that dig deeper into the big stories of the week, with the intention of finding truth rather than promoting a political side. Video posts sharing details on breaking news and political events. A weekly podcast beginning in November that will feature long-form discussions and debates with guests from all walks of life. Very nice. An engagement with me in the comments section for paid subscribers. Join me and be part of the dialogue.
I can't wait. Can't wait.
The point of this new project is the pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. I reject arguments about the evils of platforming people who are considered too naughty to converse with. I want to facilitate dialogue. I don't know what my political idea.
I don't want to be dismissive or anything like that, but part of me questions whether Anna is gonna be committed in her writing. I've just never seen her as a writer. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's had some experience as that, but I mean, given this as her introduction, it's like, it's so, there's just no meat on the bone.
Or label is, and I'm not even sure I want to be pigeonholed.
Joe Dirt says, count me out.
This is my effort in pursuing extreme.
PNW says, Destiny's not hungry, he's got caffeine.
Honesty and humility in the quest for common ground and truth without the constraints of a tribal identity. God. So does this mean that her next back?
Yeah, Breezy, Anna is very bitter. She's bitter towards everyone.
Guests are going to be all basically IDW rejects. What's wrong with this? I just think that when people define themselves politically as the opposite of whoever bullied them last, I just think it's pathetic. I don't know why or how I would.
Wow, Destiny, wow.
I was gifted with this, but I was able to figure out, like in 2016. No, not 2016. I'm sorry. When I was 16, that defining yourself as the antithesis of whatever you don't like is just as stupid as being captured or enslaved by whatever the thing is. I wish more people could understand that. I think the far left is unhinged. Not only is the far left unhinged, I think I actually...
They also call you birthing person.
Agreed with Anna
on the birthing person thing? Yo, I knew there's going to be something on...
Every single one of these major points.
Oh, shit. Wow, I was giving him too much credit. I thought at least he would call her out for... when you're like, I was essayed by a homeless person, like, right? I thought at least he would be like, well, okay, that's not a relevant detail. That's not a, unless your call to action here is to go after the homeless, right? But no, not even that. John Ross says, Benny, the mods, Hassan, she's bitter about everyone and everything.
Probably find videos or tweets doing it. I thought that the her homeless encounter thing was insane. Vosh had crazy shit. Was this when he called her a bitch, or was that over the transgender thing? I thought the attacks she got over the transgender thing were insane. I agree.
So yeah, he mostly has the wrong take on this, but even he sees her as, well, I don't know. I wonder what he thinks, like, right? Because he's treating it like she got mad and that's why she changed her perspective. And that's his criticism, is that, like, you can't change your perspective just because somebody criticizes you. You got to stay in there, stay in the sacred middle, the sacred center, and keep fighting that good fight. against the woke scolds.
With her, but I mean, like, that doesn't mean I'm all of a sudden going to pretend that both sides are the exact same now. Does this mean she left TYT? No, I'm sure she'll stay there. Destiny.
I'm not so sure about that.
So theoretically, nothing is wrong with the letter, but the way it always goes is her turning into a right-wing apologist and potential supporter. I mean, it's the sanity washing. The biggest issue with people.
So that's his problem. That's his problem. That's his one and only problem with her, right? Is that she's sane washing MAGA. Which is true. She is. She is. Absolutely. But wow. Other than that, right, he would be happy with an Anna that takes to Substack to say, a lot of people have criticized me for being reactionary, for being right-wing, but I am actually a centrist. I have a sane point of view, not like some on the far left, and I want to keep on representing progressive values in the right way, in the way that wins, right? If she had said something like that, if she hadn't done this thing where she was like, actually, people told me that Trump and MAGA were really bad, but it turns out they're not really that bad. It turns out you can see a lot of the same stuff going on the left, and we should pay attention to these people and engage with these people, and maybe these people have some points. That's all that pissed Destiny off. That's his problem. There we go.
People is when people do this thing where they're like, oh yeah, both sides have extreme problems, and you do this thing where you pretend that both of them are kind of the equivalent.
I get it. I get why Destiny has a problem with what Anna's saying, but does not see that within himself. It's a distinction. I would argue without much of a difference, but I guess he doesn't see it the same way. Also, nice glasses, Steven.
Both have problems, so they're both more or less the same. It destroys the discourse because they're not the same right now. They are incredibly different. Anna is now insinuating I'm a drug addict, presumably because she's so terrified of me that in her mind I'm beginning to take the form of the thing she fears most, a homeless person. Is Wash implying that
okay. When is this from? August 10th, 2023.
All homeless people are drug addicts? Wow.
Wait, okay, so antisocial creeps like Vosh? Wait, where's the... I mean, I don't see it there. I don't see her... Oh, don't snort Addies. Yo, that's more for Destiny. She got her debate bros mixed up. Yeah, that's more... I don't know if Destiny snorts anything, right? But Destiny's more of the methstony. Vosh is the... I don't know. Like, Vosh's more like a drinkstony, right? He's an anti-weedstony, and he's a drinkstony, but I don't think he's a methstony. I've never heard Vosh talk about that kind of stuff in any sort of positive way.
Destiny, this is how I felt about you prior to January of this year and you learning more about Trump. Yeah, but I think that was just a lack of information. It's not like I was just defining myself as the opposite of people that attacked him. I just didn't have the information. I'm sure there are some things I'll change my mind on too as I gather more info about it, but I'm not just like switching sides because somebody is triggering me. Where's the meme? Hold on. Dumb.
I don't know how... What was Destiny really... I mean, I don't think he was ever positive towards Trump, but maybe he was a little bit more neutral.
Medium, smart guy, meme. God, I'm so good at finding memes with Google. There's a feeling whenever somebody says objective facts, I just want to report objectively. There's a thing that you have to be very careful of. At the 55 IQ spectrum, you get these people that say things like, actually, truth is a perspective and a subjective interpretation of things is the only way to know what's real. And then you have these people in the middle who are like,
you sure about that, Destiny?
Like, actually, we can use the scientific method to epistemically verify every single thing we say and arrive at the objectively true things. And actually, all truth can be objectively determined. And there's absolutely no reason why two reasonable minds should ever disagree on what's happened with a particular topic. But the problem is that, like, as you get further into understanding how we put together ideas, how we analyze the news, how we do politics, there is a great deal of normativity, meaning you're applying different ethical weights to different things. There's a great degree of normativity that is involved before you ever get to the idea of being objectively true, right? Like, I wish that more people would just understand this. You can report things that are objectively true, and you can still lie, right? George Floyd.
Oh no! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! What is he doing? What is he doing? This is the least I've criticized Destiny in a reaction to him in a long time. And here we go.
Chauvin was kneeling on him. George Floyd.
Yeah, like the IQ thing for Destiny is just a taken. Or sorry, taken. It's a given, right? It's like, well, yeah, obviously, IQ is an objective measure of the person's aptitude and
had enough opiates in his body to cause an overdose for a normal person. Derek Chauvin wasn't applying pressure on like a kill spot on his neck to kill an ordinary healthy person in ordinary circumstances, right? All three of those things are true, but the conclusion they lead to is not, right? Which is, oh, I guess Derek didn't kill him, right? Because another set of facts are people that are addicted to drugs can do many times what would be ordinarily a lethal dose for a drug, number one. Number two, people that die from downers overdosing don't scream. That's fucking retarded. You've never done drugs in your life if you say something like that. They sink into the couch, their whole CNS is so depressed that they just stop breathing, and then they die, okay? Three, you don't have to apply lethal pressure to somebody's neck or engage somebody in an actual like chokehold.
Okay, you know what? I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough. That's okay. That's enough. That's plenty of Destiny. We've got some more stuff to cover too. So yeah, like I said, I haven't checked in with the Vanguard boys in a while. I just have not had time to see what they're doing, but they're actually doing some numbers now. They're blowing the fuck up. And they've got the last time I watched their VOD, they had some really good content. So I want to see if I can find their commentary on Anna Kasparian, get their perspective, because I feel like they had a few things to share that are news to me. So let's take a look here. To make sure I'm not missing anything, because they do actually cover Anna quite a bit. Yeah, this is the one I want to cover.
And Gavin, are you ready? You know, we talked about it a little bit when we reacted to the video that I believe spawned this Substack article.
So why are we covering the Vanguard? Because they were literally mentioned in the most direct way of anybody, besides maybe Benny, of anybody in that video, right? They were directly mentioned. I'm like 100% sure about it, that when she was talking about the small podcast that did 5 videos going after her, reading her to filth, she's talking about the Vanguard. She is aware of the Vanguard. I think she may block the Vanguard, if I'm not mistaken.
Cool. And I talked about how I thought that when I saw it for the first time, I wanted to send Sam Cedar a fruit basket. It was like he laid a gift at our doorstep. It was like he took the time to go and hand wrap it and do the sophisticated little bow on it that they'll do at the mall around Christmas time. And it just had a card and it said the Vanguard. And we opened it up and boy, did it deliver. Anna then turned around and boy, she was like, it's like parents who have just recently been divorced. It's like one of.
So yeah, I'm expecting at some point the Majority Report might react to this, or not to the Vanguard, but to Anna's Substack.
The other one is like, I'm going out and buying you a Wii, son. You're about to get a Nintendo Switch or whatever kids want for Christmas these days. You know what I mean? Thank you, Anna. I want to start from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for this segment. We couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Anna Kasparian of TYT. We're about to take a look at her new Substack venture. Make sure to hit that like button, everyone that's just tuning in. Welcome to the show. This is going to be a really fun and exciting segment, and yet another segment where I hate to do it. I hate to say it. I know it's insufferable, but we were 100% vindicated, 100% right, calling balls and strikes from the very beginning, and the takes keep aging like fine wine.
So I think they are referring specifically to their call of Anna's heel turn, that this wasn't just going to be, she like redefines what it means to be a progressive and tries to carve out a little reactionary space for herself on the left, but that she's actually long-term leaving the left. Now that, in total, that's yet to be seen, but we do have her basically calling it even between MAGA and the quote-unquote unhinged left, right? An equivalency, which is kind of the first step to her opening up that gravy train that is the progressive creator going MAGA, pulling her own Dave Rubin after having criticized him so roundly and so accurately. What's up, Nabil?
Democrats, just like Pete Buttigieg. You know what I'm saying? That's how well our takes are aging.
Both of our spines sore, scoliosis ridden from all the padding we've had to do, from all the congratulations. Okay, we're post Malone of BreadTube. That's how many congratulations we're getting. Okay,
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep, and I do think that we live free, rent free in Anna's head. Nicholas Lopez. Before we get into the Substack article, I wanted to remind everyone about a somewhat unfortunate episode in the history of Anna Kasparian, and that's when she tried to take over the Jacobin YouTube channel, and everyone realized that without TYT, without Jank and the
Vanguard predicted Anna's rightward march before it was cool.
Branding of that gig, not much appeal. No one really wants to hear from Anna Kasparian. No one really wants to watch her leading a show or being the chief of a show or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, well, I think that Anna realized.
I think I was onto it with the Young Turks before the birthing person controversy, so I was pretty early in there. But we were taking a look at some of the things that Jink had done, for instance, with Ben Glebe, where Ben Glebe was taking the lead as far as being a hog on TYT.
Is that in order to be successful on her own, she has to do the right-wing pivot, the grift that we're about to talk about.
No one wants to watch Anna because she's alienated her audience. I mean, unfortunately, she is appealing to some of the same people that she would call out in Dave Rubin's audience. What's up, Letterhack? Oh, one time here, let me pull this up. Letterhack, look what I can do. It's amazing. You're going to be amazed. Wait, if I can get over my technical difficulties. Wait, there we go. There's the chat that I want to bring up on the stream. Okay, well, I got half of your chat anyway. I'm working out the kinks, chat. I'm working out the kinks in this software, but at least we can bring this up. Letterhack says, one time I was making fun of Destiny and Hassan. It was, making fun of Destiny and Hassan thought it was about him? Wait. Because of the drawing? Oh, the drawing of Destiny looked enough like Hassan. Wow.
He's absolutely laying the groundwork for in the Substack piece. But yeah, I think that a big part of the reason why not just Zach and I, but independent YouTubers and critics of Anna Kasparian, the people that actually get some views and who people agree with when they make these criticisms, absolutely it lives.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who can only take so much Destiny. But yeah, when he gets racist, that's when I'm
free in her head. Why? Because we can actually successfully garner an audience. People actually care about what we have to say when we do our own independent operation. We don't need Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks. That's just the reality of the situation. And again, even at the height of her, hosting Jacobin after the passing of Michael Brooks, I hate to make it all about numbers, but it wasn't doing well, guys. These videos were doing like 5,000 views. So, that has to be a wound to the ego. I'm just saying. And I do think that's why she realized I'm not going to be able to make it on the left. I'm not talented enough to make it on the left.
Vanguard Supreme says the Vanguard has come a long way. They used to be kind of Dorite leftists, and that was embarrassing, but had an embarrassing but respectful debate with Sam Cedar. Oh, I didn't know about that. Look, I'll be honest with you. When I first became aware of the Vanguard, I assumed that they were MLs, right? And I think I'd seen a few clips of them that were, pretty based, but people have a strange reaction to that ideology, right? It tends to bring up arguments, right? And I'm just like not trying to have the fucking tanky discourse in here, but yeah, they that's not what their branding is about. It's actually about a van. I think one of them used to have a van or something, and so it's like literally the vanguard, like guarding the van. So it's not that kind of vanguard. They used to be Dorite left. Well, I'm glad they're not that anymore. Yeah, wow. They made fun of Jimmy Dore pretty roundly too. Like they're pretty in a pretty funny way.
I have to start laying the groundwork for a right-wing pivot if I'm ever going to truly have an independent career, if I'm ever going to truly have a reputation in media outside of Cenk and the Young Turks. We've been covering in depth as that evolution has progressed, but I do think it's fair to say that this Substack piece represents the most blatant attempt yet to signal that she's done with the progressive left.
100%, right? And let's not forget that every single day when she goes to work at the Young Turks, she's sitting underneath the banner of a progressive news network, right? That's how she is branding herself. That's how she's chosen to brand herself. The second that she goes out and takes a gig on Fox News or News Nation or AmericaFirst.com, I don't care. You're not going to hear the Vanguard talking
You didn't think they were MLs at all? I just saw the name Vanguard and I figured
about you. Okay, we're not Freddy Krueger. Okay, I'm not trying to get in your dreams. What I'm here to do is call balls and strikes when it comes to progressive media. And when you're calling yourself unaligned, it's the red pill, everyone. It's the Adam and Sitch. It's the Matt Taibbi. It's the Russell Brand. It's the Jimmy Dore. Yep. She's done it, everybody. She has rebranded. This is the official Anna Kasparian rebrand, and it's the soft launch. And you know what it is, guys? She knows that none of the people from TYT are going to be coming.
Matt says everybody gay here
on and reading this. Because none of them care about her anymore. None of them are interested in her commentary. She's completely stale. They want to hear John.
Wait, scallion pancakes? That sounds good. Sasha G, I don't think I've ever had. Wait, scallion pancakes?
Varola. They want to hear Jordan Yulla, and maybe they want to hear Cenk Uygur because he's always.
Oh, by the way, Anna, was that one of your one of your fans there asking if everyone is gay here? Are we all gay here, chat? Is that... Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
Made and sustained himself as the face of the operation. They're not that interested in Anna, okay, because they know she's going to say the tame.
PNWU says, my dentist calls me unaligned? Oh, nice.
Same 10 things over and over again. This is for the people who love the police. This is for the people who hate the homeless. And this is for the people who want to pearl clutch about trans takeovers.
Yep. This is...
Wait, onion waffles? Seriously? Like, this sounds good. That's what I could go for right now. A savory pastry. Is that what it's called? Like a savory pastry? Vanguard literally just means people at the forefront. I don't think that's what theirs means, Lady Badash. I think they're literally referring to a van that one of them used to have. Like it's a joke. It's a pun.
I mean, this is basically Anna Kasparian's version of the Dave Rubin thing. Obviously, Dave Rubin, when he left TYT and when he left the left, he didn't immediately come out as a straight up conservative. You know, it took several years. It took probably 5 years, honestly. And he originally came out as a classical liberal, right? I'm not a right winger, but I'm also not a crazy.
Yeah, are we all gay? Yeah, and according to the Vosh community, we're all tankies too, apparently. If you don't like Vosh, you're a tanky. That's what I've learned from them.
Classical liberal. Well, Anna Kasparian's own version of that.
Yeah, potato pancakes. That's some of my favorite stuff right there.
Is that she's unaligned with this nice little flowery graphic. Let's enter the void. So far,
well, see, that's the question, right? When I said I didn't want to start the tanky discourse, which I've unwittingly done once again, this has been the bane of my existence, right? I've had friends, I've had guests that are Marxist-Leninist, and I didn't ever get the feeling that they were gonna, purge me or something like that. And I like to talk, I like to what is it called? I like to pick their brains about, theory and history and stuff like that. But then there's a question of like what is and isn't a tanky. And it's like with some people, it's just straight up, oh, you're a Marxist-Leninist? Haha, I guess you must love Stalin as well, and that's what you want your government to be like, just the purges and the gulags, that's your favorite thing. And it's like, no, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. But yeah, no, this has gotten me in trouble with the Destiny community. This has gotten me in trouble with Vosh, just like talking to people, right? Not anything about my perspective or my beliefs or anything like that. Just like, you know, the people that you're not allowed to talk to often end up being Marxist-Leninist.
She's only published this one.
PNWU says, I'm no Vanguard, but in elementary school, I was a trapper keeper. Me too. Wait, do I have my trapper keeper here? That's the other thing they say about me, Chad. Is I keep a trapper keeper of everything any debate bro has ever done wrong.
Piece. Independent.
But yeah.
Unaligned. You're right.
Look, in my mind, it's like this. All right? We're leftists. We may have different ideologies, right? But all of those ideologies start with the first thing, which is class consciousness, which is something that we are sorely lacking, right? In the United States, people can't even imagine a world without capitalism. We're a very, capitalist realist society. So we got a lot to do in terms of building class consciousness. And then it ends with the same step too, which is a moneyless, classless, society.
I've changed. What a better four words to put together. You're right.
We're commies, right? I mean, according to Vosh.
I've changed. Yes. 100%. Thank you, Anna. That's all you had to say. You just had to say, you're right. I've changed. I'm not on the left anymore. Right. And then I just want the Young Turks to say we're the home of internet news. Okay. And not progressive media. I want you guys to forfeit your title as progressive media, because clearly you're just cosplaying as that. Clearly you're just taking people's money and setting it on fire because you're not interested in accomplishing any progressive goals. You're actually working against them.
Yep. And, obviously we're about to take a look at this article. We're about to take a look at the part where she references yours truly, the Vanguard. But before we do that, I did want to share one of my favorite memes, one that never gets old, one that's always accurate, and one that always sticks in my mind.
So that's why I don't want to have like the whole I feel like I'm about to have the purge in here anytime anybody mentions anytime that discussion gets started. And there's literally Destiny, subreddit threads being like, NCC, let talk to this horrible person named Mel. And it's like, yeah, Mel came on my stream, we talked, and she had a debate against Shark 300. What the fuck is your problem?
A rock in your shoe when we come to instances like this. Here it is. Neither left nor right.
Literally getting mad at me for platforming somebody Vosh had just platformed. I don't understand it.
The right. Every time.
Yep.
10 out of 10 times. Every single time.
And who are these people on screen? I don't know. But they're pretty based. Oh, look what I can do. Look what I can do. I don't know if I'm using the same software as y'all, but welcome to chat.
Who are Gavin and I, if not the perfect reflection of the modern day Scooby-Doo gang? Here to expose who's the real right and who's the real left. I'm sorry, but there couldn't be better casting. Okay, I'm sorry. Gavin Shaggy, I'm Fred.
Do you want to take a look, Zach, at this this dense text?
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and start reading. Let's plow into it. You want me to read or you?
Go for it.
We were just talking about the origin of your name, of your branding, right? And I said it was actually about Van. Am I remembering correctly?
After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to quote unquote resist Trump was seen as a threat to our country. And I was fully on board with that mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. She's been taking notes from Matt Taibbi.
So again, this was what Destiny had a problem with, right? Not the fact that she's sliming every unhoused person that exists over what some person that she says she thinks was probably homeless did, right? Not for making inclusive language about trans people about her, right? That's not the problem. All that stuff, according to Destiny, that was based. But no, it's this. It's the fact that she is equivocating. And yes, she is equivocating. And yes, that as Zach and well, I don't want to beat you to the punch here, right? But you can guess what this means, chat. Some of you can read the writing on the wall. Certainly, Zach and Gavin read that writing years ago. Not years ago. Was it years ago? How long has it been? How long? We were just looking at Anna from 2022 giving Dave Rubin the what for about making common cause with people who did not regard him as a person, that regarded him as somebody living in a lifestyle of sin, and that his family was an affront to God. Right? And now we come to this. Now we come to Anna courting those same viewers that gave Dave Rubin shit over his family, over the fact that he chose to have children with his husband. And these are the people that Anna is equivocating to the unhinged left, whatever that means. I guess the people that have a problem with Anna attacking homeless people and trans people on like the weekly, is that the unhinged left?
Spoon feeding her. This could be from the Racket News Substack. Polling shows that he has increased his support among Black and Latino voters despite wall-to-wall coverage on his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself.
Okay, so I'm right. There was a van, but also because Vanguard's cool as fuck. Yeah. Well, yeah. If I had a van, I'd guard it. Yeah.
And Kamala Harris.
What about you, chat?
We're at the Vanguard. We're here to tell you it's tightening, but it's not that tight. It's not that tight. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. Yeah, she means Black people, by the way. She's it's not because of you. She's afraid that she's going to make people angry. That's why she doesn't like talking to people who aren't white.
Also, like, can we just take a second here to note the fact that she's blaming the divisiveness of the Trump era not on Trump, but on the American voter,
the left
who wanted to resist Donald Trump. Like,
yeah, there was the problem, right? It wasn't Trump, it was people's reaction to Trump. So this really sets the stage for what I'm doing my best not to beat Zach and Gavin to the punch. If you watched their clip already, you know what I'm talking about. You know what assessment that they're going to make. But again, they haven't said it, so I don't want to steal their thunder.
Kidding me?
I'm sure some of you have already guessed, even if you haven't seen this clip yet.
Obviously, the Trump era has been incredibly divisive. I think we all would love to return to a less fractured country where we can, chat with our grandpa about, politics and not get into a screaming match, of course. But to blame the voter, to blame your average person for being like, hey, I'm not really cool with racism and I don't want to see that sort of rhetoric coming from people seeking the presidency. You're saying that's the problem?
Yeah, it's the people who are like us. We've called. She's really taken the Pierce Morgan position.
But it's such a weird thing to say, because if you are a normie, okay, you could easily forget all the racist things that Donald Trump has said, right? Because it is very much like in one ear, out the other. It is very much garbage ear in, garbage out, right? There's week after week after week of Trump saying the most vile, unhinged stuff. So it's possible, as a normie, to forget all that stuff. What I don't believe, though, is that someone whose vocation is news, who's covering these stories day in, day out, has actually forgotten the things that Trump said. And we see her now trying to weakly equivocate things like the statement about not January 6th, sorry, the Unite the Right rally, and there being good people on both sides. And her saying, well, it's not really it's not okay to call Trump like making a distinction between Nazis and neo-Confederates, right? Like being like, oh no, that's a problem. They didn't want Like, Trump wasn't talking about the people saying Jews will not replace us. Trump was talking about the people that said, keep the Jefferson Davis statue, the Confederate fucking statue that was built not after the Civil War, mind you, but years later, as a way to try to psychologically impose the ideals of Jim Crow on black people there. The Confederate general there, years and years after the war, in order to as a statement, to show, to demonstrate to black people that they will always be considered lesser in that society, right? Those people, the people that wanted not to take that statue down, because guess what? It's history and it's heritage. I'm sorry, but like a neo-Confederate and a neo-Nazi is kind of a distinction without that much difference. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I can't believe that you implied you implied that he was talking about neo-Nazis when he was actually talking about neo-Confederates. That's a whole different thing. They just want history, chat. They're just really big history buffs, right? And about a certain kind of history, and about maybe even an alternative history, where what if the South had won? What about that movie, right? Birth of a Nation. That's the kind of history, right? The idea of the lost cause, the idea that the South was just so close, and if they could have, it's such a we gotta romanticize about the South, even if we don't live in the fucking South, right? We gotta watch Birth of a Nation and freaking oh my god, what's that other one? I was about to say, I'm like having trouble. This is a famous movie. Gone with the Wind, yes. The two biggest blockbusters, the two first blockbusters, the beginning of American cinema, and they are both celebrating in some way, embracing in some way, the lost cause, not for a Southern audience necessarily, but for whites in the North who want to romanticize this lost cause. But yeah, no, Trump, there's no problem with Trump saying good people on both sides if he's talking about neo-Confederates. How dare you jump to the conclusion that he meant the Jews will not replace us people, when clearly he could have meant the Jefferson Davis did nothing wrong people.
You know, it's the people who have called Trump all of these names, right? It's actually leading to the intense division. You know what I mean? Oh, this is crazy. She says, I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith, and that was a big mistake. Wow. So
yeah, look, Bovine, you got there before me. Gone with the Wind was exactly what I was going for.
Let's read on. My evolution started in 2022 when I was assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. Now, for the record, we've said this multiple times on our podcast over and over and over again. You know, that's a horrible thing to have happen to you, right? And while we believe that it has been used perniciously, you know, to justify, like, you know, one person's experience doesn't mean that we should villainize homeless people. It doesn't mean that we should fearmonger about homeless people. It doesn't mean that we should, you know, fund the police. What happened to Anna was wrong. And obviously anybody with a conscience opposes that. At times she's tried to portray it like the left doesn't care about that. No, what we don't care about is how that's changed your politics. Like, I'm sorry that something bad happened to you, but that's like, I got mugged by a black guy.
It's okay to steal your thunder. Well, it's just the whole thing of trying to react to this without spoiling the what's coming up later, right? Because like sometimes I don't get a chance to pre-watch that stuff, but this I ended up pre-watching just because I hadn't checked in with the Vanguard stuff in a while, and when I checked back in, they were killing it. They were crushing it.
Now I hate black people. Like,
they're gonna be up to Vosh's numbers before too long.
That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. The egregious political commentary that you did in the wake of that, and the cheerleading for a bunch of NIMBY-ass bullshit, and the support for the candidacy of Rick Caruso on the Young Turks, that's what led to all of that commentary.
Also, I got to break in, guys. We've broken this down on the podcast before, live on air. I don't have all the tabs up right now, but you guys can go back in our YouTube channel history and find out for yourself. You can verify that I'm telling the truth. Anna Kasparian's right-wing pivot on crime happened before this incident that she talks about in this article, and it happened it happened before she shared it publicly or before it happened in real life, right? So she was already starting to make weird right-wing reactionary arguments that were like pro-cop and anti-homeless person for several months. I think it was like at least 3 or 4 months before this incident occurred. It was only after that she shared the incident that some people, not even most, but some people turned around and said, oh, okay, so now you're sharing or potentially constructing this incident to justify your right-wing pivot on crime.
Yeah, and this is the part that I didn't know, right? I'm going to rewind this because this is important. This is the piece of the puzzle that I did not actually have. Anna has probably always harbored a little antipathy towards blacks, trans folks, homeless, and poors in general, and it had to come out eventually. Huh? Yeah, no, that's the question. That's the question, is motivation. And I always say, we can't ever know 100% what somebody's motivation is. If it's like that she had like this hate in her heart always, and it was just waiting for a chance to come out, or if it's a situation where she has found it financially beneficial to work her way, do a little bit of mental gymnastics to justifying the very positions that she used to dunk on not so long ago.
Your Fox News Light pro-cop pivot.
Here, let me rewind this because this is the crucial part right here. And this is some insight that I honestly did not have, and it makes a lot more sense now.
Only after that she shared the incident that some people, not even most, but some people turned around and said, oh, okay, so now you're sharing or potentially constructing this incident to justify at least weird right-wing reactionary arguments that were shared it publicly or before it happened. Pivot on crime. I don't have
support for the candidacy of Rick Caruso. Nobody are left in some.
Okay, so they're talking about Anna's political change, which now that they mention it, I have heard different descriptions of, right? I heard one description of Anna's political change coming during lockdown, ostensibly 2020 or 2021, around that time. And her specifically mentioning authors like John Haidt, who she started to read. And she's basically giving you sort of the line that you hear a lot from a lot of like heterodox thinkers, from a lot of people that are right-wing, just like the Scooby-Doo meme, right? They're actually right-wing, but they want to pretend that they're neither left-wing or right-wing. They're actually heterodox thinkers, and you're not smart enough to understand them. They're just miles beyond you, right? And that's what she was signaling when she talked about her change having come during lockdown. So now this is a second retelling of Anna's political swing, where she says that it was not as a consequence of being SA'd by, as she says, an unhoused person, but as a consequence of the left's reaction to that, as if the left had a problem with her coming forward, as if the problem was her saying that she was SA'd, and not the problem that, like, when something like that happens, if you were to say, yeah, I was SA'd by a black man, would you have any question if somebody said that, where they were going with that, what they were trying to do, right? There's not a reason to mention the demographic data on the person in question unless you are associating the act with that group of people, right? So we wouldn't accept it if somebody said that. We'd be like, get the fuck out of here with that, right? Somebody linked it to somebody's race, right? I think most people would rightly reject it. But because this society still has, it's still so acceptable to view homeless people like that, she's able to get away with that with at least part of her new audience. And that's my opinion of what she's doing. I think she's courting a new audience. I don't buy anything about this, right? The timelines don't match up. And that's what they're bringing up. That's what I wanted to add to this discussion of Anna Kasparian. And like, again, we can't know for sure 100% why she's leaving the left, but all the clues point to money. All the clues point to maybe a little bit of bitterness, maybe a little bit of jealousy. You hear how she talks about Hassan. That sounds like jealousy.
Progressives, after sharing the story, did. I was told that publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors.
But again, why do you need to connect it to? And again, when you read this, wait, is it this? Is it here where you see that? Maybe I think we watched her talk about this. Was it on Sitch and Adam? Regardless, right? She didn't know 100% that the people that did this to her were unhoused. She wasn't even sure about that. She said they looked like they were. She made an assumption based on how they looked that they were unhoused, and then linked their homelessness to the horrible attack that she suffered at their hands. That is grossly irresponsible at the very least, and I would say unforgivable to a group of people that is very much not thought of, not cared for by society, to a group of people that very much already has a target on their back, right? But yeah, there's something about her story that just does not add up, and I'm so glad that they brought this part up, because it kind of clicked with me. That, like, I had heard her give other descriptions for her political transformation. Especially like the one where she drinks a vile foamy liquid and transforms into some kind of hideously deformed superhuman creature. Hideously deformed creature of superhuman size and strength. I think that's what happens, and she goes on a rampage after that. That's oh, sorry, that's Jekyll and Hyde.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Yeah, how did she know? Exactly, Vanguard, exactly. How did, when I read her description of that, or I don't know if it was, I remember we either watched it or we read it recently, and she didn't even know. She wasn't like 100%. She was making an assumption. And so she's throwing this awful thing that happened to her on not just two homeless people, but the homeless, right? And perpetuating this connection between, and again, this is the fundamental flaw of Anna Kasparian. This is where she really goes, off. The conflation between homelessness and crime, which she insists is on the rise, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Despite all the evidence to the contrary. She insists that crime is a clear and present danger, and it is an ever-increasing hazard. And when she is faced with crime statistics that say otherwise, her cope is the same as actual justice warriors' cope. The cops, they are too woke. They refuse to report the crime statistics for cities like New York and LA, which is where the crime wave is happening. Not in middle America. You remember, chat, when we looked at the story about Aurora? Aurora, Colorado. It's a neighborhood in Denver. This is where the alleged Venezuelan gang took over the alleged apartment buildings, right? But when I looked up the statistics on Aurora, it does have a pretty high crime rate. That's Colorado. That's not New York. That's not San Francisco. That's not LA. That's Colorado. And that is fairly typical of some of the cities with higher crime rates are not cities that are coastal, right? It is a stereotype. It is a survival of, I don't know, like 70s Dirty Harry's movies to think that, like, oh yeah, it's well, and it's also, like, I mean, think about the way that the word urban is used to dog whistle black, to dog whistle POC, to dog whistle non-white communities, right? And so that's a perpetuation of that as well, right? But yeah, she's doing the thing. She's doing the thing, and I don't like it.
Egregious political commentary that you did in the wake of that, and the cheerleading for a bunch of NIMBY-ass bullshit, and the support for the candidacy of Rick Caruso on the Young Turks. That's
yeah, he looked homeless. What the fuck does that even mean? That means that she attacked homeless people without even knowing if the person that did this to her was, she doesn't care. She wants to hurt homeless people regardless, right? And it's bad enough that she wants to, she would hurt homeless people because the person that did this to her happened to be homeless, right? Well, she doesn't even care. Like, she's just like, you know, looked at this person and made that assessment, and she's willing to throw people that are already, like I said, already have a target on their back, already have life way too hard, and could be any of us one day, as the majority of Americans can't afford a $500 expense. She's willing to perpetuate the hatred and demonization of homeless people at a time like this, based on a vibe. God, I'm sorry, it's pissing me off.
what led to all of that commentary.
Also, I got to break in, guys. We've broken this down on the podcast before, live on air. I don't have all the tabs up right now, but you guys can go back in our YouTube channel history and find out for yourself. You can verify that I'm telling the truth. Anna Kasparian's right-wing pivot on crime happened before this incident.
Here we go. This is the key part
that she talks about in this article, and it happened before she shared it publicly or before it happened in real life, right? So she was already starting to make weird right-wing reactionary arguments that were like pro-cop and anti-homeless person for several months. I think it was like at least 3 or 4 months before this incident occurred. It was only after...
So this is the incident from 2022. And they're saying that for a few... I think it was at like... God, I'm trying to keep the timeline. I had sort of started on a timeline for this because honestly, to keep this straight, you need a timeline. To keep her story straight, and I would say her stories, because it feels like she's got different origin stories for how she left the left. And that makes me think that this is all about the money and not necessarily about anything. You know, like people hypothesize, I mean, does she have some animosity towards groups of people? I mean, probably, but she's also doing mental gymnastics in order to justify this potentially financially very lucrative. And that's what she talked about with Michael Brooks. That's what they talked about together. The potential for anybody with left-wing credibility to pivot around and criticize the left and get paid like none of us have ever been paid like Destiny's never been paid like Vosh has never been paid, to get fucking paid. That is my assessment, given the facts that we have. Again, I'm not making any conclusions. We don't know what we don't know. You know, somebody's motivations are sometimes opaque, but it really does strongly seem like she's doing this to get fucking paid.
That she shared the incident, that some people, not even most, but some people turned around and said, oh, okay, so now you're sharing or potentially constructing this incident to justify your right-wing pivot on crime, your Fox News Light pro-cop pivot that we're all watching, that we're all looking at unfold right now. You're using this to...
I'm sorry, but I gotta say, Occam's razor points to that.
That's not really politically sound. That's not really ideologically sound. That's not really how you make a political argument. But nobody attacked her for sharing that story. No one said that, oh, this is, not something you're allowed to talk about, or, who cares? No one said that. At least no one on the...
Like, she's making it out like that in fact, I feel like I saw her say something like this, that they were cheering on her attackers because of their marginalized status. That is literally a Ben Shapiro definition of the left, right? Looking at as if your marginalization becomes your privilege on the left. That's really how it is. Like, right? Whichever one of us is the most marginalized always is right, even if they're doing an essay. No, I'm sorry. That's not anyone on the left. There exists no people on the left that are like, no, the essay is based as long as it's from a person more marginalized than you are. That is fucking Ben Shapiro level brain rot, Anna. That is Ben Shapiro level brain rot. And you would know because you've been fucking hanging around Ben Shapiro.
Maybe some troll on Twitter. I'm sure that some unsavory people popped up in her replies, and no one would.
If that was a troll on Twitter, that is a troll trying to make the left look bad, because nobody is out there saying that fucking violating somebody like that is okay if you're homeless. That's not the fucking point. That's not the point. The point is that, like, you don't need to attack a group of people that are already in such a fucked up situation, already are associated unfairly with crime. And that's what Anna and Jink are saying when they say there's a rise in crime and they won't get off of that. They won't consider that that's not true. Right? In their minds, they see homeless people and they know there must be crime. They know these are the kind of people that do that. And I gotta ask, how much was Anna's, to be nice, I'll say, implicit bias towards homeless people committing crime, towards homeless people being dangerous? How much was that responsible for her vibes-based assessment that her attackers were in fact homeless? You tell me, chat.
But this is just an inaccurate timeline. This is just an inaccurate timeline here from Anna Kasparian.
Massively
This is
self-serving
actually
timeline.
not what motivated her right-wing pivot on the issue of crime. This came after that had already begun, and seemingly she trotted it out as a justification.
God damn it, chat. It's times like this that I wish I had the time to be able to do some prepared content, because to really address this, to really interrogate this question here, which I think they're doing a pretty good job on, and I'm trying to, put the story together as much as I can, but we're streamers, right? We're doing this stuff with, in a much less permanent way than a YouTuber who makes a video essay and does, research and really tries to give the best answer they possibly can, and nails down the timeline, right? That was my biggest frustration about the story. And again, I've been kind of slow out the gate in covering some of this stuff, partially because of my frustration that without nailing down a timeline on this, it's really hard to see how blatantly dishonest Anna looks.
To silence all of her critics, people like us who, again, for months beforehand were already calling her out, and then conveniently she trots this out as almost a bludgeon, again, to silence everyone who had been noticing what was going on, to say, hey, how dare you criticize me? How dare you make commentary about my pivot? Because guess what happened to me? Isn't this tragic? And yes, it is very unfortunate. I've been the first to say that from the beginning.
100%. And now she acts like her second, it's like slow rolling in poker, right? You put your first card over and
Zero PE says, I think her flirt with leftism was mostly dependent on Brooks. When he left, so did her left progression slowly.
and you're like, boom, right here. I got this one too. He was white. He was he was white. What? Like that's supposed to change a goddamn thing. I don't care, Anna. I don't care about this. Like I care about this specific instance and the fact that like I'm sorry that it hurt you.
Okay, so and like I said, assuming that you know, somebody is black by virtue or non-white by virtue of them being homeless, that's another implicit. That is a sign of implicit bias. And if there were people saying that, making that conclusion, yeah, their implicit bias is showing as well. But that doesn't diminish the degree to which your implicit bias is showing in this case, Anna.
an individual and clearly left a meaningful mark on your psychology. That's tragic, right? Okay, so what she's doing right here is she's 100% signaling to her right-wing base, like, haha, the libs are crazy. I just totally owned them. They're melting down and calling me racist, even though the guy that did it was white. Haha. And it's like, no, dude, you're playing checkers. Okay, and we're talking about the chess moves every time you talk to your progressive audience and you plant little poisonous, unsubstantiated talking points. You give them right-wing inserts when they're, they have their guard down because they think they're getting progressive media. And then Gavin and I have to watch this stupid shit and be like, no, here we go. Let's mark it up. Like teachers in the third.
I mean, this is it. This is it. You got to go dig out your receipts. You got to go for those folders, right? We got to go for those folders, which we're not supposed to have. Because having a folder makes you a very bad person, unless you are President Sunday. I don't know.
Being like, this is what you would say if you were.
Yeah, Luke Bovine says he was white. Mic drop.
Republican. Okay, D- Progressive News Network. Call yourself the home of the young Republicans, and again, you won't hear from us anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And take a look at this, guys. This is some of the most
Ooh, yeah. Natalie brings up we have no way to verify this because she didn't call the cops. Now, look, there could be good reasons to not call the cops. There's a lot of people that do not want to be in any way involved with the cops, but that wasn't her explanation. Her explanation was that she thought the cops had the blue flu. They'd had some prior experience with being victimized by crime, and the cops had not shown up, and so she made the assessment that there would be no point in calling them. But yeah, Natalie's exactly right. So she can say whatever she wants, even if she's twisting the detail to make the left look bad for calling her out. True.
Lazy garbage I've ever seen articulated by someone who thinks they're posting a real banger, right? A manifesto. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some on the left, I also witnessed.
Yeah, Irene's very extensive folder collection. That's right.
Their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. Yeah, guess what? That's called human nature. That's just called being human. Obviously, everyone has the capacity to be cruel. Everyone has the capacity to be a hypocrite. We see it all the time, specifically online and on Twitter, which is clearly, you're basing your experiences off of that. Let's be honest. Clearly, she's talking about people on Twitter. She's talking about people online. And again, it's like, come on, dude. Don't act like
there are no horses in Irene's folder. No, unfortunately, the Vosh's inappropriate interest in horses and his weird opinions about underage people, that was never. Those were never subjects that I really covered before he revealed all with his woo heard around the world. I wish I could. I need that sound, chat. I need that sound. I need that sound on a soundboard. I need to hear the Vosh tax folder sound.
This is unique to the left. Don't act like this is unique to the progressive audience. If anything, people were just confused because you courted a progressive audience. You courted this massive left-wing progressive audience, then all of a sudden turned on the left. Yeah, of course, people are going to be confused. But to act like the left is like uniquely hypocritical, uniquely cruel online. I'm sorry, but I get on Twitter every single day and I see some of the most villainous scum imaginable. And all of it comes.
And she's on Twitter too. Anna knows this too.
Same thing, Anna Kasparian. Sometimes you're retweeting.
Anna's super online.
Like actual justice warrior or whatever. You know exactly what you do, and you know that the right wing is far more cruel and far more hypocritical on Twitter. The same people that celebrated Elon Musk taking over the platform to restore free speech, only then to turn around and defend him time and time again as he censors his critics. And we're the hypocrites? Yeah, give me a break.
And she can't resist herself, guys. I guarantee you, she was maybe like, at least half a wine bottle deep, really feeling herself, maybe.
Okay, so here's my prediction, chat. She's going to continue to subtweet people like Benny, the TYT mods, and the Vanguard, right? She's going to continue on that. But if she calls anybody out, if she mentions anybody's name that reacted to this, it's going to be Vosh. And then she's going to talk about Vosh's folders. Vosh is the Achilles heel of the we didn't get a chance, chat. I wanted to watch Vosh's response to this too, but we just didn't have time. But yeah, if she calls out anybody over this, it's not gonna by name. It's not gonna be the Vanguard. It's not gonna be It's not gonna be any of us. It's gonna be Vosh. Because with Vosh, you can talk about the folders.
Hand rolling a cigarette, giving it the old puff puff, and then she's like, then there was the insane reaction.
Will she call out the leftist mafia? I mean, she has. Well, no, she didn't mention them by name, did she?
One of my tweets in March 2023. I like how
sane washing MAGA. Destiny was right about that. I hate those words. I hate to have to say them, but Destiny was. She was definitely sane washing and doing a false equivalency between the supposed unhinged left and MAGA.
It says in March 2023, like you posted a screenshot. It already says what date it was. Okay, we can all see that. Okay, you don't have to all in March 2023. Like you're doing your own, entertainment news doc on yourself. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. What words? I'm a woman. The left hates it. These 3 words trigger the left. I'm a woman. The left hates women. Unlike the right, Gavin, real stalwart defenders of women. Let's read on. Yeah, please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus.
Oh, she did mention Lance.
Birthing person or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. What? Nobody calls you that. Nobody calls you that. Nobody.
But if you want people to nickname you birthing person, then just keep at it, Anna. Keep at it. That you will earn that nickname.
Calls you that. As 2 people that have multiple trans people in our lives that we can get with, nobody calls you that.
No one calls anyone that.
No.
As you said, Zach, we know trans people. It's not like when they come over, they say birthing person instead of woman when they're referring to women. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a thing. No one does this. And again, based on...
Well, she's acting like that the word woman is being replaced. And it's just like, that is the biggest... Like I said, it sounds like something a boomer conservative would say. Oh, they don't want to say woman anymore. It's not politically correct. Instead, they want to say birthing person. Well, isn't that nice? They've got a new word for everything, don't they? It's just...
Tweet out of context, you would assume that Anna Kasparian had just finished a debate or something where her opponent had called her a birthing person or a person who menstruates in like
as a birthing person, we do not blame her.
Derogatory way. And then she's like posting like, how dare you? This was really disrespectful. But this never happened. That's what made this tweet so funny. And again, if you post it out of context, it looks like she's responding to something that did happen, but nothing ever did happen. Supposedly on a medical form at some doctor's clinic, it said birthing person on there.
That document was never made.
So here's where birthing person is used, all right? Because I'm seeing some confusion in chat, right? If you're a person who's not a woman, but you can get pregnant, do you want to get called a woman every time that the potential, the capacity, or the reality of you getting pregnant is relevant? Or might you want to find another word to, and might a health professional that cares about you as their patient want to call you that other word instead, right? If you've got one word which you're like, I don't identify with that woman, that is not me. I am giving birth, or I am, seeking birth control, or I'm, whatever the situation is, right? But I'm not a woman. Then you would probably rather be called something, and look, that's the reason why there's like multiple terms, right? Somebody said like uterus haver. I mean, it just depends, and there's no standardized thing yet. But people who care about trans people don't just go off and call a trans person a woman who doesn't identify as that, because that feels gross, right? That's where it comes. It doesn't have anything to do with Anna, honestly. It's got nothing to do with her, right? This is for between a patient, like a trans patient, and their doctor, right? That's where it's appropriate. That's where it makes sense. That's where it's used.
Made public.
That document.
What's up, Morbius?
Public, but let's assume it exists. Guess what? That's still not anyone calling you a birthing person. That's just a thing on a form. You can mark it.
Yeah.
Do whatever.
Sasha G says like a pregnant trans man or a pregnant non-binary person, right? Somebody that does not think of themselves as a woman, but is pregnant, right? That's where that term's for. And Anna, if you really want to take this to the mat, you're going to have to argue, which you won't do, because I know you won't even engage, and you won't, and Jink wouldn't even meaningfully engage Benny on this, right? You will not have that argument with the person that is like, I am the one who wants to be called birthing person. Do you have a fucking problem with that, Anna? Do you insist on calling me a woman despite that? Right? That's where she won't go. That's what she won't do. She will never actually engage with these arguments with people, especially people who are actually affected with her attempt to destroy any further marginalize any possibility of inclusionary language. Yeah, it's fucking mean. It's mean. It's mean shit that she's doing.
You can write your name, you can cross it out, whatever the hell. That's no one is calling you that. No one walked up to you, pointed at you, and hey, birthing person, come over here. Like, that's not something that's occurring.
At the woke Gen Z Vanguard house, everybody is broken up into bleeders and skeeters, okay? That's just the way that we, you know what?
I'm sorry.
It's just most friends.
I'm sorry.
Didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from my from conflict by publicly attacking me with monetary.
And you know that if you're a socialist, you're supposed to starve to death. Right? That's the only appropriate thing. If you're a socialist, it means that you really like poverty and you hate capitalism and you won't act to preserve yourself, because that's what socialism was about, right? When Engels was like, hey, Marx, you're writing all these, you're working on Capital Volume 1 there. What say I give you some money so you can afford food while you're writing it? Marx was like, no, Engels, I shall not touch the foul capitalist money that you have, because I am a free. No, that's not what socialism, communism, anythingism is about, right? That's not. It's not a cult of poverty.
Here's the real banger. A small leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet while conveniently erasing the advocacy that I had done on behalf of the trans.
Oh my God.
Throughout my career.
Trans people should be so fucking grateful to her. She said good things on behalf of trans people before. How dare you? How dare you you accuse her of making it all about herself?
They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. Yes, criticizing Anna Kasparian is when.
Look, I don't want to blame, and there's no way to know, but yeah, trans people do experience suicide at a higher rate, and part of it is from a society that is unwilling to acknowledge them for who they are, them for who they know themselves to be, and tries to force labels on them that they don't identify as. This is the one thing that I would hope that cis people could understand about trans people. Because a lot of times from these right-wing types, you get this idea that trans people are pretending or something. Oh no, trans people were pretending, right? Before they came out. Many such cases of trans people describing their life pre-transition as going along to get along and pretending to fulfill a role that society had shoved on them with no choice of their own. And that it's only when they come out of the closet, it's only when they acknowledge their identity that they stop pretending. And for somebody to kind of use language, yeah, language can hurt. To try to, shove trans people back in the closet in some way, it's fucked up. And oh no, I'm not gonna try to link a individual statement to an individual suicide, right? But you should care. You should care But you don't, Anna. God damn, sorry, this is pissing me off.
Socialist doesn't happen. Sorry, guys. You can't be a socialist and criticize Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure she's talking about us, guys. I'm pretty freaking sure she's talking about us. And also, it's hilarious that she says, you know, they conveniently erased the advocacy I had done on behalf of the trans community. No, that advocacy, your previous position on the subject matter, was actually what made your
100% it's about them.
Pivot relevant in the first place to talk about, Anna. Yeah, that's why we were talking about it, because
Adam says, anyone wanting to talk to Anna about her beliefs, please send those requests to Ben Shapiro, as that is one of the few people that she will actually engage with. You're probably right.
You didn't used to say these things about trans people. In fact, like 3 or 4 years ago, you were aggressively standing up for them. You were passionately arguing against.
Oh yeah, I showed you that. I showed you Anna Kasparian arguing against somebody saying, you know, making the same argument that she's making now about inclusive language. You could, if we wanted to, chat, and maybe I should do this, clip up Anna from back then and Anna from now and make them have an argument, because they literally could be turned, you could turn that into an Anna versus Anna debate.
Right-wing moral panic regarding the LGBT community. All of a sudden, you change on a dime, come out with this weird turf posture. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. People are going to take note and say, interesting, this former advocate for the trans community.
How long before Anna goes on Chud Logic?
Has now pivoted.
Answers in chat.
Into a bizarre right-wing reactionary turf-coated grifter. That's the analysis. That's the whole point of the analysis. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, right? And also, I mean, come on, bro. Everyone on YouTube is monetizing videos and publicly attacking each other in the realm of politics and debate. What do you think the Young Turks is? You don't think Cenk Uygur monetizes publicly attacking people, even folks on the left? Of course, that's the whole point of this space.
Look back at their catalog of videos talking about Dave Rubin if you want to see what Gavin's talking about here.
It's a debate culture. It's a culture of political disagreement. Obviously, when someone in the same space has a disagreement with you, yeah, you exploit that. You say, hey, I'm going to make content about this. Let's talk about it. Let's hash it out. That's the whole freaking business model. And yeah.
ECAT K says, and that rate is skyrocketing under all these anti-trans bills being pushed. Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of people are socialists, ourselves included. But what do you want us to do? Just not eat? Like, this is our job.
Well, it's so...
No, literally. She's that simplistic.
Again,
it's not just Hassan can't have a house in LA. It's like you can't fucking eat if you're a socialist. You can't do content. You got to do your content like for free and not monetize your channel because you're so against capitalism. And for somebody to advertise a product on your YouTube channel would be wrong.
Glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Chud's too small for Anna to go on.
This is a pot calling the kettle black situation.
Oh, he would absolutely take that interview, though.
Not only has Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks made loads of content covering controversy, right? I don't need to remind everybody of the countless Jimmy Dore battles that the Young Turks has gone through. I don't need to remind you guys.
Oh, wait, she'd do Destiny streams? No, Destiny actually came out and had a problem with her. Not for the things that we pointed out as far as her demonizing homeless people or her, making the inclusive language all about her when it's not, right? That wasn't the problem. Destiny was like, no, based Anna for that, right? His problem was that she equivocated the unhinged left with the MAGA right? And therefore sane washed Trump. That was Destiny's problem. That was Destiny's only issue, the false equivalency, right? But he did call her out for that. And he did say something really ironic considering, that he has very much reacted by moving to the right when people on the left, he perceived them as bullying him.
Of all the countless battles that's gone on amongst...
I think socialists have to be some kind of fruitarian. Subsisting on... Yeah, you got to be a freegan. To be a socialist, you got to be a freegan. You got to go dumpster diving for all your food. What? Did I just hear something?
This is the same network that also produced Dave Rubin, Jimmy this entire cadre of folks that just immediately pivoted down the road, but they also cut their teeth making like Britney Spears has a camel toe video. These guys used to make obnoxious commentary, okay? It started out as like a diet Howard Stern show. So for her to come over here and pearl clutch about how we make our content on YouTube, go on cable news, go on MSNBC. We like being YouTubers. We like being live streamers. We don't think
Rob MC says, I think she was willing to go along with the Bernie movement. She became just became more of a middle class liberal after 2020, following respectability amongst people with a similar income. What's up, One Great Earth? They all are also they're scared also of being harassed. People think they can just treat them like shit. My middle child is trans, and I am afraid of someone hurting them. Yeah.
there's anything wrong with that. We think it's a cool job. We like hanging out with our audience. We like actually engaging with our audience. And we like calling out liars and people who pivot for monetary convenience. Okay. And when you go from being an ardent leftist all the way to constantly making the case for the right, yeah, you're just following that TYT to right wing pipeline. And while Gavin's gone, I want to go ahead and throw this out because in this article,
I'm sorry, I love that. The TYT to right wing,
constantly making the case for the right. Yeah, you're just following that TYT to right wing pipeline. And while Gavin's gone, I want to go ahead and throw this out because in this article, she implies that we.
Ooh, Asun says, I'll call it now. She'll go on Megyn Kelly. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Always criticize her and we never say anything nice about her, right? This is from like the DNC, right? Maybe the week after the DNC. So we're talking like the last 6 weeks. Okay, this is commentary that we gave about Anna Kasparian. Let's just let everybody watch for a second. Here in a second, it's really short, but I also wanted to hear from Anna Kasparian, somebody that we've obviously had massive disagreements with on the show over the last maybe 18 months, 24 months, right? But it was honestly really refreshing to just see a moment of pure unity on the internet left. We're saying obviously we want Donald Trump out, obviously we want change, obviously there's a lot of excitement going around, but the way that the Democratic Party has
chat, we are on 96 likes without me farming a single like, without me mentioning, I think I mentioned Thumb Gang once, but yeah, I do appreciate it if you use your thumbs to do the thumb wrestling against the algorithm. Remember, one of our thumbs by itself is not very strong, but when we put our thumbs together, that's when we thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and force it to put out my content to a wider audience.
Chosen to handle the situation in Gaza, the absolute barbarism, the cold-heartedness, the
oh, wait, did I miss this? Maybe I missed this segment.
And just the nauseating disregard for human life and human suffering, unacceptable to all of us. And I think that this is the perfect time for us to unify, which is why we wanted to make sure that we took time on this podcast to give Anna some flowers. This was a difficult thing to share. So anyway, we give people their flowers when it's called for, Anna. That was from 6 weeks ago. Apparently you're a big fan of our channel. What's up, dog? If you write yourself, if you want to be saved,
she name searches 100%.
We will save you. We are building a religion. We are building it bigger. We are widening the corridors and adding more lanes. Anna, let us save you.
They can fix her.
Or get out and leave the left already. Those are your two options, okay? Yep. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we wrap this segment, let's take a look at the very humiliating finale here. God, yeah. Posting her own L's. That TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet, and someone reported me to human resources. An on-air transgender contributor.
Such a weird way to talk about Benny.
Even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so. So she's basically like, yeah, I made everyone in my workplace really uncomfortable. I became a pariah at work because I
made a hostile work environment for me.
And such a Karen that everyone quit in mass.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna go ahead and try and scapegoat the trans contributor who felt so disturbed by my commentary and so disturbed by my phony progressive laurels and how they were using this banner to hide.
For somebody that she pretends to feel, because like watch this, or I don't know if it's here. Oh no, it was when she talked to the iced coffee hour. It's some weird. It's like a Patrick Bet David Jr. It's like a Valuetainment Jr. show. I don't know how to describe it. Right? It's just like imagine Valuetainment for Zoomers. Right? That's the show that she went on. Right? She feigned concern for Benny. She pretended that like, well, those people that are telling you to leave the Young Turks, those people that are telling you that we're bad, the online mobs and the show hosts that are telling you that TYT is bad, they don't care about you, Benny. And after you leave TYT, well, you're just not going to be relevant anymore. You're going to disappear into the noise of the internet, and no one will care about you anymore. And it's just like, no, you don't fucking care about Benny. You don't care. Don't fucking pretend that you're the one that's concerned for her.
Their bigotry that they had to quit, and she can't even just let it go, right? She can't even just let Benny live. She's like, I never apologized, or curious that none of those shows hired her after she took their advice. Bro, we haven't taken $20 million from Katzenberg, okay? We haven't taken corporate money over here. This is an independent hand-to-mouth show. I'm a bartender, okay? The people that you're obsessed with, we don't even count, dog. Okay, we're not even a relevant part of the conversation. You're so removed from reality that you think two blowhards in my house are competing with you in studios and staff. That's what's your problem. That's what you're so removed from reality, and it's because you can't hustle and you can't play this game. And as Gavin pointed out 10 times earlier, and
can you imagine Anna doing the top of the hour ad break? I don't see that happening. I don't see her telling you that on Twitch there's a ad break every hour on the hour at the top of the hour, and that if you want to skip that ad break, you can do so for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do so for $6 with a sub. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. Can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
This stream, you don't have the skills to succeed and swim on your own. You got plucked out of obscurity when you were a kid, and you made yourself on a network that had already built an.
Oh my god, I missed the freaking ad break by like 5 minutes. Anyway,
but yeah, and then I never apologized for the tweet, and I never will. No one asked you to apologize for anything. That's another piece of framing that I just hate, and you see it over and over again from reactionaries and people that are doing the right-wing pivot. They act like criticism is the same thing as people demanding that they apologize. No, I don't demand Anna apologize. I don't even demand that she reverts her opinion back to what it used to be.
Yeah, I think they're realistic about how, they said she's leaving the left. They're not anticipating her being like changing her mind or thinking twice about it.
Changes it at all. You have the right to hold whatever opinion you wish if that's really how you feel. I'm glad you're being honest about it. I wouldn't want you to lie just to fit in at work or whatever. So, props to you if you're really being honest, but that doesn't.
Joey24 says, I'm learning so many gross things about Anna tonight. By extension, now understand why Hassan didn't want to disturb her at the DNC while filming. Yeah. Oh my God. If you've ever seen what Anna said about Hassan, like, she seems jealous. She seems legitimately jealous.
I mean, we have to be quiet about it. That doesn't mean we're not going to criticize it. Of course we are. That's the whole point of the space. Like I said, to have intense debates, to engage in discourse with people that you agree with and disagree with. That's kind of the point, like I said. So again, no one's asking you to apologize. No one's even asking you to change your opinions. We're just making content about how stupid they are.
100%, dude. It's crazy. And this is just a sign that she's circling the drain. Okay, dude. There are people that.
Okay, Lady Badass. From now on, I'll say Roblox enthusiast.
Content about the Vanguard. I've never checked it out a single time because I don't give a. And a tough
skibbity connoisseur.
Up, just grow thicker skin.
Yep. It's also pretty funny here. It says what to expect from Unaligned. This is her new Substack.
Sigma enjoyer.
For dialogue, apparently not, because you won't debate anyone that disagrees with you. I seriously, since Anna began her right-wing pivot, she has yet to invite a single critic on the Young Turks. The only person that ever gets the chance.
Although I gotta admit, I don't get the broccoli hair thing. I don't understand the broccoli. Where does the broccoli hair come from?
To push back is obviously Jank and John Iadarola, who every once in a while, like I said, gets the chance to check Anna Kasparian a little bit. But I don't know how you can say you're hungry for dialogue when you shut out every.
I'm hungry, like the wolf.
Possible opportunity to debate or speak with one of your critics. Either way, a space for in-depth analysis and a judgment-free zone. That is so a safe space. Okay, that is what I plan to do here.
Broccoli hair does not grow on trees.
Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces.
Olay interview for Unaligned. Oh yeah.
Video posts sharing details on breaking news. A weekly
a curly undercut
podcast beginning in November.
It just doesn't look like broccoli. Like I've seen examples of it. It just doesn't look like broccoli to me.
And engagement in the comments section for paid subscribers.
Yes, from all walks of life, my ass, by the way.
LOL, yeah. So I predict that, as I said...
But yeah, chat, if you're looking for an example of what we're talking about, it's depicted in the Gokunaru video, poorly programmed NPC about Sneeko.
You know, we talked about Anna Kasparian laying the groundwork for her right-wing pivot.
Zoomies. Zoomies is good.
That's where it's really going to take place, guys. This Substack...
Well, to me, zoomies are what your cat gets at like 3 a.m, you know? You ever have your cat get the zoomies? Like, they just get the zoomies. They start zooming. They're all over the place, right? Because it's Zoom o'clock. It's turbo time. And you're not part of the turbo team.
Most unhinged takes we've seen yet from Anna Kasparian. I don't think she's going to trot him out live on TYT. Why? Because she knows she has to deal with pushback. She knows.
This is what I was saying. This is why I don't think Anna would ever actually talk to a trans person and tell them that she does not accept them not being wanting to, because the truth of the matter is the birthing person language. The reason that exists is not about Anna being called a birthing person. It's about trans people who don't want to be called women, who are not women, right? And are yet, you know, giving birth or having to deal with the potentiality of giving birth, right? That's who that word is for, right? And so she's not pushing a word off of herself. She is taking a word that somebody out there uses to feel comfortable with their healthcare professional away from them. And I want her to have to explain that.
She's going to get checked by Jank, as she knows she's going to get checked by John Iadarola or Jordan Ewell or someone that still has a brain in their skull. So, you know what I'm saying?
Have I ever met a Gen Z? See, it's weird to say a Gen Z either. They're both like Zoomers or Gen Z. It's awkward.
This is where it's going to happen.
Like to call somebody a Gen Z.
Going to want to put out these
a Gen Z
right-wing reactionary Fox News light takes on
like a mushroom top,
Substack, where no one can push back, where no one can criticize her or point out her faulty logic, right? That's where it's going to happen. And while I agree with you, Zach, once she goes full right-wing, we probably will stop talking about her. I definitely am looking forward to reacting to some of this stuff, guys, because we're going to be getting some unprecedented levels of cringe from Anna Kasparian. It's going to make everything we've covered up.
Yeah, the Substack is definitely a sign of bigger things to come.
Until this point, look tame. That's my promise to you. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys, because right here is a promise from Anna Kasparian. We got a lot more content coming down the pipeline.
See, I don't trust her. Like I said, I've never seen her like to be a writer, you kind of have to dedicate yourself. To be a Substack people, I got some respect for, because it takes dedication, it takes persistence, and you know, especially when you are doing a live show, 5 days a week? Is that what Anna does? Maybe it's not that much for her. Gen Zers, just like a Gen Xer. It's weird to call people Gen Xers too, or a Gen X. I just call them grunge producers. Yeah, is that a good name for Gen X? They produced a great genre of music. All of Anna's solo projects have failed. Oh, you're right. And also the Jacobin. Was the Jacobin thing a solo project? Her testing the water for a grift outside of TYT? Probably. Millennials, though. Yeah, millennials are the ones that have a word. Everybody else has a letter. Why? Oh, boomers, I guess, have a word. More like Jocko has been. Or like Jocko Pastorius. No, I can't make it work. I can't make it work. Do they all wear cargo shorts? Yeah, jorts. And they all do 3-minute long shorts videos on YouTube. Anna did Jacobin with Nando? Yeah, okay, yeah. Millennials are also Gen Y. Oh my god. Is that... Wait, really? It's the same thing? I'm a Zoomy, but I'm on the older end of it, so I have more in common with millennials. You have that... Do you also, just like me, like to gaslight, girl boss, and gatekeep? Or is that just a... Maybe that's just a me thing. That's what I got told in Sunday's chat. You know, we haven't covered the Sunday. We haven't covered the Irene invades Sunday's cathedral. Well, I didn't actually invade the cathedral. I just invaded the chat. But the cathedral's the community, right? So I kind of did. And I just like, I'm like concerned for the dude. I don't know if I want to do any more Suntent. The last time I was over there, he was not looking good. He was not looking good. He was like, he said he was like 3 or 4 beers into, you know, a sesh, and he was watching Tyler again. Always watching Tyler. And I was just like, wait, this guy is not okay. Like, what are you doing, chat? Like, why are you encouraging? I was like, seriously, why are you encouraging this? And then I got called a gaslighter. Like I wasn't for, like, I don't know. Like, I guess I get it. I've done videos on him. Sunday thinks that I am just as intent on producing Sunday content as he is on producing Tyler content. But I never had a thing where I thought that President Sunday was going to be my best friend, right? I never plotted out creating my own white leaf network with President Sunday. I never exchanged like philosophy recommendations with Sunday or literature recommendations or anything like that, right? I don't actually have the... I don't like Tyler, says Simric, and I am Gen X. Are those two related? Is there a thing where Tyler doesn't appeal to Gen X? It's in between Gen X and Gen Z, but it is the same as millennials. Okay, that makes sense. He's a lonely man who longs for his true love. Tyler? He looks fine. You're weird about Sunday. I care about... This is a horrible thing to say. Look, I care about people. I can't watch him. You think that's normal, Ishara? Please defend that. Please defend the A-logging. Please defend the obsession. Please defend the wistfulness of President Sunday. I welcome you. Just commenting on the generation. Yeah, generation talk is kind of weird because I know people that don't fit into whatever generation. Like, right, and you know, it can be sometimes you're on the cusp of 2 generations and you're just like, which one am I? And it's like, oh, you're this one. And you're like, well, you know, actually I feel more like that one. Anyone remember the Marvel team, Generation X? No, that's a wrestling team, isn't it? I have not brought Sunday on screen. You will notice, Ishara. You will notice the difference between me and Sunday. I am not 3 beers into a drinking binge. I am not bringing Sunday up on screen. I have actually, because I'm worried about him, because I don't think this is healthy, and I don't imagine that me covering Suntent is going to help the situation at all. I gotta be real. I felt weird about being part of this whole shit when I was in there the last time. But no, if you're saying that you want other content, I mean, I'm just kind of talking to chat now. Sunday gets weird fixations about people. He's obsessed with, oh, not so erudite. Yeah, I wasn't around for that arc. But yeah, I mean, I guess some people really like Sunday, huh, Ishara? But you're not a weirdo, right, Ishara? You come in here to be normal. So please help us all be normal. You want to compare the number of videos that I've got about President Sunday to the number of videos President Sunday has about Tyler? Do you want to do that for us, Ishara? Do a little research. Let's do a little research here. Again, I am not trying to belabor the point, but apparently the stream has attracted Sunday stands, so... Sunday probably wants a buddy. I got the feeling of that too. Yeah, here's what my thought is, okay? And I'll leave it at this, right? Because I don't want to keep talking about him for too long. I think I should bring him and Tyler on to talk once again, except for this time, I'll really moderate. All right, I'll really try. I'll really care. I won't just let them yell over each other. They don't have to be best friends, but they should probably... Like, they should probably figure out a way to, you know... Some kind of a... What is it called? Like a... What does North Korea and South Korea have? There should be like a ceasefire or something, right? There should be some kind of ceasefire with Sunday. D-Generation X. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. The Tyler thing clearly hurt him. Yeah. But the thing is, after all of the shit that he said about Tyler, I don't think he's going to rebuild that relationship. All right? And if he did, it would be weird. It would be really weird, right? We're talking about, what are we on? I don't know. I feel like it's like 20 videos at this point. Drawing conclusion based on video numbers. That's a pretty good objective metric, Ishara. I would challenge you to name a more accurate one. Well, I just want them to stop fighting, right? And by stop fighting, I want Sunday to stop obsessing about Tyler, because I don't really think that I don't hear much about Tyler about President Sunday. I don't hear much from Tyler about President Sunday unless Sunday's been talking about Tyler. And if I look at Tyler's channel, it's got 0 Sunday videos on it. And if I look at Sunday's video, it's got like 20. That's not normal. That's not okay. That's not healthy. And despite the fucked up shit that he has said about me, I do not wish ill on the dude. Yeah, get a truce, like a demilitarized. I'll be the demilitarized zone, okay? That's what we'll do. We'll give up part of Sunday's territory. You know, on the Sunday side, Tyler gives up part of his territory, and I'll just occupy that shit. I'll be the UN. Please, as a Tyler watcher, I would really make his streaks better. Tired of being... Yes! Davy! Okay, sure, you're on board with me. Look, like I said, I do not relish this content. Like, it started off as a curiosity, because I honestly could not tell who was at fault and who was, you know, who was not. And then I end up like watching their streams to try to figure it out. And then I can't remember. I think Tyler comes by first. And then because Tyler's in my stream, then Sunday comes by and Sunday wants to get in the chat. I'm like, all right, Sunday, if I'm going to talk about you, I have a policy where if I talk about somebody, if I talk about a streamer or a YouTuber, and they come by, unless it's like Infrared Haas or something, it's like, unless it's some gargoyle, I will let them come on and, you know, give their assessment of the situation, because I'd hate to talk about somebody without allowing them to speak. So yeah, I bring on Sunday, and he starts talking, then Tyler wants to get on, and Sunday explicitly tells me, your job here is to shut the fuck up, right? They wanted to yell over each other. They wanted to yell at each other. Right? So, you know, because I'm told like to kind of stay, you know, bring them on to hash it out, but to stay out of it, that's what I do. And then I got yelled at for it. And it's just, look, I'm not butthurt about it. Like I said, neither of these two are like my BFF. I don't have any sort of relation with either of them to feel like backstabbed or anything, but I mean, Sunday just outright gets hostile. I show him hospitality. The ancient Greek tradition, Sunday, of hospitality is what I showed you. And you repay my hospitality with vile, slanderous bullshit. And while it's not the worst thing in the world, and I'm not going to stay up, it's not going to keep me up at night, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. And I suspect it's about something else. But anyway, we'll have to leave that to some other time, perhaps. Sunday does have some random hate for you. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Wait, what are deep online streamers? What does that mean? NCC DMZ should be a debate show. Yeah, it should be. Are we done with the Anna content? It is starting to get late. Yeah. Is there anything I haven't... The only thing that I haven't covered, I think, was... No, that's a majority report content. We're going to have to cover the Loner Box viewer debating Sam. Was it Sam and Anna? No, it's not Anna. Emma. Oh my God, I'm not mixing up Emma and Anna. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You come on stream on the day of my daughter's wedding and disrespect me. Exactly. You know what I'm saying, Davy. You know what I'm saying. But like, if that's what it takes to get them to settle the fuck down, like I would be okay. Oh God, I shouldn't trust Sunday. I mean, like to be real, like I did feel a little bit gaslit by Tyler in that conversation, but again, I don't know him. He doesn't know me. I don't really, but I wasn't attacked by Tyler, right? He didn't get weird on me like Sunday did. I hope there's more Anna content. I don't think they can now. Well, I don't think they're ever going to be friends again, Ishara, if that's what you mean. Like, and that I do like low key feel like, what is this? CNN panelist refuses to take responsibility for creepy text. TYT segment where Anna went hard to bat for. Oh, okay. Shall we? Look, we are running out of time. We're actually at 97% of the sub goal. And I thought maybe that might be the first thing to happen, but so Natalie's telling me that this was the.
We're living in a toxic culture.
This is the Kamala discourse with the person that refuses to pronounce her name right.
Where there's a cancel culture gotcha. We're not trying to elevate, we're trying to eviscerate. This woman has now depended upon, like her inspiration, Donald Trump, a racist trope. Yeah. The black brute seeks the innocent.
Oh, the Poly Market video. Yeah, no, I do want to go over that. We have the Poly Market video? Wait, did you send me that, Natalie? Wow, Morbius Dragon with the gift sub. What is the sub goal at? I mean, I think it's now at 100%, but the content that has got somebody changed their vote from Naomi Klein and Bad Hasbra to Brianna Wu on Buck Angel. And I think they were trying to sort of avoid the. Like, obviously, part of Naomi Klein, what she's talking about on Bad Hasbra is what's going on in Israel, Lebanon, Gaza. Part of what she's talking about, I think, is actually her new book, fairly new book. I guess it's a year old now, isn't it? Doppelganger, right? Because the name of the stream is Evil Twinsies, right? So they're obviously going to be talking about Doppelganger on there. I scroll up a little bit from the video I just opened.
And now I'm seeking lasciviously to approach her.
I mean, but did you try to hit on the white woman? No, that was Michael Eric Dyson, who's reeling over Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace, calling him out for sending her creepy texts immediately after.
Oh, shit.
He implied that she's racist on live national television.
Oh, wait. So this is a follow-up on the thing we watched earlier.
And he did imply that. Don't insult our intelligence. Now, it's incredible how he can.
I love how Anna wants to police this dude having a problem with and bringing up the history of white people being weird about, like, don't act like white people being weird about black people's names is not a fucking history. Don't act like that's not happened. Don't act like that's not a trope. That's all he said. He didn't say, you are a fucking racist. You are condemned to live your life with racism and you will be branded with a scarlet R because you are a racist. And I have adjudicated that today. He did not go like fucking Judge Dredd on this woman. He actually, I feel like, soft pedaled it, if anything.
Cry cancel culture on one hand, and then try to get her canceled for allegedly using racist tropes on another. So let's.
Morbius voted for the cat one. Okay.
Break this down, because in case you missed the story, it all started when Dyson and Congresswoman Mace appeared on the same CNN panel to discuss the presidential race. Mace, like many Americans, struggled a bit with Kamala Harris's name.
Talk about rerun Kamala's.
You had to change your vote. The Palestine situation makes me want to cry. No, I understand that. Yeah, to be honest, like, yeah, the podcast is Bad Hasbro is kind of, on that topic. I wasn't sure how much was going to be about Naomi's book and how much was going to be about that.
I will say Kamala's name any way that I want to.
No.
But
3 for cats. Yeah, I added that. So cats are up to 8%. I don't know. Can the cats make it? The cats succeeded last time. They got a little bit of a way to go. Let me just put it on the board here, what we're dealing with, right? So the cats is 8 plus 32, which equals 40. Brianna Wu and Buck Angel is 51 plus 16, which equals 67. That is still 27 off.
You also misjudged.
I just did, and I'll do it again.
Mispronouncing her name.
That's what we're doing to acknowledge their humanity.
If I purposely mispronounce your name, that would not be appropriate.
Policies.
Yeah, I didn't realize how hard Anna was going to lean into this.
Okay, so she probably shouldn't have said, I will say her name how I want. But like, clearly she wasn't intentionally trying to mispronounce her name. She started with Kamala, and then she's like, wait, Kamala.
She started with the correct name, the correct pronunciation, and then she changed it to make sure that she was disrespecting her. That's what, Anna, it's a fucking clear as day.
She's probably confused because guess what? We have heard both pronunciations for many years now. And it's kind of frustrating when you're trying to make a point.
Anna, for fuck's sake, if somebody kept on mispronouncing your name, but then they were like, but we've heard both pronunciations for many years now, would you not want to just be like, it's Kasparian? It's not Kasparian, or whatever, however else somebody wants to pronounce it.
Point, a substantive point, right? I'm sure I probably disagree with whatever Mace was supposed to say or was trying to say, but it doesn't.
Like, it's one thing if you're occasionally people see your name and they pronounce it in a different way, or they've seen a name that's spelled the same and they're like, they pronounce it and it's one thing, right? If you are an unknown quantity, you are a private citizen, and you occasionally have your name mispronounced, and then you go, no, actually it's pronounced like that. And they're like, oh, okay. And then you get it worked out, right? But you're talking about Republicans trying to perpetuate the mispronunciation of her name, going out of their way, as this person did, to change the accidental correct pronunciation of her name to the disrespectful pronunciation in order to do what? Again, be disrespectful. That's what her goal was. That's what she was going for. And he didn't even call her out on that. He was incredibly forgiving with her and did not make the assumption that you were a fucking rotten to the core racist person. Just brought up the fact that, yeah, there's a fucking history. There's a fucking history with white people being weird about black people's names. Yeah, that's a thing. That's not an unknown thing.
Her point out, and she gets interrupted immediately over a small error. Now, that is when Dyson...
You're all weirdos is still up. That's the comment of the night, isn't it?
Stepped in to make the obligatory point that, you know, we've heard it before. White woman bad, very naughty. Let's watch.
This congresswoman is a wonderful human being, but when you disrespect Kamala...
Remy says, remember when Anna believed that people had a right to their own bodies? Now we're not even entitled to our own pronunciations.
Harris by saying you will call...
And she's calling this man a race huckster for him pointing out that there is a history of this kind of shit. That this is not an unknown quantity. This is not a new thing. This is not an accident. This is on purpose.
Whatever you want. I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
Oh, so now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a racist.
That is complete.
No, you don't have to intend racism to accomplish it.
You are intending that
your disrespect of Kamala Harris is part and parcel.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. Because before honest reporting, you do it at TYT.
Come on. Now,
is it just me, or is that kind of a come on for, I don't know if he's asking for memberships or subs or likes, which you should definitely do on my stream. Do all that stuff on my stream, right? But I'm not sure if that is going to be successful.
Kamala Harris has a
Zero PE says, how much do I gotta pay to see the Chappelle? Now I'm mispronouncing other people's names. The Chapel Roan allocation. Ah! Oh my God. Oh my God. Ugh. See, now it's spreading. See, one person mispronounces a name and then now all of a sudden I'm saying Chappelle Roan. When I know, how much would it take to get Chapel Roan? God damn it! It's fucking ruining me, chat. 20% plus 0% is 20%. Oh my God. 47. Well, I can't do this. I can't even say Chapel Roan's name correctly, which I actually know. Now, this is what happens. This is why you don't let disrespect you don't let people get away with disrespect. Because sooner or later, everybody is going to be mispronouncing her name if you let that slide.
Unique name. We all know this. And people are going to accidentally mispronounce it. It's called life. And these little squabbles over this issue are insane.
You've made a second video talking about little squabbles.
Especially when commentators like Dyson blow it out of proportion to make it seem like...
I swear to God, it feels like Anna's just looking for a black dude to attack. Maybe I'm wrong, but...
It's the perpetuation of white supremacy in America. Give me a break. In fact, maybe give all the Kamala Harris supporters your...
In fact, maybe give all white people a break with your race hucksterism. God damn.
About to hear from a...
She is gross, isn't she?
As well.
The hate campaign against Kamala Harris has begun. You'll notice They purposefully pronounce her name wrong. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. People like Kamala Harris. But as Kamala said, Kamala Harris. Kamala and I. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Wow, you find somebody who's having her name mispronounced, and your conclusion is so she deserves to continue to have her name mispronounced, even when she's running for president of the goddamn United States. I can't imagine there being like a white dude running for president who some people mispronounce his name, that people continue and like, oh, well, I guess some people just pronounce it different. Let's leave it undeterminate. No, like it would get worked out. The media would fucking drive it home.
Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
The Kamala Harris was a
It's getting in my head.
very good prosecutor.
Kamala Harris. Kamala.
But in Anna's mind, it's not just like I found a bunch of people mispronouncing her name. It's like I found a bunch of those liberals mispronounce. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be the good side, aren't you? You're supposed to be the side of respect.
Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. I know her. Kamala was first. Biden.
Look, liberals doing it.
Kamala. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. And to the Kamala point, they purposefully pronounce her name wrong. They say Kamala. They do it all the time. It is on purpose. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris was talking about this.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
This really is like some kind of this really is another sign of the rightward grift.
Wow. A lot of people perpetuating white supremacy in America, including black people. Now getting back to Dyson's
black people canceled
tiff with Mace after he implied that she's mispronouncing Kamala's name because she's racist, Mace did this.
That's not what he fucking said. This is pissing me off so bad. Like this kind of attack against black people, actually, I've seen this shit a lot. Right? Where the attack is, you're calling people a racist. You're just a race huckster. You're obsessed with race. Everything comes down to race with you, doesn't it? Like, right? And it's like literally like a backdoor racist way. I'm sorry, Anna, but you're being kind of anti-black now. I don't know what to fucking say. I have seen this shit before.
On the House floor.
I would like to also enter into the record a screenshot of a text message I received from the esteemed professor from Vanderbilt, Michael Eric Dyson, after my CNN interview, begged me for photos. In this text, he says, after calling me racist on CNN, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, and sent me a kissy emoji.
Without
then
objection.
The guy
Order.
says I'm gorgeous.
How did this make it to what are we watching here? Is this a Senate or congressional hearing? Oh, she's a representative. Wait, why is she bringing this up in Congress?
And all these photos, I don't think he's that bad.
Wait, I've never seen this happen before. Do people in Congress settle their beefs on the floor of the House or you know, out DMs? She's outing DMs on the floor of the House.
Out of shape on how anyone pronounces Kamala, and if we're gonna have that standard, you gotta.
And Anna's like playing right into, okay, so you know, if he sent her inappropriate, unsolicited DMs, then that's fucked up. But that doesn't make being disrespectful, purposefully disrespectful, and yes, following a tradition, following a trope of white people being weird about black people's names, right? That doesn't make that okay. That doesn't change anything. That is just okay. Okay, I guess he's a piece of shit too, right? I don't know. But again,
hold it to both sides, not just one or the other.
Damn.
Damn, if you're flirting with someone, then you must be a race huckster. I diagnosed it correctly. Anna Kasparian out. This is Anna's like, oh my God, what is she doing? What is she doing?
Now, as you can imagine,
this is going to be a segment on our show now. This is her like actual justice. Have you ever noticed Actual Justice Warrior has like a continuing series on this woman that he calls the super mayor, and the super mayor's crime is let's see, being a black woman with power. That's a mayor, as far as I can tell, right? That is the storyline, is that this black woman should not be imbued with the power of the mayor's office, right? That's all I've been able to figure out from Actual Justice Warrior's content about the super mayor. But yeah, he's always like, half of his content is like, black person with power acts inappropriately. It's like, that's his then now we got Anna being her, like, exposing the race hucksters of the world. I guess this is a new segment on TYT. Congratulations, Jank. This is what you got in bed. No, I shouldn't say it that way. I shouldn't say it that way. This is what you, this is your partner on TYT. No, I shouldn't say it that way either. There's got to be a way to say it that's less shippable. God damn it.
Dyson didn't like that, but before we get to Dyson's response to all of this, look, Nancy Mace, to be fair, is not innocent in all of this, okay? And honestly, in this saga, her biggest crime, those massive tacky earrings. Like, girl, what are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Like, I respect your religion, okay? But like,
Anna's kind of going bleach blonde, bad built butch body here.
Maybe smaller cross earrings? Why do they have to be so big? Okay, anyway, let's get back to Dyson.
Oh, Anna, you're being anti-Christian.
He didn't like it, so he wrote on X, quote,
Stop being so hostile to religious people, Anna.
White women's tears and mendacity are all in the service of lies and distortions. I was wrong about one thing. She is a bigot and racist. No, you thought that to begin with. Let's keep it real. Now, in an effort to
putting words in his mouth,
defend himself, he also took to social media to say that he's not doing anything weird. I mean, he writes creepy messages to lots of women. Watch.
These are other people that I interacted with recently, my friends, some of them. My friend Allison.
Anyway, I don't want to comment too explicitly on this without having more context. I haven't seen the totality of the text messages, and it sounds inappropriate from what I can see. It's like Anna's To Catch a Predator, yeah, To Catch a Race Huckster, I guess.
Nice, you look gorgeous. Look out, Texas, here she comes. Talking about that. Nell Painter.
Here we go. I guess you're exonerated because you say this to other people. God damn.
Historian. On her Instagram, I posted, after she posted about she's a Mary Ellen von der Heyden Fellow in Letters of the American Academy in Berlin. In public, I said gorgeous and brilliant all at once. A heart with a face that's smiling with hearts, and a kissy face, right? I said, keep up the great work. Then there is my friend Terry, who I was giving tickets to for the Democratic National Convention. I said, you know I can if I will. Everybody and they mama want these tickets for today. You look gorgeous as always. Then my colleague Lisa at Vanderbilt, when we took pictures, I sent them to her.
Look, I don't think telling somebody they look gorgeous is necessarily but this also, like, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at the DMs. Is that what we're dealing with?
And then
she literally read out her DMs on the floor of Congress.
Councilwoman Mary Sheffield, who is a councilwoman in Detroit, and I said, gorgeous and brilliant leader. Bless you and thank God for your courage, strength, and leadership. And then my dear friend Susan Taylor, a renowned editor, Queen, that's what I call her. So good to see you today. You look gorgeous as always, and your soul-inspiring conversation was uplifting as always. Feel better, love y'all. And then finally, to Dana Bash,
whose name he pronounces correctly.
Well, I congratulated her on the interview she did with Kamala Harris, and then on another interview, saving people of color, saying people of color are eating cats, that's racism. I was quoting her. I said, thank you, Dana Bash. Besides being brilliant and courageous, you also look gorgeous.
Wait, no kissy emoji for Dana Bash? What's going on here? Look, obviously that's not the defense he thinks it is. Maybe don't send unsolicited evaluations of women's appearance in a professional setting.
Also, here's the deal. She is fucking racist, and I can't imagine, like, it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious, right? I'm just like, I'm questioning if that really was flirting. I also have to question his tastes. I'm sorry. I can't help it, chat. I can't help it.
Especially as a married man, I would not be happy with my husband if he's sending kissy emojis to other women, especially at work. And have a little grace for people instead of immediately assuming they're driven by hatred and racism. But no, he just can't get himself to do that. So he doubled down on The View.
We're living in a toxic culture.
We're doing drama on The View? Is that what's going on here?
Where there's a cancel culture gotcha. We're not trying to elevate, we're trying to eviscerate. So when it comes to Nancy,
So he's not, like, maybe all that, like, I don't even know, what is his political?
you see, I tried to be nice to the woman. I said, you're a wonderful woman. I lied. I then said, but I tried to be nice to her. And then even when I pointed out to her what the repetition of the misnaming of Kamala Harris would do, she got defensive. Oh, you're calling me a racist. No. To all of these white Christians, and she's one of them, the Bible says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and turn their face to God and turn away from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and then I will forgive their sins and I will heal the land. They have not forgiven themselves. White Christians hate themselves for the past wrongs that have been done, and I'm here as a loving Christian to say, let's grapple with that past, acknowledge the historic legacy.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong in you know, identifying like white guilt and the way that it manifests in a less than, you know, helpful manner.
Of supremacy. Don't deny it. Don't erase it. Don't eviscerate it. Don't remove it from the history books. Confront it. And then when you forgive yourselves, we can go forward.
White Christians of today.
See, the thing is, something like white guilt, unfortunately, in this fucking, when you've got Anna Kasparian calling people a huckster for acknowledging a pattern of, I would call it like weirdness, yeah, of white people being weird about black people's names. You can't have the conversation, like he's trying to have a conversation about white guilt, which is probably, you know, is something that is not very well understood, and a lot of times, like he's trying to have, anyway. This is, I don't even know. While huckster is a close term, you were thinking of race hustler. No, that is a term that I have heard, right? That term I have heard people refer to with huckster. I don't know if the original term maybe was hustler, but like the shit that she's saying, unfortunately, is shit that I've heard elsewhere. Wasn't it coined by Ben Shapiro? I don't think so.
Are not responsible for the atrocities that were committed by the United States centuries ago or decades ago, unless they were involved in perpetuating the unequal treatment of black people or in favor of maintaining slavery. There's no reason for them to apologize for the crimes committed in the past. And I am curious.
Can we agree that that's what Anna is calling him, though? Can we agree that whether she's saying huckster or hustler, that she is calling him that?
Has Dyson forgiven himself for sending unwanted messages to women in professional settings? You know, the Bible says, if Dyson is worried about—
Unfortunately, the Bible doesn't say shit about that, but yeah, it's fucked up. And if that's what he was doing, then yeah, fuck him.
the toxicity of
But I couldn't tell. We got like her reading off her fucking DMs or part of her DMs, and I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but yeah.
culture, as he alleged on The View, he should stop weaponizing race for cheap political points. And I totally agree with one of our viewers, Rio Hand, who makes a great point about Kamala Harris herself, because she has not made an issue of her name being.
You understand why? Do you understand fucking why? Do you understand that making an issue herself of this would be fucking kryptonite for her campaign? That she's in a position where she cannot, and if she does say something about it, she's gonna be abused for that too? Like, there's just no fucking understanding.
Mispronounced. I have never heard her complain about it once. Maybe we should.
She takes it like a champ. Yeah, great, Anna. Great.
Follow her lead and stop turning a small issue into some sort of statement about white supremacy in America. It cheapens real instances of racism, and it leads to a boy who cried wolf scenario when real racism happens and people are less likely to take it seriously because everything is considered racist, including an honest mistake like mispronouncing a unique name.
It's not a fucking unique name. Yeah, calling him a race hustler or huckster, whatever she said, indirectly accuses the idea of racism as a scam. It is like, this is their language, and she knows what. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She knows who she's appealing to. Can no longer stand to look at her. Well, we're done with Anna for now. Now the question is, are we done with like toxic bullshit? Because the thing that's winning the poll right now is actually Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. Unless somebody jumps in to save us from it. We are on board for more. Well, this one's going to be more transphobic. I'll put it that way. We're dealing with Buck Angel. Do people know who we're talking about? Oh, Elon's kids have unique names. Kamala isn't common among white folks. There is a difference. It's like how Obama's presidency saw an increase in violence towards minorities by police. And he said, "Oh God, yeah. I mean, it's. I can't imagine what it's like to be like. I know what our society does to black people who stand up for themselves on an issue which can be characterized the way that Anna characterized it, as being petty, and you know, like it's." Or what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we doing the freaking Oh no, how fucking long is this? God damn.
And I think you can't convince someone that you're a woman if you're talking to them like.
So, oh God, we're starting off like that. We're starting off judging people's voices and declaring them qualified or not to be trans. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. That's a weird thing to say, Brianna. That's a weird fucking thing to say. Are we doing this, chat? So I've counted up the totals, and by my count, Brianna Wu and Buck Angel, actually, they got one extra point, don't they? They got 17. That's a total of 68. Cute Cat Videos in second with a total of 40. Naomi Klein in third with a total of 36. Chapel Roan, not to be confused with Chappelle Roan, who's not a person, not a real name, at 20. So not only is Brianna Wu and Buck Angel ahead, but it's ahead by quite a bit. It's doing well. It's a good day for Brianna Wu. It's a good day for Buck Angel. It's a bad day for anybody who cares about trans people, because she is about to, they're gonna join forces. They're gonna press their rings together, and they're gonna form Transmed Jesus or something. I don't know. At least Anna was honest when she said she's afraid of stepping in it with black people, because she definitely did it there. Yeah. Can we get something better options on the board next stream? Yeah, but that depends on you, chat. That depends on the options that you select, that you suggest in stream suggestions. Is cute cat videos, though, not a good option? And by better options, I mean, I'm assuming you mean the stuff that's not, like, gonna hurt to watch, right? But don't tell me that Naomi Klein is not a good option. Wu really wanted to fight K-Hive on Twitter. Unclear why she would do that right before the election while running a Democratic PAC. Yo, there's somebody on her own leaving the left. Maybe hers is a little delayed compared to Anna's, but a female voice must be within 165 to 255 wavelengths. Otherwise, yeah, you're not valid. Was that a Steven Oh, is it a Steven Universe? I think it's like something else. What is the thing where the twins like do fusion? Like with the rings? Rihanna said that about another trans person. Well, it's looking like this is what we're watching today, okay? Unless somebody arrives to save us from this. This is the choice that's been made. I also need to like not spend so much time on Trump. It's music. Was this music made with the fucking like PlayStation music generator? I recognize these sounds. I recognize these samples.
Hey everyone, I caught myself an amazing one today. You're gonna love this. So sit down, get your coffee or whatever you want to drink, and let's get into this.
Tranpaw.
Before I do that, like, subscribe, comment, push this out to people who need to see it. You guys.
So now this is a sad thing, and I don't want anybody to think that these two are representative of like older trans people as a whole, right? There is maybe, how do I describe this? Transmedicalism, which is the viewpoint that both Brianna Wu and Buck Angel symbolize, right? Or they're avatars of modern day transmedicalism, right? Was the way in which trans people were viewed by the medical establishment. This idea of there being a hurdle for trans people to cross to prove that they're trans, for them to have to say the right things to the healthcare professional in order to even get treatment, right? This is the way that shit did work back in the day. So it's, you know, it's not an excuse for them being fucking toxic as hell and not, you know, getting with the times, but I just want people to understand that not all like older trans people are like this. Maybe, I've never seen a survey of it, but maybe these kind of viewpoints are more common since this was the medical establishment's accepted, you know, view of trans people at the time. And to be trans, you did have to like satisfy essentially the what the gatekeepers thought a trans person was. That the idea of gender self-ID was not was not within the realm of possibility at the time, but essentially these two are going to argue to take us back to the bad old days.
Guys are really making, it's all about you guys making my channel grow, and it's happening, and I get these amazing guests because of you. So with that, I have Brianna Wu. That's how I pronounce your name, right?
That's it.
We're not going to mispronounce anybody's name. Good.
Brianna, you can call me Brie because we're friends.
Oh, I love Brie anyway. It's very beautiful. Not
It's
that
a great cheese. It's a wonderful cheese. You are not a wonderful cheese, though. You are a cheese, but not a great one.
Brianna isn't. But tell everyone out there who might not know who you are.
Oh my goodness. I'm a political operative for the Democratic Party. I think most people know me for the Gamergate
Okay, so Davi's saying the cat-eyed video should be the permanent fifth option.
incident in the video game industry like a decade ago. So if you enjoy the current political climate,
Sometimes I get sometimes I change sometimes I'm like, like I put Suntan on there or something, and then at the last minute I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch Sunday, and then Chad is nice enough to pick something else, but it's about you, not me, right? Remember, the bonus content is all about chat.
hunting down your political enemies and going through.
There's good older trans people that are just not visible, yeah, because they're not out there like shitting on the whole trans community, the way that these two are.
To find stuff to attack them with and then sending them in threats. That all started with me. So very exciting. Wow. It was great.
Yeah, you're amazing. I just really think you're so awesome. And that, Brianna's in the fight with us, you guys out there.
Yeah.
So
In the fight against the... What would we call it? What would they call it? What do the trans meds call... Oh, is it like too cute? Is that what they call you if you're like not transmed? Is that the word for it? I don't even know enough of the terminology, to be honest, chat. I gotta say, every single time I've had to deal with trans meds, as I have, for some reason, it's awful. They're like the worst fucking people. Like a lot of the harassment that I've experienced, a lot of the really scary, fucked up, not just annoying comments, but harassment that I've dealt with has been from fucking trans meds. Has been for saying that trans people are fucking valid and they don't have to prove themselves.
and my channel, I really try.
Queen Bee says she's been an op since at least Gamergate.
I think that I have a very nuanced. I'm a Democrat, but I don't feel proud of it now. But
there are older trans people who aren't judgmental, gatekeeping weirdos. Yeah, exactly.
That being said, I really do encourage us as Republicans and Democrats to get together and have these conversations, which 100%. You do too. And it's the way.
Him being the Republican and her being the Democrat, is that right?
To me, that politics is supposed to be, as well as the way our
buck this guy, good for Gabby,
is supposed to be. And I think we've...
Did ContraPoints go transmed? No. She was enamored with what I would call nostalgia, if that makes sense. ContraPoints has said things at various times that were inartful, that were dismissive, but she's never bit the transmed bullet, if you know what I mean. The way that Brianna Wu and the way that Buck Angel does. But she did once say that she sometimes sees herself as the last of the, what did she say? Like the old school transsexuals or something like that. That is a term that was used for trans people, right? If you were valid, if you were a medically validated trans person, right? The word for that was transsexual. And the trans community has kind of gotten away from that. Although it is very much like a individual sort of thing, right? And there are probably people that call themselves that are not trans med, right? But her thing was like, she was hardcore going for nostalgia there. In a weird, like, remember the outfit that she had? She was dressed up like a, I don't know, like a Boogie and Bacall movie.
Really gone so far, like if you're...
And a lot of people thought that, you know, because of what she said and you know, the attitude that she was affecting, that maybe this was, but yeah, she never bit the bullet the way that she's not
us, then you're not. And it's the same in the trans space. I would like to know a little bit about your background first, and tell us about, you know, you and
Sure.
your transition.
So, you know, I transitioned, my God, it was 20 years ago now.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're very well known to us back then. We can get into that.
Are you talking about his body of work, Brianna?
But yeah.
Is that what she's making reference to? Are we talking about Buck's body of work?
You know, I had kind of the old school case. You know, if you asked a clinician to say, give me kind of the text.
Oh yeah, wait. She called Benny from TYT. Yeah, the word that Sasha G said. It's a really, you know, offensive word that, like, okay, so just for the record, right? Trans meds will generally refer to themselves as transsexuals. They don't like the term transgender, and they don't like it because it's not medically kept, right? It's emblematic of a of an acknowledgement of gender self-ID, right? Whereas transsexual is emblematic of a medical bar that's been passed, that for some people like Brianna Wu, it becomes, I guess, a comfort blankie, right? I was accepted as a transsexual before this whole gender self-ID started going, so I'm a real one. This is true scum, right? So we got different terms. Chat's learning different terminology tonight. We got true scum, we got transmed, we've got... Now, I don't like using this word because it tends to not have a use other than as a... I don't. There may be people that identify as this, but it tends to be used as a slur against trans people, like transvestite, right? Is the other term, and it is, you know, generally offensive. But although, you know, anybody can call themselves anything that they want to. There's a difference between whether a word like that is being somebody self-identifying as that, or is being put on somebody the way that Brianna was doing to Benny, right? Which is offensive, to say the least.
Definition of a transsexual. You know, it would be me. You know, I knew I really, really, really wanted to be a girl very early on, very feminine, got punished for it. You know, grew up in Mississippi, didn't really do very.
You sent me some of Brianna's recent tweets where she goes over how much she wants to roll back trans healthcare. Goddamn. Dr. Frankenfurter. Oh, this was talked about on Twitter recently, right? There's a discourse right now about the Rocky Horror Picture Show and whether it's transphobic. Oh, Frankenfurter. Okay, so let me explain the use of transsexual by Dr. Frankenfurter. Because I had some friends who were really into Rocky Horror in high school. Dr. Frankenfurter, Dr. Frank N. Furter, right, is a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. And I think that transsexual Transylvania is like a planet in this universe. They're from outer space. They came to the Earth to throw a ball of sorts, a convention, one might say, an unconventional convention, mayhaps. And shenanigans ensued. And tragedy. Tragedy as well. But yeah, the song is, essentially a hodgepodge of a bunch of terms that gesture, I guess, at queer culture in the 70s. And that word, the word transvestite was not considered as well. It would have, like, people that cross-dress would have been massively marginalized, right? This was like the 70s, right? This was before the 80s, right? People thought all kinds of weird stuff about you if you like cross-dress, but essentially that's the meaning of the word that Dr. Frankenfurter self-identifies with. And then the from transsexual Transylvania is Dr. Frankenfurter's place of origin, along with the rest of the wacky casts, the ones from outer space. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I just made this more confusing, didn't I?
Well, developmentally, because my parents punished me every time I acted like myself. Love litigations, drug addiction, got my stuff together in my 20s and transitioned, and life just really got back on course from there.
I'm sorry.
I'm doing well financially.
McGoggles is gonna try to make it a little bit more accurate by saying Transylvania is a galaxy. Transsexual. Wait, wouldn't it be the opposite way? Wouldn't Transylvania be the planet, and it's like New York, right? New York City in the state of New York is New York. So transsexual Transylvania would be transsexual, the planet in the galaxy of Transylvania. Is that not right? Is it drag? Is drag another word for cosplay? I don't know. Drag is complicated. I don't think I understand drag. I understand drag as the show that happens at the gay bar where they tell you that you have to leave the dance floor because someone is a star, a diva is going to occupy that space, right? So everybody files to the side of the dance floor and something, I don't know. I don't think I understand. New York City is York is in New York? Yeah, right. Mom took me to Rocky Horror in Philadelphia for my 13th birthday. We all dressed up and danced. Yeah, it's like a whole thing, right? It's a movie, but it's a cult classic. And the people that are fans of it, they come in costumes. They dress like one of the characters. Often they bring, what you call it? Like props. Yeah, they bring props. And for instance, when there's a wedding in the beginning of it and they all throw rice and then somebody says something about toast. Is there something about toast or bread or something? But yeah, there's different. Transsexual is the planet. Transylvania is the galaxy. Yeah, transsexual. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. I got it correct.
I'm an industry leader. I've been married to a man for 16 years. And
that proves that you're a real transsexual, being married to a man. That makes you valid, Brianna. You're a trans lesbian. But yeah, this is that's the other thing about trans meds. They hate trans women who are attracted to women.
I think what brings us here today, Buck, is
what are we talking about now? We're talking about the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I have some extreme concerns about the way that
your concerns are concerning me.
The trans community is fighting. That's something at the beginning that Republicans and Democrats should talk.
Brianna is doing well financially. Dang, nice accomplishment. It's usually super tough for rich kids from rich families to pull that off. Yes. Just ask Donald Trump.
That used to be the way we got trans rights, was talking to the right like they were partners, assuaging their fears, talking to them with respect. It was not going behind their back and, doing things with their children like social.
What?
To the right like they were partners. That's something at the beginning. I have some extreme concerns about the way that the trans community is fighting. Said something at the beginning that Republicans and Democrats should talk to each other. That used to be the way we got trans rights, was talking to the right like they were partners, assuaging their fears.
Talking to the right, talking to Republicans. Brianna, you know as well as I do that back in your day, you didn't talk to fucking Republicans. What are you, crazy? What's wrong with you? You'd be lucky if you could talk to Democrats. Like she's like from the, what did she said 20 years ago? So, early 2000s. Yeah, no, like trans people were not accepted. Trans people were the subject of jokes and cruel jokes at that, right?
Talking to them with respect. It was not going behind their back and, you know...
Not going behind Republicans' backs? She said the right. Am I wrong?
Things with their children, like socially transitioning them at school and not telling them. So...
That's right. Trans people are socially transitioning their kids in school and not telling them. No, Brianna. Teachers who have students who come to them and confide in them that they think that they might be trans are not reported as if they have a behavior problem to their parents. I think that's what you're trying to say.
The last thing I'll say is, yeah, I don't agree with you on everything. And yeah, I hope we...
Massive thanks for that, right? Buck Angel's got some pretty nasty... I did not mishear her.
Can, you know,
I love that about you.
And, you know, today it really is like you're my friend and we don't have to agree on everything.
Nope.
Right?
Nope. Nope.
And we're not going to, because I'm going to be transphobic as fuck. And just because you're only 60% transphobic doesn't mean that I'm going to go off my 100% transphobic.
How I am with my wife. We don't agree. We're very politically kind of like that. She's way more liberal than me.
Really?
I would say that my age has created, and I do believe age sometimes used.
Look, if that wasn't a trampa hat, that would be a MAGA hat.
To become a little bit different, and maybe your thought process, and how you, and I'm a dad, and I have, you know, I'm like a total family guy. But that being said, that I love that you said that, because those are my true friends. My true friends can disagree with me, and we can still love each other. And you know, that doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. It means I disagree. You like chocolate, I like vanilla. It's all good. Like one's not better than the other.
Let's dive into this Neapolitan together.
Way of seeing things.
And then Brianna can tell you how she feels about your body of work.
I think you and I have gone through
about your portfolio, as it were.
That it used to be very few people went through. Yeah, I think it's really hard for two people to draw the same conclusion from that. And I guess one of the questions I just wanted to ask you flat out today is, judging from your Twitter comments, it may I'm misinterpreting this, tell me if I am, but I kind of get the sense sometimes that you're just kind of tired of trans women and the abuse that we can hurl at people online.
We're terrible, Buck. We shouldn't be like this.
I don't think I do that to you. I hope I don't. But I kind of get the...
See, the real offense is calling somebody racist, calling somebody transphobic, calling somebody transmed, right? It's not offensive to be those things. It's offensive to call somebody else out for being that, right? So to acknowledge the fucking bully that this piece of shit is, that would be the real offense that I've just given. There you go.
It's that trust has been broken, if that makes sense.
Well, that's a great question.
And now we deserve punishment, don't we, Brianna? Now we're deserving of the punishment. God damn.
And I can see that.
You're transparent, woman. You're transparent. And I'm not making a trans joke there.
It looks like that from afar, and I'll tell you why it looks like that. Because you are not the type of trans woman that I am attacking, if you want to call it that. Sure. You are not. I consider you a transsexual, and I consider
you're valid. You're valid. You're okay. You're not one of them.
trans women who, if you notice, I get
some Clarence Thomas-esque separation and finding personal salvation amongst wolves idea.
Most of my attacks,
I guess, sort of. Yeah, I could see the
are coming from
parallel
trans women, and so it hurts me that to me, I'm going to call you real because I don't believe that.
I'm going to call you a real. It's more explicit. It's more explicit than I was a real, as opposed to all those fakes out there.
They're actually like you at all, are disgusting and misogynistic and hateful and mean, and if you don't call them a woman, they get so mad. And so
you're misgendering these people and then telling them they're mean and they get mad. And no,
I really want you to know that I'm not necessarily attacking a person like yourself.
I've never felt that way at all, Buck. I think what I'm saying is I think this is an important thing for us to explore because we do come from a different generation.
That's right.
And I don't know what it was like for you.
Wait. What's his generation? She's Gen X. Is he a boomer? How old is Buck Angel? Is he older than I thought? I thought they were like around the same age.
Was coming out, but I did this in Mississippi. I'm going to break some news today. I was actually the first person to ever transition at Ole Miss, which was really difficult, let me tell you. And the way I worked with those conservatives was I really
proved that I was super heckin' valid.
Tried to get them to see my humanity.
She's halfway from saying trans people are recruiting their Republican children behind their backs. Yeah, basically.
As a person, and I tried to. It was hard getting misgendered, but, flaming off and screaming at them just wouldn't have gotten me what I needed. Right. And I think you and I have seen a real generational shift where it's...
Back in my day, we were happy to get misgendered. Buck is 62. Okay, so yeah, there's a good 15 years between them.
It's about coexistence, and it's more about conquering people.
Yes.
Does that make
like
sense?
An empire? Like a transsexual empire, perhaps? Like a Janice Raymond's epic tome? The transsexual empire? I don't know.
To you, or does that match your experience?
Nope, I'm totally in alignment. That's what it feels like to me. It doesn't feel like they want to
I'm sorry, I hate that I've had to get to know fucking trans meds as part of this job. I hate that they've insinuated themselves on my fucking content. I hate it. I hate it so much. Right? Because there's so much weird little lore. You have to learn about Blanchard. You've got to learn about Janice Raymond. You got to learn all this fucked up shit that no trans person should ever have to hear about.
You always wanted to coexist with women. That's why the majority of my friend base
coexist with women. She is a woman. Fuck off. What the fuck is wrong with you, Trampa? Look, I'll say a lot of shit about Brianna Wu, but she is a woman. And I will not have that taken away from her.
As trans women, they still are. I have a huge friendship with trans women because they're like you. They're not the ones.
You have to coexist with real women.
Are attacking women, and it hurts me also as a female because I'm a female. And that being said, I lived half my life. Honestly, I'm 62 now.
It's like flexing your biological gender. Like, I'm a female. Now, Brianna, say that you're a male.
Half as a woman and half as a man, and it hurts me to watch the way some of these trans women talk to women. And how do you expect? What you said is so profound. The reason why
I love how he wants to make his trauma the baggage of trans people writ large. Like the way that Buck was probably forced to live is cruel.
I think you are, because you realize, okay, people are not going to definitely accept me here, especially in Mississippi.
But just like a child that gets fucking beaten by their parents is like, no, I got spanked all my life and nothing. I'm totally okay. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not okay. You bear the fucking scars of that shit on the inside. And the fact that you want to impose that on another generation, the fact that you think because it happened to you that it's okay for you to happen to kids today is so fucked up.
Right.
You got to find that sort of middle ground space.
You can't tell them you're a woman. You have to show them you're a woman.
Brilliant.
And, part of that is a deportment and a social control. And,
A deportment? A deportment?
When I was transitioning, one of the first things I did was I started reading books on how women communication works. And there's a lot
I can imagine another trans med saying that a real woman wouldn't have to read books on something like that. Right? Like, make no mistake, there are trans meds out there that probably would look at these two as not being valid, according to their whatever the fuck their standard is. Anyway.
stuff that it feels very natural to me. Like,
why were the options also dark? See, like, I don't see Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro as being dark. I see it as being one part a book report, a discussion of Naomi Klein's book, and secondly, a discussion of something very horrible but yet very real that's going on, that no matter how we hide our head in the sand will not go away. It will not go away by ignoring it.
Coming to agreement, turn taking, giving people space to have their own opinion. And I can't help but
like to look at a slate of bonus content with cute cat videos at the top and to hear it described as like overly dark is just a little weird. It's a little surreal to me.
Look at like the technical aspects of women communication and note respectfully that a lot of my sisters don't seem to employ this stuff. And I think you can't convince someone that you're a woman if you're talking to them like a man does.
Again, there's a million different things that trans people could be gate-kept for, including how your voice sounds. Now, she's talking about how you communicate, your communication style, I guess. And probably more than that too, right? Because there's some gender essentialism, like, right? She's like, you need to embody the gender essential, right? The essence of that which is woman is a real thing that you need to embody. Not that is a socially conditioned thing that like that women are taught and conditioned towards. No, that is the essence of femaleness. Right? That kind of communication. And for the women who don't communicate with that, like that, well, I guess maybe they're just too masculine, right? No, fucking bullshit. People are individuals. They communicate however the fuck they want. They may be socially conditioned based on the gender role assigned to them at birth to communicate one way over another. But there aren't even two ways of communicating. There's more going on in human communication than whether you communicate in a quote-unquote female fashion or a male fashion.
I mean, you just basically said it. I don't understand this. You're going to say I'm a trans woman or else you're going to say I'm a woman or you're never going to talk to me again. I'm like, that is coercion and...
No, that's literally the bottom line. I'm sorry, that's the bottom line. No trans person should have to put up with anybody that doesn't acknowledge them for who they are. If you're talking to somebody else that's not standing here, then you're not talking to me. And I have every right to fucking ignore you. And that's the least. That's the least of what, like, and that's the truth of the matter, right? These transphobes that say that trans people it's coercion. They're trying to make me say the pronoun, but I don't want to say the pronoun because I don't feel the pronoun. It's not giving the pronoun or whatever the fuck kind of bullshit they throw at. Like, right, this idea that, yeah, no, trans people you got every right to shut anybody out of your life who's fucking toxic to you. If you don't feel good with the way somebody's treating you, with the way somebody's talking to you, with the you that somebody's talking to, if that you doesn't correspond with who you know yourself to be, you have every right. Just like you, Buck, if somebody's being toxic to you, right? If somebody's not pleasant for you to talk to, it's the least of what we could say. It's a very bare minimum of human rights. It's the right to not talk to people that you're not cool talking to. And nobody else gets, like, shit for that.
So what if the person doesn't really believe you're a woman, but they're just saying it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what he's literally saying there.
I don't care. I don't
exactly. Like, what?
The standard I hold myself to, and I'd love to know if this is how you feel. So I can't control how people.
Fuck, I gotta say, it's gotta be weird being a conservative trans guy, standing there with the MAGA chuds, looking at you, talking to you like you're a woman when you feel like a man. I can't imagine what that's like to go through. And I'm sorry that you have, chosen a set of friends that don't fucking acknowledge you for who the fuck you are. That really sucks, Trampa. That really sucks.
Feel about me, like on a philosophical level. It's just not something I can control. As best
Yeah, self-hate is a hell of a drug.
I can tell, hand to God, when I'm out there living my life, I get called she, her, don't get misgendered, all that kind of stuff.
Because you're fucking valid.
As best as I can tell, if people know that I'm trans, they still talk to me like I'm a woman, which is 100%. That's all I need. I don't need to fight some philosophical battle. I'm literally just trying.
But if you want to agree with Buck Angel here, Brianna, you got to be okay with somebody looking at you, talking to you, treating you like a man, right? That's what he's saying. You don't have the right to cut that person out of your life.
Go about my day, and I think it's almost a neurosis.
That is harmful.
That it's about an unwellness or an unconfidence in yourself that people are expressing by trying to control people's thoughts, if that makes sense.
It's not controlling. You can't control somebody's thoughts. What kind of madness is this, Brianna? What kind of madness is this? I can't control somebody's thoughts. I'm not trying to control their thoughts. But if their thoughts about me are gross, just like if you had somebody that couldn't help but being creepy towards you, Brianna, I hope you know that you have the right to not talk to that person, to not deal with that person, right? If you get creepy fucking vibes from somebody and they're thinking about you in a way that you don't find, acceptable, you got the right to fucking cut them out of your life. Just like if somebody's thinking about you as a gender that you do not identify with, you also have the right to cut them out, and you should, because it's not fucking healthy to have to put up with that shit.
Well, it does, and that's why I think people have so much respect for you, because first off, you look like a woman, so you're actually making the effort, which is what.
If you want to get in with the trans med, the first thing that you do is you blow smoke up their ass about their performance of gender and just say it's the best performance of the objective essential of that which is woman, which is a real and definable and discrete thing, right? I hate that you need to look to a piece of shit like this for your validity, but that is part of the trans med psychology, right? The person that is not very validating towards trans people is somebody a trans med will seek out. And if they can get some kind of a special deal arranged where they're like, oh yeah, trans people are fucked up, but you're a real one. That's literally, that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. And it's all the more sought after because Buck Angel would call, like, I don't know, 9 out of 10 trans women like pretenders or whatever the fuck he was saying earlier. Right? Then he becomes his acceptance is therefore more valuable. Right? The worse you are, the more transphobic you are, the more hateful you are, the more valuable your approval is to a trans medicalist like Brianna Wu. And I fucking hate that people have to live like this.
Always say we as transsexual people have to come to the table in a different way. You know,
100%.
Yeah, I don't expect anybody to make it comfortable for me. I do not. I make it comfortable for myself and for them. And as far as I know, remember, I transitioned 32 years ago, and I really did navigate that space and understand and why the world calls me he. People only call me she now because there's a war bullshit going on, but those people I don't take.
Because you hang out with fucking right-wingers, you shithead. That's why people misgender you. They do it performatively. God damn it. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to get so upset about this.
But what I was going to say is, you make the effort, you look it, you sound it, you walk it. There's no way anybody, even when they find out you're trans, they don't care because you've made, and to me it's respect. You're very respectful towards the space, if that makes sense.
I try to be, but this is what I don't understand, is why would you not want to do this? You posted a video the other day.
Why would you not want to play the game of acceptance, where you try to rack up as many points as you can, and the more unaccepting somebody is, the more their acceptance of you, their validation of you counts for? Why would you not want to play this fucking game? I don't know, Brianna. Because we didn't fucking grow up with it. And it's not normal and it's not okay. And you shouldn't have to play this game either. As gross and mean as you are also a victim of this shit.
Woman, and they had a beard, and I'm going to say it respectfully, and I'm not going to say they're not valid, but I will say I don't understand, because when I started getting, secondary male, effects, it was really traumatic for me, Buck. I'm sure it was traumatic for you when you were growing breasts. Or
I wouldn't make assumptions about other trans people. Trans people come in all different varieties, right? And actually, this is what she's trying to do. She's normalizing dysphoria. And look, dysphoria is a real thing, and a lot of trans people experience it, right? Dysphoria is feeling out of whack with your body or how you were seen or treated in public, right? It's a very real thing. Don't get it twisted. Don't think that I'm saying that it's not. But it is not a bar that somebody has to cross to be trans. Some trans people do not feel dysphoria, and honestly, the trans experience is pretty wide-ranging. But you wouldn't know if you're going around fucking judging everybody for, like, do they match the medicalized bar of, like, 1998 or whenever the fuck she transitioned. Brianna Wu has only made the effort for the past few months, so sprucing up her hair or wearing makeup, adding filters. Otherwise, Bucky here wouldn't be giving her time of day. Yeah, I don't know. To be trans, you must have ran through some kind of survival gauntlet, and only the righteous who live through such horrors can be truly trans. What a mighty warrior. Heracles would be so jealous. Yeah, Hera and Heracles.
Getting a period. Like, I don't understand. Like, I really don't, how you could have those parts and not want to minimize them as much as you can. And I understand.
Now is the part in the conversation where Brianna makes people who experience dysphoria feel that dysphoria all the more acutely.
Like, there's a difficult genetic roll of the die, and FFS is expensive.
That's right.
Like, I have compassion for that. But shaving, that seems like a really obvious thing to me.
It's kind of like not my business if somebody, how, where, or why they want to shave.
I mean, am I crazy about that?
No, come on. I've been around you women. I've been around you women.
Excuse me?
For a long time, and I know exactly they would never. I have hundreds of trans women friends would never so I'm sorry, but I got to call them out. I've got to call them out because I know dysphoria. Okay, I know dysphoria from this side and your side. I've been around it for a long time. There is no actual. That's why. Look, I don't care. Be what you want to be. I'm the same. Sure. Respect your space, but then don't encroach on other people's spaces, being the women's space as well as the actual transsexual people who really do make an effort to sort of,
So now you got two spaces that you can't encroach on, right? As a trans woman, you can't encroach on women's spaces, and I guess as a trans man, you can't encroach on. What does that mean? You can't go in a man cave? Like, what does that mean? Like, right? What is the? I'm trying to understand like the analog to what that would be. Can you imagine if there were like? I'm just like trying to imagine like the male equivalent of a TERF that's like overly concerned about trans men. That's like a man that's really worried about like the trans men, they're going to come into our male spaces and that's not right. That's not right. I'm a biological male. That's special. I don't feel special anymore. If we let trans men in, no, I'm trying to imagine. I'm trying to imagine what it would be like, but I'm having trouble. This is so anti-human. Yeah.
Try to look male and female enough so that
women with PCOS need to shave to keep their woman card. Yeah, exactly.
It eases our dysphoria, and it also, if you notice, it eases the world's way they look at us. That those people to me are not trans. They're gender, queer, non-binary, blah blah blah. That's fine, but why don't we have that category over there and stop coming over here? And then...
Oh yeah, and that's the other part. You also got to stay out of the true trans space, right? So there's the true man space, the true woman space, and then there's the true trans space, right? So it's like there's those space for the real biological people that actually exist, and then there's the space for the true transsexuals, and then if you're not that, then you just stay the fuck out, I guess. You like God damn.
I swear to God, if we did that, you could see a lot of this stuff not be so insane.
I think these people are very young and they don't understand just how much better it's gotten.
Yes.
I'm old enough to have transitioned under the Benjamins before the W path even existed. And,
that's what Brianna's saying. Harry motherfucking Benjamin. What now? I'm the realest of the. Oh my God, chat! I gotta stop saying the realest of the real. I'm gonna start attracting. So this is what happened to me, chat. I somehow attracted transmets to my community. I think it was from talking to Destiny. It seems to me like there's a lot of transmeds in Destiny's community. All right. Not saying that every trans person in Destiny's community is like that. It's just that, like, that's where these people seem to come from. And I don't know what it is about me that, like, attracted them, that I like, got, like, fans like this. And they should, they have their own transmed bathrooms, right? Their own special true trans bathrooms, I guess. The true scum bathroom, I don't know. But ever since then, I've like kind of had to deal with it. And look, I have had experiences with some people that somehow like my content, but they they say they are transmed and like they're not like toxic to people. Like I don't get their transmedness does not. Are they a large group? I don't know. I don't even know how to like measure. you present more mainstream normie than most other trans lefty streamers, that might attract the trans meds. They fear anything out of their norm. But yeah, I pissed them off by when I start to talk about these issues. Like, it's so...
See a lot of this stuff not be so insane.
I think these people are very young and they don't understand just how much better it's gotten.
Yes.
I'm old enough to have transitioned under the Benjamins before the W path even existed. And, I transitioned, my first diagnosis was with the DSM-3 and then later the DSM-4. You look at the DSM today and the standards are so low.
They've lowered their standards. DSM, what's wrong with you?
Gender dysphoria. It seems like clinical malpractice. You don't have to even follow Benjamins anymore.
Nope.
You can just go into a clinic and say, I want this. And, this is a spicy opinion, but Buck, we're both trans, and I think if we can't tell the truth to each other, who can we say this to? I have been around the space long enough to know there are some people that are fetishistic cross-dressers.
If you start thinking about this, you are going to make yourself so fucking paranoid. And you're going to have a real problem. Like making friends with some people that you should be able to relate to. I don't know.
Thank you.
And I think they have a fantasy.
Thank you.
About a very sexualized idea of
why are we thinking about other people's libidos? Like, it's bad enough that you believe in Blanchard. Do you really need to... emulate Blanchard? Somebody else's libido is not my fucking problem. What the fuck? They hate the DSM-5, yeah.
And I think there is no system to stop them from getting on hormones nowadays. And I personally believe they're going to Planned Parenthood or whatever, and they're
goddamn Planned Parenthood
enacting a fantasy. And I think they're going to go on a journey where they're going to learn there's nothing feminine inside of them. And this is why they do things like they don't take anti-androgens because they enjoy having penises.
Yeah.
And I think this is a formula for you and I think our medical condition has been colonized, if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
Like, I think they're appropriating it. And that's not
your opinion. Do you not see the weird parallel between your opinion of these, whatever the fuck you want to call these, like, not true trans people, and the way that TERFs look at trans people? Do you not see that parallel? This is exactly what a TERF, Brianna Wu, what a trans exclusionary radical feminist would say about you. You are colonizing their sacred femininity. You are a fetishist, according to these assholes, right?
concept I talk about a lot because it's weird, but I think it's the appropriate language.
Yeah, it is. No, you say everything there. We are in 100% alignment. My background comes from the sexual space. My background comes from sex work. My background comes from pornography. My background comes from married to a very famous dominatrix. That I was around all of that. Those people used to come to the dungeon, and they were cross-dressers. That's why my eyes. I know who you are.
The thing about Brianna is like I said, like I've dealt with trans medicalists before, and I have dealt with trans medicalists who Brianna does not reach the bar that they consider would be saying the same shit about Brianna that she is saying towards other trans people. And I don't think that the hate is helpful for them either. Right? There's some people that would ask her how old she was when she transitioned, and when she answered, they would say, "What's the point? It's too late." You missed the, like, right? I mean, there's some really heartless people out there, right? Especially when they're trying to make up for their own feelings of inadequacy, which is where this shit comes from, right? A lack of belief in one's own truth. So now it has to be buttressed by acceptance from those who least want to accept you, from the Buck Angels of the world, from the Michael Knowles of the world. If you can get Michael Knowles to say, okay, I think transgender is bullshit, but you're the one real transgender, or transsexual, I guess it would have to be, right? If you can get that from Michael Knowles, if you can get that from Matt Walsh, that is the chef's kiss of acceptance. That you are truly valid. You are truly valid.
I see you. Don't try it. You're not trans. The thing that's so interesting to me is because hundreds of those dudes would come to our dungeon and do exactly what they're doing now in the public. And I'm like, wait a minute here.
Oh my goodness.
It's crazy.
But can I share a story?
Why gatekeep to such a degree? Because somehow it makes them feel more valid. I mean, look, I'm almost to the point of looking at transmedicalism as a disorder. It as a psychological thing that they've got going on.
This is a little embarrassing.
I'm going to medicalize your transmedicalism, you two. Just watch me. Just watch me. I will medicalize the fuck out of it.
Actually the only trans man
I will motherfucking pathologize it.
I've ever seen naked. So it was like oh my goodness, it was, I don't know when your career really...
Don't you need like an invitation sort of for that? Like, so if you don't know, chat, what Brianna's referring to is the fact that Buck is a sex worker. Buck has done films for years and years and years. And she is now awkwardly referencing the fact that she is familiar with his body of work. And I mean, like, I guess he doesn't, he doesn't look upset about it, but it is a line that is kind of awkward to cross without asking. I don't know how I would, if I
really took off, but my friend was like, hey, you want to see what testosterone can do? And I'm like, sure. And it's a picture of you doing your thing. And I was like, oh my goodness, that is someone that really enjoys being a man. Good for him. I'm glad he's having fun. That seems awful. So.
People will say to me, well, you don't have...
He was the trans man in porn for years.
Or yeah, if you can... I said, if I could have gotten the penis surgery, I always tell people I would have done it in 2 seconds. I would. Sure. I still would do it if that was the case. Course. It doesn't exist. You can't do it. So why am I going to suffer for my own for my own sexual space, which I love being sexual and I love it. It feels great and it's fun. Why should I? So I really worked on sort of creating a space that I wouldn't have dysphoria around the bottom part of myself, and it's really changed me. I'll tell you, it made me walk the world with my head high. I know it's and pornography, it's over there. I haven't done it for 20 years, whatever. At the time that I did it, it was very important to me, and it really did empower me, and it really helped a lot of trans men with their bottom dysphoria, where I really showed you didn't have to get that penis surgery, and you could really...
Wait, he just said there is no penis surgery. Oh no, it doesn't exist. Pissed off a lot of trans men. Yeah, right there. Yep. Like, surgery is a very personal thing. I don't think that, like, it's like, if somebody doesn't want to get any surgery, it's not a sign of them, like, not being valid. Like, his reason for not wanting to get the surgery is just as valid as anyone else's, and yet sometimes that's used by transmedicalists as another way of gatekeeping. Well, you've got to at least want, like, you should get the surgery, whatever the surgery is for you, and you've got to, at the very least, even if it's unattainable for whatever reason, you got to at least want it to be valid. And so there we go.
Function as a man, right? Whatever that means, and that. But people still try to throw that pornography thing at me. It's your fault that everyone's. I'm like, wow, really?
No,
It's ridiculous.
It was very educational back in the day. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I hope I can just say I'm not into that kind of stuff personally.
It's fine.
But no, it was really. I think
because women aren't into porn.
I think you opened up people's minds, and when I think about like my own husband who's cis, he doesn't like. Don't get me wrong, I love his.
Yeah, exactly, Simric. It's not any of our business. It's like
penis, but he doesn't. That's not what I think defines him as a man. It's an emotional centeredness. It's a maturity. It's a kind of masculine way of nurturing the world. Like that's what I think makes you a man.
Beautiful.
In my view, at least.
Yeah, beautiful. But the thing is, in this whole trans conversation, men aren't being attacked. Men aren't being, you don't see trans men going and saying, we're men, get out of our way, like, we're gonna, take over, we are men. Like, you just see a real big difference, and why I call it a massage. And it really bothers me that people like you are stuck in that space with those people, because you shouldn't be. You are not like them, and, you're so great. You just really bring a great energy.
She's grating, yes.
What we need more trans women like you standing up and saying, hey, wait a minute here, because I think I bet you have a large female fan base. I can't imagine that they dislike you.
I do. Yeah.
No way. Yeah.
What is he saying? What does he mean by that?
But part of this, Buck, is, I don't want to be mean to my sisters, because I understand it's difficult to learn these things, but I got to give you some tough love. And that is, if the safety of cis women isn't important to you, you haven't learned something really fundamental about being female. Like, the way these conversations go is the group is important, getting along is important.
Yes.
That's what I read in my book about how to communicate as a female.
And it
wow.
is so
wow, she doesn't get the fucking irony. She doesn't get the fucking irony at all.
important to me that other people feel safe and comfortable.
That's right.
This is the most pick-me conversation I've ever heard. Yeah. Look, I wish I could say it was the most pick-me conversation I've ever heard, but unfortunately, I've been around way too many pick-me's. Like, right? Like I said, it was an issue at one point. And then what I made in like no uncertain terms that I thought that trans people's validity didn't require like a threshold of dysphoria to be met or some kind of a specific biographical pattern to be forthcoming or whatever other weird gatekeeping they do. Like, these two people became like my worst enemies and would not stop fucking harassing me for years. Yeah, I don't know, child. This is fucking with me. This is fucking with me. She's an assimilationist. Trans women are supposed to blend in and fade away and not be seen. Yeah.
And,
I'm just so glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. God damn. I even reached out to these people and tried to help them. Like, tried to understand them. Like, when they'd say something fucked up to me, like, do you know what? I know it. Like, so I'm trying to remember the exact comment. It was something about, like, what do you see when you take your wig off? At the time I was cosplaying. At the time I was doing, like, I had gotten into streaming and cosplay. And they weren't aware that, like, yeah, I wear a wig on stream and not... But something like, what do you see when you take the wig off? Your parents' son, or some shit like that. And I'm like, oh my God. Because right there, I recognized that's a thought that somebody who doesn't recognize their own validity has. That is not something that somebody that's well-adjusted and self-accepting would come up with, right? That was the thought that they themselves had had. And I had to just take a step back and say, God damn, I am sorry that you have had to live like this. It is unfair. And that made them madder than anything. Madder than any argument that I threw at them was the like that like I recognize that you're the abuse that you're hurling at me, which doesn't actually connect, because that's not something that I think. It's not somehow, that's not a way that I feel. I've actually dealt with, like, you know, my self-hate. And it's not easy, but it's worth it. Because what's on the other side is so much better. And I realized at this point that I was dealing with a person who had not made it to the other side. Just really sad.
It's just this entitlement. I don't have another word for it, but male coded. I do want to push back really quickly on something you said.
Okay, what are you going to push back on, Brianna? I'm curious.
That you don't think trans men are the center of this, and we may disagree on this.
Okay.
But you know, we agree that not all these trans women are really transsexual women in the old school sense. I don't.
You got to be the old school transsexual.
A lot of these young biological girls that think transitioning is going to solve all their problems at 14. I don't think they're trans.
I'm sorry, biological girls? Are you calling trans people that don't?
No, neither do I.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, you are one. We're in alignment. It's what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting more. Of course, I'm sort of.
You're fighting to make sure that none of the what do you call them? Young fucks? Is that the name? I can't remember. It's young shits. Sorry, young. You're fighting to make sure that none of the young shits. You know, get to skip the puberty that they recognize at an early age is not for them. Is that it, Buck? Is that it, Brianna? We got to keep the young shits down, apparently.
Fighting for women's rights, if that makes sense. But my eyes are on the kids. These kids are not trans. They are not. I say it all the time. They are not trans. These are kids who are dealing with stuff. We're
gonna make them go through the wrong puberty and suffer just like we did. God damn, this is sad.
One or two, maybe, or whatever. That I don't believe in trans kids. I wasn't a trans kid. I was just a kid.
Really?
No, I do not consider myself a trans kid.
I guess the pathology is so different for, you know, FTMs, though.
Of course, that's the other thing I want people to see. We are going to have different ways of being. We were socialized differently. We come to things differently. Our transitions are differently. We're not the same. Just because we're trans doesn't mean that we have the same experience, and that's really important. I do not believe I was a trans kid. I do believe I was a tomboy, and I believe that I wanted to be a boy, whatever that meant. But I didn't have a bad childhood, Brianna. I had an awesome childhood. I really did. I had fun. I was because I think it's different for. I'm gonna say.
Is he saying that he enjoyed not only going through a puberty that he ultimately did not connect with, that he ultimately did not like resonate with, but also he felt good being forced into a social role that was discordant? I don't know. I mean, look, there's a way that people. Chad, I gotta get to bed. Fuck.
It's not disrespectful, but for young males or young boys than it is for young girls. I think the struggles are different, and the things are, and feminine boys get nailed. Masculine girls don't.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even back then.
I don't even know what he means by that.
I hear what you're saying, and I do agree with it. I think something that's really under discussed here is our cohorts politically just get merged together, and they're not the same. The pathology is not the same. The way it progresses is not the same.
So like having something like solidarity with each other, fighting together, it's probably not worth it, right? Our cohorts are just not the same. Our pathologies. What about, like, I will say this about you and Trampa over here, Brianna, that your pathologies very much are the same. And I'm not talking about you two being trans. I'm talking about you two being trans medicalist, right? That pathology is strikingly similar in these two manifestations of it. Strikingly similar.
And yeah, frankly, testosterone is such a powerful drug that if someone takes this at, 18.
It's such a powerful drug that trans women should what? Be forced to deal with X numbers of years? Nothing that she's saying makes sense.
I don't think it's going to have that much of a difference versus them taking it at 14, right? So I almost...
Wait, what is she saying?
Technology is not the same. The thing that's really under-discussed here is our cohorts politically just get merged together, and they're not the same. The pathology is not the same. The way it progresses is not the same. And yeah, frankly, testosterone is such a powerful drug that if someone takes this at, 18, I don't think it's going to have that much of a difference versus them taking it at 14. Right. So I almost kind of wish.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound like Brianna's necessarily arguing against puberty blockers here, but
yeah, I'm not a doctor. I want to clarify that.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that since the female to male cohort is the vast bulk of the detransitioners, I almost wish we could take them out of the conversation, because what is really important to me is I do think that the male to female population there, estrogen it's not a cure-all in the same way, and it does do permanent damage to your body. And
wait, the difference is that estrogen doesn't undo some of the physical changes caused by testosterone, whereas testosterone is more likely to undo physical changes caused by estrogen, but that's it.
Female population there, estrogen it's not a cure-all.
But I'm not sure what is she saying about it being nothing's a cure-all. No, fucking transitioning does not solve all your problems. Who the fuck told you it would?
In the same way,
you're still a human being, right?
And it does do permanent damage to your body. And I completely understand we do not have a clinical.
I'm not sure what she's saying here.
That can identify the children like me from the the boys that are just going to end up being.
I don't get what she's saying, Natalie. Like testosterone's not a cure, or no, she says estrogen's not a cure all. I don't get it.
Feminine homosexuals, because we do look very similar, but. Buck.
Grand Theft Autobot says, so as a cis man full of testosterone, I'm full of drugs, not just any drugs, but a powerful steroid hormone, an anabolic hormone that increases the level of skeletal muscle and bone hypertrophy.
I'm just taking
at a greater degree than estrogen, but both steroid hormones do some of that.
Completely.
She's not a doctor. She's a weasel. Yeah.
I barely survived, friend. I barely survived.
See the difference?
Yeah.
See the difference? And I know why. Because first off, societal. Okay, I think it is, like I just said, I do believe it's harder for a feminine, young, and I'm going to say it, no disrespect.
No disrespect, but I'm going to call you a boy. Wonderful. I'm glad. Aren't you glad that you came here to sit in Trampa's lap and be regaled with stories from the OG transsexual?
Back to you.
No. I'm glad this guy has such wisdom to impart to a new generation. I don't know. Of self-haters. Male
to deal with things than it is for a.
Estrogen is anti-strength juice. You're actually a little bit wrong there, right? People don't understand this about estrogen. So yeah, I said they're both steroid hormones. What does that mean? It means that they can go through the cell wall because they're fatty. They're built on cholesterol, right? The cholesterol backbone is where you get steroid hormones from. And they and both estrogen and testosterone increases the hypertrophy of skeletal muscle, increases the hypertrophy of your bone matrix, but testosterone does it more, right? Testosterone is a stronger anabolic hormone than estrogen. That's the only difference in what you're saying, Semric. The anti-strength juice, if there is any, would be like an anti-androgen, right? To limit the amount of androgens like testosterones in the bloodstream.
Masculine butch girl.
Yeah, all hormones are, well, steroid hormones are built on.
And then what you say is really, we need to hear what's really important. The majority of the transitioning young people are female to male. And that is something we also, now that being said, I'm totally against puberty blockers. But that also being said, you as a transitioned.
Wait, did she even talk about hormone blockers? Or sorry, did she even talk about puberty blockers? I feel like what she said was not actually, it didn't sound like I can't listen to these clowns anymore. I gotta go to sleep. More of a bone drug than anything. Well, I mean, no, it's it does increase skeletal muscle synthesis, not to be confused with your other types of muscles. You have smooth muscle in your intestine, you have cardiac muscle in your heart. There's a lot of different types of muscles in us, but skeletal muscle is the kind of muscle that attaches to your skeleton and acts as moves your bones in relation to each other.
Male to female have a lot more, let's say, work to have to do to get to that female space, where somebody like myself at 30 who went through puberty, lived 30 years life as a woman, just has to grow a mustache. And the only surgery, let's be real here.
I know.
The only surgery I have is my breasts. That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah,
Everything
I've had
else.
more than that. I will.
Every trans woman will tell you that they have to do. So in that context, I understand
Wait, which one is the bone hurting juice?
Desire to put puberty blockers in a young person of male to female, but we're not doing that.
So there's osteoblasts, right? And the osteoblasts are having a blast, blasting out more, blasting out more bone into the matrix, right? And then there's osteoclast, and the osteoclasts are doing the opposite. They're chomping it down. They're eating old bone, right? And freeing up minerals at the same time.
Majority of puberty blockers are being put into female.
That's right.
But we're talking about cells in your bone here, with the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts.
Yeah, I just got to be honest with you. I understand this is a politically unpopular opinion on my own side.
But it's a very financially lucrative opinion, isn't it?
I think the detransition numbers, as best as I can tell, are so high.
Look, it's the most money that Brianna Wu can make without herself detransitioning. So what are you going to do? Although for her, it's not money. It's probably more about clout.
For that.
Horrible.
And I just don't see the same benefit from early intervention.
Yeah, female, says Magoggles.
And Buck, you tell me.
What the fuck is this weirdness? Wait, she's saying that trans guys shouldn't have... Oh, is that what she's saying? That trans guys shouldn't have hormone blockers? Yeah. So you're regenerating bones as you're... and it's a race between the osteoblast and the osteoclast, right? And for a short part of your life, you're laying down new bones. That's why calcium is so important. Because eventually those osteoclasts catch up with the osteoblasts. And
I envy, in a weird way, like you got to go through this, but if I imagine what my close, like one of my close cis girlfriends have told me, a puberty is like when you're.
Her filters add extra weirdness. Now, we did talk about this on, I think it was on Pac-Man or TYT or something. Brianna Wu was on a debate, and she had some kind of a, I don't know if it was a TikTok filter, but it was doing weird things. Puberty blockers for trans girls, but not for trans boys. That's what she's saying.
14 is your body is changing. It's awkward. You start getting your period. You're getting sexualized by creepy dudes. I would imagine the Instagram age. You're comparing yourself to impossible beauty standards. And like, even for me, I enjoy hair and makeup stuff, but it's a pain sometimes, right? I certainly don't feel like I look like Barbie, and you're trying to compare yourself to that. And it's really easy for me to imagine how a young cis girl that just doesn't identify with like the ultimate stereotype of Barbie would start having questions like,
That's what Brianna Wu thinks, is that cis girls look at Barbie, look at themselves, say, I am not like Barbie, and so therefore I must become a trans man. And that's what she thinks is going on. But after you're a certain age, then you only want to be, I don't know. I don't even want to think about this, chat.
my life be some.
The filter she uses is called automatic generative photo transformer. Oh my god, biceps and bikinis. I get it. Detransitioners are so high, 1.1% to 1% of the population. Would it be the population or of trans people, right?
Much easier if I was a man.
Sure.
Does that make sense to you?
Oh my God, that's what's happening. It's literally what's happening. So of course these kids, it is horrifying to go through puberty. I was a little bit of a late bloomer in puberty. I think girls go through puberty, like sometimes they start 12, 13. I didn't start until 15 because I was a runner and I had no body fat and things. But when it did happen, here's where I got my period. In the middle of the street playing football with all the dudes because that's what I did. And I felt something wet in my underwear. I'm like, did I just pee myself? And I didn't even know what a period was because my mom treated me like a boy on some level. And she's like, oh, you're menstruating. And I
can't deal with much more of this chat. Listen, I don't want anybody who voted for this to feel bad about this. Okay. This is like, I put it on there and the buck stops here. Okay. The buck stops here. The buck stops here. Hey, here we are. Here we are. The buck stops here. But anyway, like I just note to self, put more positive stuff on the bonus content. Because sometimes people might be feeling positive stuff. And like cute cat videos is one kind of positivity. There's probably other types of positivity or funny. There's funny stuff. Stuff that's just funny and it's not horrible. And it's not two bigots being bigots and making themselves. It's not your fault, Davy Cliff. The last person that should feel bad about this is you, right? And I do actually understand what you mean about like just sometimes you can't take. Shift to checking out her tweets. Let's take a look at them really quick. Now I've got the Bad Hasbro theme song stuck in my... Okay, Brianna Wu says, a lot of people aren't transsexual. They're fetishistic cross-dressers. We call them... Yeah, oh my god, I don't know if I can say this shit. Like, this is like hateful shit. I feel like if this isn't terms of service, it should be. Oh my god, Brianna Wu, I can't fucking take you. I can't deal with you. What did they think was going to happen? Public understood there are rare, extremely feminine boys that would be happier growing up and living as women. Most cultures throughout human history have had a space for us. No, the majority of people lived in ignorance that trans people exist. Medical advances made it more successful than ever, but around 2015, radical activists hijacked the trans movements and expanded in ways science had no basis to justify. This is exactly what Matt Walsh says about transgender people writ large, by the way. Integration was out. An unwinnable war on the idea of gender was in. The deconstruction of gender is a completely separate line of thinking. Moderate politics that made a steady progress for 48 years out. Compromise and coexistence, absolutely unacceptable. Instead, we moralized the issue and attacked anyone with reasonable questions like trans women in biological women's sports. Yes, that's right, because sports divisions are biological. That's what God did. He made Adam, made Eve, and then said, you shall participate in different sports divisions. As medical safeguarding was dismantled by activists, fetishistic cross-dressers began to do... This is the stuff that I'm like, this is offensive. Began claiming trans identity sexually inappropriate, very much enjoying making me feel more dysphoric, aren't we, Brianna Wu? They pushed a message that you didn't have, and don't fucking tell me I'm valid for that. Fuck you. They pushed a message that you didn't need to medically transition to be trans. Gross images of men with... Okay, no, it's just offensive. She's really, really offensive. She's horrible. She's terrible. I hate her. And yet I realize that I cannot hate her any more than she hates herself. I will never outdo her on that. Her own self-hate. And this is why you can't... Ultimately, you can't fight these people, right? Their self-hatred is so much stronger than any hatred you could possibly have for them, despite the amount of fucking bullying and harm, despite them glorying in the idea of driving like non-passing trans people to suicide, which I've seen from trans meds. I have, as a joke, as a Twitter joke, Chad. I've been through some shit. Haven't I? I've been through some shit with these people. God damn. And still, part of me hopes they're all right. Part of me hopes they overcome this. Part of me hopes that they learn to love themselves for who they are. Ordinary frustration with gender roles conflated with medical transsexualism. Any teen girl that doesn't feel like Barbie could appropriate a cool new identity. Dismantled medical safeguards meant all these non-transsexuals both have access to HRT. Who's giving them HRT? These non-transsexuals. How dare they give them HRT? God damn. Both getting constantly messages telling them medical transition will solve all their problems. It had created a trans community that is neurotic, unhappy. Brianna, you sound like you're describing yourself. Neurotic, unhappy, utterly politically unsellable. That's you. That's you, Brianna. I know that there are a lot of actual transsexuals out there that agree with everything I said, even if they're scared to say it publicly. But at what cost of our silence? Are we willing to let your sisters grow up tomorrow without health care to save your life because these extremists are crashing our entire movement? Either speak up now, advocate for ourselves, or we lose everything. Those are our choices. Her solution is to end informed consent. 3 months of therapy for HRT. Revert the DSM away from this created gender insanity. Better training to help fetishistic. So what she's saying, she's throwing non-binary people under the bus. It's gross. It's fucked up. Right? Instead of realizing that there's actually more trans people than the narrow definition of what a trans person is would have us believe, and that therefore we are potentially stronger as a political force. We need to we need to attack trans people that aren't trans the way that we are, and marginalize them the way that we were marginalized. I hope that it's clear to anybody watching why this is not the answer. I hope it's clear to everyone that self-hate is not good for you and does not make you valid. And the only person whose permission you need is your own at the end of the day. The only person whose validity you need to seek is your own. Isn't Buck Angel a fetishistic crossdresser for doing prawn and not consider? I'm not sure by her definition. Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy in this. Like I said, I know other trans medicalists who would look at Brianna Wu and say that she's not valid. For petty, gatekeepy kind of reasons. Chat, I've got to get to sleep. It is no. I stayed up too late. I stayed up too late. I stayed up way too late. I bit off more than I could chew. I gotta stop doing this, chat. I gotta stop doing this. Much love to everybody. I am supposed to be on tomorrow. I'm supposed to be doing more. And in fact, I've got more content. Wait, do we have more content? We do. There's always more content. The content never ends, does it? She's been normalizing this insane rhetoric for too long, yeah. And hurting people in the process. I can't think of it now, Chad. I am like, TERFs are funny with transvestigations. Yeah, transvestigation is a weird thing. Good night, everybody. I think I'll be back tomorrow with more content for you. It's my fault for not. I need to get professional at this because I'm doing this for a living, and it's thanks to you, and I do appreciate it. Right? Many people who try to do politics streaming, they never get to the point where it's sustainable. We're sustainable. I'm not living large, but I'm able to do this, and it's what I love, and I consider myself lucky every day for that. But yeah, I'm in a really weird time right now. I would even call it like what would you call it? Like I'm at the where every single moment of my life feels dedicated towards this, and it'll be nice when I get some breathing room, like financially and time-wise. And I do anticipate by, current growth for that to happen. It's not going to be that long. But yeah, I consider myself super lucky, and I'm so lucky to have a community like you, honestly. Because without you, this doesn't exist. This doesn't work, right? So thank you for being there for me. Thank you for supporting the stream, and also supporting me. I don't know. I feel like you're there for me, like in a way that's hard to identify. But don't think that I don't notice it, and don't think that I don't appreciate it. I haven't done the thing. Oh my God, chat. I am supposed to thank I'm supposed to thank the Patreons. Because honestly, I would not be able to do this without Patreon. Thank you, Patreon gang. Thank you, Throne gang. Thank you, Thumb gang. Hey, if all you can lend me is your thumb, that's more than you realize, right? What am I trying to do? Just open the window and then... So here we go. Patreon. I need to be better at remembering this. But everybody on my Patreon at the tier 2 or higher level, you get a fancy shout out, and you should get it every stream. And so shouts out go to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out go to Funky Monkey. Shouts out go to Moe Noe. Shouts out go to Just Julie. Shouts out go to Jules K. Shouts out go to JR. And fancy shouts out to both Zara Zarex and Omega Star. Thank you, Patreon. But yeah, I gotta get to sleep. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you in ways that I can't always completely express, but just know that I appreciate you. And I must sleep. Good night, meow meows. Good night, meow. Meow meow.